everybody. Welcome back here to the TI Closed Qualifiers, the South American region, where we are going to have another, I'm sure, exciting day of Dota. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. Zach, how you feeling, man? Day number 2.
I'm feeling good. Day 2 of a lot more days, actually. It's a long qualifiers with so many teams joining in. And like you said, yesterday, a lot of fun, a lot of fights. We had some very high kill games yesterday. I don't expect that to change too much going into day number 2. Probably day 3, day 4, day 5, all the rest of the days as well.
Yeah, this is just the way the region goes. Speaking of yesterday, though, we do have the results of kind of how yesterday's games went. So let's go ahead and take a look at where things ended up. So we've got, obviously, Infamous versus Stanica and All-Stars versus Team DK. You and I got to cover those in the morning. Infamous and All-Stars took those series 2-1, and then OG Latam with the 2-0 over Veritas Brothers. Now, there is an asterisk on the 4th series of the day, which we'll be talking about here in just a moment, because if you guys don't know, we're going to be basically replaying from game 2 here. So that is kind of where we're going to be starting today, but we'll have more details as to what's going on there, right, Zach?
Yeah, that'll be later. I think that was actually the 3rd series yesterday.
Was it 3rd? It was 3rd, you're right.
We'll start with that one and then move into our other matches, which should be some fun stuff. We got to see some of these teams perform already yesterday as part of that first upper bracket. Here we go. So we're going to start with Team Den versus Sin Compromiso. There was a award bug that a lot of people had seen, so they're going to redo that. We're going to start there, and then we'll go into the Veritas Brothers versus Sustancia X, which you and I got to see Sustancia X play yesterday. That'll be the lower bracket where you do have to win to stay in the tournament. But then we'll have an upper bracket game, you and I, Heroic versus Infamous Gaming. Infamous, they beat Sustancia X yesterday to get to play Heroic, which I'd say is one of the favorites to win this whole thing. And then you guys will be joined by some other casters, Fear and Ares for Edge versus All-Stars. And then Team DK will play the winner of, the loser of
this first series.
Yes, this first year. Thank you, Richie.
Don't worry. I was also while you were talking, I was doing the math and trying to figure out where everything goes. But yeah, I'm excited. We get to see some Heroic, which I know you and I have been able to cover these guys for quite some time. So it's fun. We'll see how Infamous does up against that stack. Because it's one of those things, like Heroic, obviously they're one of the favorites, but they're not untouchable by any means. Like we saw them get upset by Edge in a previous qualifier, and even this Sin Compromiso stack, they had like a different team that they were playing under previously, and they also managed to take down Heroic at a previous time. So yeah, should be a fun qualifier, to say the least. I'm excited to see how these games go.
Definitely. Heroic and Infamous, I think, will definitely be a lot of fun, but I expect all our series to continue following that trend of non-stop fighting. Though yesterday, Team Denver, Sin Compromiso definitely has more experience across the team, I would say. And they kind of handled Team Den in the series yesterday. Not that Team Den does not have some experienced players, but just didn't seem to be able to pull it together in the same way that Sin Compromiso was. So we'll see now that they've had one day to reflect on what happened. Maybe that'll actually help them out. Maybe they'll be able to bounce back as we redo game 2, and then if they win, there's a game 3. If Sin Compromiso just wins, then we'll go straight to our next series.
Cool. Well, it does sound like we actually have the bracket, so we can maybe provide a little bit more visual guidance as to where we are in this qualifier. So, as we've seen already, upper bracket round 2, basically, there was supposed to be 2 games done, but this is where we're starting things off with Team Den versus Sin Compromiso. So that's where we're going to begin. And then, of course, the winner will move on to the round 3 to join OG Latam. And then the loser of this will drop down to the lower bracket round 1 to play against Team DK. So that's kind of where if you're confused as to like, didn't we like kind of see some of this, or like haven't, like, isn't there supposed to be further in the bracket? Yes, but this is where we are now. Yes, but no. Yes, but also no. Yeah, this is where we are. It should be a fun day of Dota. I think overall, I agree with you. I think Sin Compromiso is probably the more experienced team. I think on paper, this is one of the best teams in South America right now. It's comprised of just some of the best players. Now, there is always the possibility that the team implodes. And that is, I'm not going to maybe name and shame at this moment quite yet, but there is a tendency for a certain player to blow up some of their teams that they're on, and they happen to be part of this roster.
We'll see if that happens, I guess. As long as you're winning, it usually helps to avoid that type of thing, so as you can stay on top. Things are easier when you're winning. It's got to be said.
Yeah, I think, I just had something unmuted, and I was very confused on where the sound was coming from, but I found it. We're good. It was one of those things where I thought I had, like, a second voice in my head, and it wasn't just,
Oh, just you?
Just you talking. Yeah, and it was like, I want to see some fun heroes in drafts again today. I think yesterday we got like a taste of some of that, right? We've seen the Queen of Pain kind of get a little bit more attention in the mid lane, which is fun. I think she's a really good hero in the current patch. I think when she's ahead, she's almost impossible to deal with. And I think that is one of the things that people are starting to learn. Like, she has a lot of like flexible item builds. I have actually been quite a fan of the Blade Mail build on Queen of Pain. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it is kind of crazy. Because just no one can deal with her when she has Blade Mail active, and then on top of it, she just scales. Like, she has some of the best like spell scaling in the game.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing more Queen of Pain. I think we'll only see her mid. Some people I know like Queen of Pain as support, and I've been wanting to do that, but I'm not brave enough, I think. But I'd love to see a pro team try that out. Just like we've seen some other wacky stuff. Undying, I want to see more of him, the offlane Undying. We actually only saw support Undying yesterday, but offlane Undying is a thing right now. I would love to see that come out a little bit more, just because it's kind of fun. It's not something we usually get to see too much. And then I think OG Latam yesterday played Underlord mid, which is not the craziest thing in the world. It's sometimes done, but it's pretty rare. And Tai Lung being a new player to the scene is kind of cool. Kind of cool way to start his debut with the Underlord mid, which did win. Spoilers if you didn't see that yesterday, but
they did win, and pretty convincingly too. And this is against Veritas Brothers too, which is also like a team that we thought would be pretty solid, but OG Latam kind of bopped them in that series. So maybe the OG Latam team hitting their stride after a little bit of a fumbled start in their last like tournament or qualifier. But we've got a draft. We are ready for game number 1 here. And for the original bans, it will again kind of be what we've been seeing. The Darkseer is probably the only kind of adjustment, as well as the Batrider actually. But these are Sacred and Genic classics. Sacred loves his Darkseer. Genic loves his Batrider.
A lot of targeted bans, but they're all fairly meta as well, which is convenient when you can line up actual meta bans with a player's comfort picks. If you have to ban something that's out of meta, it like feels kind of good to take away a comfort pick from an opponent, but then you're like, wait a minute, did I just leave one of the most broken heroes in the draft? It's a weird spot to be. We're going to get that Tiny first pick. Speaking of some comfort heroes over on Sin Compromiso, Dark Mago is an amazing Tiny player. So Tiny already, I want to say fairly solid, but he keeps getting hit with the nerfs. And the more I see the nerfs, the more I am slowly losing some faith in this Tiny, especially when it's picked up so early. But as part of stealing it away, I kind of get it.
I do agree actually with that. I feel like some people are still really sold on this hero being very broken. I don't entirely agree. I think Tiny is in a spot right now where he feels relatively, he feels strong. Like he's definitely like an A tier hero. But I'm starting to wonder if the first pick overall is starting to become a little bit unnecessary for this hero, as opposed to maybe something else like the Shadow Shaman, which we keep seeing become very good. Things like the Ancient Apparition, which I mean, they respond with Oracle here, so you're not really going to want to go the Ancient Apparition anyway. But
5 seconds remaining.
you know, it's like there's a little bit of a potential power difference between some of these heroes. I will say the bans are entirely core based here for the most part. Like almost all of these are core bans.
Even Batrider being a support, if any teams are going to play it as a core, South America actually has a lot of core Batrider players. Nature's maybe more of a support now. It seems to switch patch to patch. He was just pretty much primarily a core hero, but with 7.39, it feels like he's become a support again, though I wouldn't completely write it off as a core. You know, if you give the freest core Nature's Prophet game, or it just happens to work with the flex in the draft, I feel like you would be willing to still do it. But not this game, since he's banned out. Like you said, should leave in some of the stronger supports since there has been so many core heroes. I would say the Shadow Shaman is up there, Undying. Haven't seen Naga be played by any of the South American teams quite yet, but it's been popular in other regions.
So I also you said like one of the things to think about is that there are a lot of core Batrider players. Specifically, Dark Mago is like the mid Batrider player. He also plays like a mid Mars and stuff like that. So he, in general, adds a lot of like kind of flexibility into your mid lane hero pool. Whereas, yes, he'll play your standard things like the Embers, the Storms, your conventional mid laners, but then every once in a while, if it's a good game for him to pull out one of his like niche picks, he will just stomp you in lane. It's like kind of similar to like what Amar and Malrine do. Like they're willing to just pick obscure heroes if they know it's going to win them the game, especially heroes that they're good on.
Yeah,
but Dark Mago is doing it, I think, longer because I don't think Malrine was playing in the pro scene before Dark Mago.
Yeah, when you play some heroes a long time, you get a really good read on when, like, a hero can reach a point where they're like a 30% win rate and everyone goes, oh, that's a trash hero. But if you've played that hero enough, you go, this is one of those 30% of games that is a win. And I know that because I've played this hero hundreds to thousands of times. So you don't write those off, but there is often a more meta pick that you might go for instead if you don't want to go that far into the deep hero pool. The Weaver that we just that's got picked right before this, I'm curious on where that's gonna go because support Weaver with Hive Mind is decent, and we saw it played towards the end of 7.38, and then it dropped off a little, actually. Even though it didn't get nerfed, I think people just started to lose favor with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Then it's here. Is it Core Weaver versus the Tiny, or do you think it's actually going to be support?
That's what I was wondering. I think it's flexible. I know Parker likes Weaver, but I actually want to point out the biggest Weaver spammer on Compromiso is actually Sacred. He loves offlane Weaver. He was like the person running offlane Weaver before people were even doing like any of the Sakuchi abusing as like a support Weaver. Like he was kind of like a big kind of like influence into like Weaver being moved into that forward position role. So I think it's possible that it could be Sacred's hero. I'm a little worried because we had to replay this series to bugs, and I think there is an Elder Titan bug in the game right now, and I am really hoping that it does not happen. We're going to see the Mars come out. What is it?
Yeah, what's ETs?
Every time you Echo Stomp, if you have Aghanim Scepter, it gives you all of the buffs from the previous Aghanim Scepter return. So you basically have permanent BKB and whatever damage you always had.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's okay. This is looking to be a support ET who's never going to make his way to Ags. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be okay. Astral Spirit
At least
with
you think so.
could be. If this is a tiny mid, it's usually more spellcast oriented, and that's a really good combination with Astral Spirit, which removes so much magic resistance. Granted, there's an Oracle in this game who has the Fate's Edict to give magic resistance, and in fact, I'm mildly surprised to see the ET because you usually lane with the Spirit buff, and Oracle is actually one of the few heroes with a Dispel early that can remove that buff. So I kind of wonder if you're willing to swap around supports in the laning stage a little bit just to get that favorable matchup. I guess we'll see what they end up committing to, because there is still the flex here. The Weaver could be carry, could be 4 support. Like you said, could be that crazy off lane. This is likely a mid Mars. If you're thinking, well, of course it would be off lane Mars with the Weaver. I mean, I guess it could be, but it could also just be the mid Mars when you have Dark Mago. And carry Gyro would be pretty common, but so would support Gyro in this region. So it's very open-ended. I think when you see this Morphling come out, you know that's Morphling carry. Gyro is fine. Like, you can play a more tempo lineup versus it, but in a head-to-head, I'd actually favor the Morphling, at least prior to the nerfs. Along with Tiny, I'm still kind of getting my feeling of where I think Morphling has actually fallen into the meta. But if you wanted to grab a different carry here who would be good against the Morphling, I'd be kind of okay with that. It's a lot of pressure onto Mars to be the initiator, though. He's the only one who has anything right now.
That's where I'm a little bit unsure of if Compromiso are like cooking maybe potentially too hard, because I'm like fairly sure this is offlane Weaver, and if it ends up being offlane Weaver, you're running carry Gyro, like this is your Tricore, and then you're picking a support, right, for the Weaver lane, and you could pick up something like an Earthshaker for Genic. It's just I'm the more and more that you were talking there, it's like I'm really hoping that they just play this as a 4-position Weaver and they pick another offlane hero, because they need damage is the big thing. Like Mars is not a hero that brings a lot of damage into the fights. Like, he brings a lot of team fight, but you need someone to follow up your arenas with. And Gyro is that hero, but not for a while. So I feel like whichever hero you pick here, it needs to be high damage. There is also the option of just picking something like an Ember Spirit mid and just actually running the offlane Mars. Because as much as we're talking like this is probably Dark Mago's Mars, you could just pick a regular mid hero and Sacred could play the Mars.
Yeah, I'm with you where I would love a playmaker for this final pick. 4 Weaver can also go Spirit Vessel, which is good versus the Morphling. If you want to position 4, Rubik seems decent. You got the lift, Steel Shackles.
Dang.
The Doom is still available if you want that. The Ember would be cool from the mid lane. There's like a couple different options depending how you want to end up flexing this. And with this Underlord, I'm guessing an offlane Underlord with the mid Tiny. Though we were just talking about how we did see a mid Underlord just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good pick. It actually helps out quite a bit with their lockdown, and it's going to be Doom. I think that's off-lane Doom. Yeah, so it is going to be mid-Mars for Dark Mago. See, so here's the thing. When you pick Mars and Dark Mago is on your team, there is suddenly so much pressure on your offlaner to be like, I promise you, I'm not going to mess up, because the moment you do, Dark Mago is just going to be like, yeah, I should have played it. Should have given it to me, guys. You know, like, I wouldn't have. I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? But it's just going to be something a little bit more simple. Doom into the offlane. Great pick up against heroes like the Morphling. And even Tiny. Like, Tiny's percentage burn ends up getting, like, the percentage burn from Doom does a lot of work against this hero.
Yeah, it gives you... I like having the multiple options versus the Morphling especially, because it does feel like Morphling is a key part of the damage to this draft. The Tiny in the past used to be, but I feel he's been nerfed enough where... I mean, you respect him in the early game, but I do think he drops off. Now with an Astral Spirit buff, should stay relevant a little longer, but I do think there's a lot of pressure on the Morphling to become that carry that does the majority of the damage for his team. And if you're constantly worried about being doomed and just removed from the fight completely, or in the early game, Spirit Vessel coming online from a Weaver pretty quickly, you gotta be really careful how you step into these fights. Even early game, sometimes you get low health because you go full agi, and then an Oracle just nukes you from from afar with the Purifying Flames. So definitely a game to be careful on this Morphling.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I'm excited. We've got our first game of the day underway now to Sin Compromiso. I will say probably the favorites going up against Team Den, but we will see what happens because I think Team Den, they have a pretty good draft overall. Like you said, the Morphling, it has to be a little bit careful, but if it gets ahead, I think it feels pretty solid in this game. The only real thing in the late game that's going to threaten him is that Doom. So we'll see if Wits can make that happen. As for the facets, as we're seeing on the left side, it is going to be the Hive Mind Weaver, as you suspected. Deconstruction for the Elder Titan seems to be the standard. I don't think anyone goes anything else. And then Demon's Reach on the Underlord, kind of the only one that's up for debate, maybe, going between the Abyssal Horde or Demon's Reach. I'd like Demon's Reach personally. I think it just helps you farm a lot faster. And nothing's wrong with having faster farm.
I think especially, we were just saying there's a lot of pressure on Morphling to be the damage, so Demon's Reach maybe gives you a bit more options to contribute to the damage. Not something Underlord is always known for. You're usually known as one of the best aura buyers in the game, which I think is also okay to play towards, but if you do want to give yourself the option of maybe doing a little bit more damage, I think that's potentially part of Demon Reach. Looks like the supports are doing a quick body block down here. This is an annoying lane, the Gyrocopter and Oracle. Oracle recently buffed, so just very annoying, constantly poking, and then the Purifying Flames are actually quite strong, especially with the extra magic damage from a strong Gyrocopter. But this will get the lane to push out real quick. So Underlord and Shadow Shaman should have a decent start. As I've seen mid Dark Mago Mars versus Tiny a million
Mars should
times.
own this lane. Yeah, Mars should absolutely own this lane. It's like Tiny is okay at securing like some last hits and denies in the first level or so, but God's Rebuke and Spear Spam just makes this lane super difficult for a hero with very little to no armor, right? So he has to be very careful of his positioning because as much as Tiny can get tossbacks, Mars can... Oh, speaking of toss, hold up. Okay, Dark Mago actually in a lot of trouble there. Gets stuck under the tower, takes a lot of damage. But I was going to say, as much as you can get tossbacks, you can get spearbacks as well.
Yeah, though Dark Mago overplaying a little bit there. Definitely took a lot more damage than he needed to. I think he had a... He really wanted to pressure with the giant wave he had pushed in, but ended up kind of costing himself a lot of health.
Yeah. He has Bottle coming, and he does manage to freely CS it as well, so he doesn't lose any last... He's, what, missed 1 or 2 last hits, so he's not really struggling too much.
Down here, Weaver actually being played as the position 5 for right now. They did lane swap so that the Oracle could play versus the Elder Titan and remove that Astral Spirit buff anytime it comes in. The lane might be a little bit more awkward because of that swap, but Genic will eventually go back to being the position 4. I do think the Spirit Vessel coming online early is important, and we'll see. It'll be a little delayed for being in this position 5 role to start. Though that can change if you manage to get kills. They've been keeping Shadow Shaman low. We'll see if they can actually finish that into a kill at any point. And he does have Hive Mind, so right now the bugs being thrown out, they may not get you kills, but they do get a little bit of XP to help you get those earlier levels. The recent build...
slight bit of minus armor, not bad with Flak Cannon.
That's true. Yeah, you apply it to everyone. I think the most recent build was maxing Swarm first, See if he still
I saw
wants
you
to
do it.
that. Yeah, I
Tuned
think
into your
it's
streams. I
good.
saw you doing this all the time. Yeah, it was pretty solid.
It's a lot of fun, and the Swarm steals more XP as you leveled up, so it just kind of wraps around where you are a little weaker in the early game because Shikuchi is still level 1 and lower cooldown, or higher cooldown because of that.
Ooh,
But you get more
that's
XP.
first blood, top
blood.
lane. Oh, very nice. That's a blood grenade to secure the last hit. That's always very worth it.
That's the lane swap paying off. Fortune then just preventing two things, actually. Oracle being up here. Preventing ET from really getting a lot of physical damage with Astral Spirit in, but also Morphling has to be really careful about his amount of health. Whereas otherwise, you're kind of willing to do it freely. Yeah, like when he gets this low, he has to be so far back in case there's a long-range Purifying Flames to just delete him. So you give up a little bit more positioning than you would otherwise have to every time you need to heal like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I love how Genic is just like walking aggressively just to be basically a ward for the flat cannon. He dies for it. He got a little bit too aggressive there, but
I wonder if he slipped
kill
up.
going the way of the Shadow Shaman.
Did he have the
Sacred
salve
is
ready?
doing great on the Doom. I don't think he did. I think he kind of wanted to die,
Okay.
but buying the salve is awkward.
I think he didn't, I don't know, maybe didn't expect a sentry to be placed. Aggressive
He
again.
definitely knows now. The Swarm comes out a little bit late as a result. Genic's just gonna die back to back. Frank has a good amount of damage built up on the Underlord here, so you're gonna have to respect it, but you do also need to be very careful of the Rocket Barrage. He's gonna turn to this one back around with the Firestorm, force the Gyrocopter back, and Frank will just CS under the tower.
I think the Swarm was still on cooldown from the last time
Was
it
it?
got used. Swarm is really, it's a really long cooldown at the start of the game. So he's got to run back now as Weaver. You have Shikuchi, but when it's down, you're a very slow hero, where Shadow Shaman just TP'd straight back. So with that in mind, I do think that it favors Team Den just a little bit. Now Shadow Shaman's going to make his way to the mid lane. Let's see if they can get the power rune. You do have the Oracle, so you know it's going to be top. Here's our positioning here, but so is the Tiny, so they're ready to fight this.
Oh, big arena in the mid lane with the rotation in from Parker, but MJZ is actually just healing this one off, and well, they get the kill with the Tiny. This is where deconstruction adds up big. He was underneath that aura for quite some time, ends up losing all of his armor completely, and then you're just taking massive swings from these two heroes.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. Place the Observer just before that rune spawn as well, just to see everything going on. Helps him get that kill on the mid lane. To arena down with without getting anything for it.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough one. Especially like first arena, a lot of times you want to rotate to your side lane and try and take advantage of this. Now they do know that Genic is going to be going for this. He does have the Swarm. We'll use this to try and force Demon to clear that as opposed to fighting the Weaver, and he's taking a lot of damage as a result. Tiny's going to TP on in with the Gyro being close enough as well. They will go ahead and concede the Wisdom Shrine, but it will at least allow them to secure a kill onto the Weaver. Nice Avalanche and Firestorm there. But that pulls your Tiny from the mid lane for this, and you still don't get the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, that's worth it for Weaver. That's the
100%.
XP you give is not more than what you got, and the amount of heroes that had to TP for that means that top should be free, and we see Mars now heading up, trying to make use of the second arena.
There's two wards on top side of River here, so it's gonna be very difficult for him to make it to the top side unless he gets smoked up. And even then, you'll probably have a pretty good read on where he's going. Now, Panda, there he goes. We'll just go ahead and deward the mid lane here, knowing that they should have vision. 8 minutes. Power Rune's gonna spawn bottom. It's a shield rune. Does get picked up here from the Wonder Kid. That is gonna be a very difficult kill now, but instantly dispelled. Great spear will pin the Tiny against the wall. God's Rebuke knocks him to the high ground. The stomp off the mark and 2 kills. I guess the benefit of Oracle, I completely forgot. I was like, oh, that shield rune, he shouldn't die at all.
Yeah, Oracle, a lot of work done with the Fortune's End already. I thought that was going better for Team Den because they don't have the Oracle on their team, but they've actually secured both of the power runes so far. But Arena, along with the 2 supports being there, is enough to kill both those heroes on Team Den. So that's actually what you wanted the power rune for. Turns out you can use it to bait the enemy in for the double Arena. It works out.
Sacred just gonna. I don't think he wants to use Doom, right? He would love to just keep this, save it for
he needs to use Doom.
the Morphling. Yeah, you're right. If he actually gets an Infernal Blade, he's just dead. Oh, hold up.
He's got
Doesn't
phase
get the
boots.
Infernal Blade. Yeah, but there's a Weaver
There's
coming
the
in.
Weaver.
Panda yoinks
Don't
it with
mind
Gear
if I
5 playing
do.
from downtown. What? This is a really scary spot for Wonder Kid to be.
He'll Doom Tiny. He wants
Yeah, exactly. He would very, very happily Doom the Tiny. All right, a 3,000 gold lead already for Sin Compromiso, and doing great in all of their lanes. High level. Their support Weaver, just thanks to Hive Mind, level 6, almost 7. Oracle just now hitting level 6.
Some of this gold lead is the Doom, so not quite as bad as it would be otherwise. But the kills they're getting are big. This will be the 2nd kill onto Tiny as well, and you still didn't need to use the Doom, which makes it really scary for for Morphling to stay in the top lane. So that should just be the top tower free without much more struggle, unless, I don't know, Underlord wants to go there. But I think even Underlord would be threatened by Doom at this point.
Yeah, no one can play next to this Doom. That's the thing, like these chonky heroes like the Tiny and the Underlord, they are not tanky against Doom. Like that is the one thing that this hero that makes Doom such a scary lane hero, is that once he has Doom online, just a single point of Infernal Blade and the 4 points of Scorched Earth, it'll just kill anybody. Like there's no way to stop it. Arena bottom lane, call down, they get on top of the gyro, they will take him down first. But the cost is both of them. Panda just barely not making it in time off that TP to try and save his team, but good response from Dark Mago to TP in right away, put that Arena down.
Yeah, that's not too bad since you got the gyro first, but I'd love to see a follow-up play as they respawn, which is that you have the Underlord ult available. So you should be looking for another play somewhere else, either ET stomp someone so you have time to Fiend's Gate in, Avalanche Toss should buy you enough time as well, or maybe Shadow Shaman wants to go TP somewhere, shackle someone, that'll be enough time. But you want to keep up that fast momentum going and play the map with an Underlord. Probably can't be towards the Doom, though. Maybe it should be. He's been saving money. He actually just bought his Blink, so that might not work out in his favor. But potentially, if you bring enough heroes, one hero alone can't stay near the Doom. But if you bring the whole team because you have Fiend's Gate, that can get you the Doom kill to start slowing down this hero who's been having such a strong start. I wouldn't mind that. But again, the blink timing might actually be quite favorable for him, where he surprises you, gets out quickly, or maybe he's dooming the Morphling without him realizing that the blink is available.
This blink that is coming is going to find the Morphling. I don't see how it does not. They've got wards behind the tier 2 top side and deep in the jungle as well. I feel like he's just going to immediately go look for this hero. So we'll see. First scan does come out from the Dire, so they are expecting a potential gank. Mars will also get his Blink Dagger. So 2 Blink Daggers picked up here 11.5 minutes into the game. Dude, Dark Mago is also level 10. He ended up getting a ton of experience from when that Wisdom Shrine rotation happened, because he was just left mid completely alone.
They're looking for the Morphling. They've smoked up Weaver
Told you,
and
man.
Doom on the hunt. Like you said, they've already got the deep wards. Then it actually sees Morphling right now, so they know exactly
so
where
dead.
to go. Oh, he's even just ready for him. Goodbye, Morphling.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do. That's
Neutrals,
just a free kill.
That's your fellow water buddy. You should have helped him out. Deny him.
Ooh, Demon lives. Foul play will survive. So, I mean, that's the thing, right? You're not really expecting a Blink Dagger first item on the Doom, but he is one of those heroes that could just sell it and go something else. Arena out from Dark Mago in the mid lane as he pops that Amplify damage. This is the fastest Blink Dagger on record for the Mars, which I'm not shocked because it is very quick, and I definitely don't think Team Den was expecting a second Blink Dagger this early.
I mean, he was able to just walk and get multiple arena kills prior to this. You know, usually that's the struggle, is that you can catch one hero at most in the arena because you just have to walk in, but off of those early power room fights, managed to find a lot. Maybe he has overcommitted here. Oh, he's too fast.
Nice sleep. Great sleep from MJZ. Here comes the rest of the team. Instant False Promise is going to be able to try and keep Dark Mago alive, but I don't think he'll have the healing for this. He does blink for an... I'm sorry, what? He's
full
out.
Health.
Maybe he bottled? Maybe he had bottle, actually. I didn't really think about that. He had stick and bottle. That might have been enough to keep him alive. It's a lot of extra healing.
I missed how much he was at. Technically didn't take damage because of the Oracle ult on him, so he's able to blink out of there. The Oracle indicator is broken, I guess. Should have been technically said he would die, but returned to full health. And now he's potentially killing the Underlord. Pretty tanky hero with the Vanguard and a Cloak.
Great stomp. You do have time lapse here. Avalanche, Wonder Kid looking for the toss back, pulls the gyro in pretty deep. Call down in one. Do they want to go with it is the question. Parker, he's low. There's the call down. That's pretty damn good. They've got to get out of here. It's going to connect. Hits MJZ. Arena is out. Doesn't manage to catch Frank, but Genic gives the vision to Parker. And the flat cannon will get him a triple kill instead. And Genic will still Sakuchi out of the base.
Yeah, doesn't get anything for this. I mean, they're diving the tier 3 when your tier 2 still up, right? Like, maybe I should be here to punish, but they're out. You get nothing for this.
What does he even contribute right now, right? It's not like Morphling is the strong... Like, he's not a weak hero in comparison to some others, but I feel like that hero needs, like, at least his second core item.
Yeah, I would agree. We're seeing some of the damage issues you talked about earlier, which is Morphling will hopefully become the hyper carry later, but in the meantime, you have a Shadow Shaman who provides good lockdown, Underlord who's got good auras, ET amplifies damage, but then only one actual damage hero in the tiny early game Avalanche toss. Not bad, but has been nerfed, especially into an Oracle with Fate's Edict. So a lot of heroes get low on the side of Sin Compromiso, but no actual kills end up happening is going to be pretty costly for Team Den. And what you see, 10k gold lead already built up at 14 minutes. That's pretty brutal. Again, there's a Doom, so we could subtract a little, call it a, if we're being really generous, a 7k gold lead. Still pretty brutal at 14 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I will say the other thing, too, is, like, Panda has actually just been on point with his spell casting this game. Like, I keep getting really confused by this Goblet neutral item, by the way, because it's new and it applies, like, a purple, like, hue to the heroes. And I'm like, why is this hero maledicted? You know, like, where is this maledict coming from? But it ends up just being the Goblet. They will take down Genic there. Nice rotation. Good find from Demon. But yeah, I was gonna say the Oracle has been on point. Not only was he able to provide the Goblet, which then got the gyro in range to do the call down, but he also gave him an extra 450 health to play around when he had pretty much nothing left in his name. Absorbs like one of the tiny spells with the Fate's Edict. Like, he's just been playing exceptionally well on the Oracle.
It's fun to see. Oracle has been out of the meta for quite a while. But I do think the spell casts, they can all be very impactful. They used to be more of a double-edged thing, so it's scarier to use them. But even though that element has been removed, I still think getting the timing right for when you use the different abilities is still fairly high skill compared to some other stuff. A Morphling's dead.
Yeah, you just got doomed and solo killed off. They're going to spear back Wonder Kid. He gets deleted by a God's Rebuke. Parker has an Aghanim Scepter. We're 16 minutes in. They're about to go high ground. Well, I was like, they need this catapult to live. So it looks like it will die. That is unlucky. So maybe you're not going to go high ground now.
I mean, it is a little early to go high ground. It is one of the ways you throw. Like, you can definitely take this tier 2. I'd say you should get Roche before this because
Healing.
you are 11k gold up at 16 minutes, so obviously you're much stronger than any of the Team Den heroes. But towers are they're like a static power level, you know? So even though you might be 10k at 16 minutes, usually you wouldn't be hitting, actually they just use a tier 3, right? Usually you wouldn't be hitting a tier 3 till like 25-ish minutes, let's say. That would be on the earlier side, and you would actually have more net worth than you do right now. Your hero would be stronger. So sometimes, even though you have a huge lead over the enemy team, you don't have the actual power against their buildings. So if you go too soon, you can throw against tier 3, tier 4 towers hitting you. And so I think just taking that tier 2, backing off, close out all the different tier 2s, get the Aegis, right, should still be a very fast win for Sin Compromiso at this rate, without the risk of overcommitting, potentially like this.
They need to get the Oracle. Oh my gosh, 80 health. He's gonna live. Parker tries to bait a lot here. Now they will manage to finish off the gyro as they buy back on this Shadow Shaman. The question is, do they get more? Jump in here, Genic trying to bait some spells. Nice stomp, sleep on 3, God's Rebuke connects. There's gonna be the time lapse to bail out the Weaver, but Sacred starting to fall kind of low. Panda will start to heal him up. Frank's gonna burn to the vessel as here comes the Swarm. You will have to clear these up. The Flak doing a little bit of damage as well from Wits here. And Dark Mago, well, he's waiting on the back line, looking to go for something. He will find Wits. There's a Doom still available. Oh no. And MJZ, well, he's gonna die as well. Ends up being a full team-wide Panda, surviving the Avatars here from Wonder Kid after he respawns, but they might just die. This again, this Doom, he does way too much damage. Triple kill now for Sacred. The Vessel plus these burns, it's a lot.
He thought he could quickly kill the Oracle, but Panda having a great game, so he's pretty high level, has raindrops, took the Brawny enchantment on his neutral. Okay, just changed it. Oh, he still got Brawny on the new neutral because he knows he just needs to survive these tiny bursts, right? A lot of the damage, until Morphling is strong, all the damage is burst for the most part.
Yeah.
From Astral, Earth Splitter, tiny Avalanche Toss combos. So he's just getting a bunch of raw HP to stay alive. And as long as you live, you then get to use the rest of your spells. Right? Yeah, they're all low, but it just goes back to what you said at the draft. There's a bit of a damage issue, and if you're winning, it's probably okay. But when you're losing, you just can't get anyone low enough to kill.
Big smiles from Parker there. I mean, Panda actually lived from the raindrop. When he got Avatos there, he dropped down to less than like 70 HP, and then immediately sticks, pops the Fate's Edict, starts healing himself. Without that raindrop, he dies, right? And, you know, Wonder Kid, he probably still dies for it, but at least you're getting something for that effort. Now it's becoming very difficult. Atos giving this Underlord a taste of his own medicine, typically the hero that makes people unable to move. Instead, you have Atos, Spearbacks, God's Rebukes, the Roots from Oracle as well. Parker has a Divine Rapier queued up.
Got an Oracle behind you.
I was going to say, I kind of like it.
I do think it's pretty unnecessary, I gotta say. I generally like this kind of stuff of like, let's just play to win. But this is actually completely unnecessary in my opinion. You're already winning, and you would equally have more than enough damage with a Crystallis than the Divine Rapier. If there's a throw, it's going to be off of an actual Divine Rapier purchase. Whereas even if you threw on high ground with a Crystallis or a Daedalus, I don't think you would give that same comeback potential to Team Den. It probably won't matter this game because of the Oracle. Yeah, real talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does he have a Blink Dagger queued on Oracle? Because that's what he needs if he's gonna do this.
Oracle
Big arena
has
combo?
the Blink Dagger.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if Oracle can get a Blink Dagger, we're fine. Yeah, I think go for it. And yeah, apparently he already has it, so why not? Good attempt at the high ground there, but this is where the Underlord and his auras do kind of protect your team. The stomps as well, kind of slowing them down. So arena spears, call downs, not really netting them a kill, but they do at least force Team Den all the way back onto the high ground. As they will wait for their next set of items. Dark Mago now has a BKB being delivered. A Blink Dagger, however, for the Shadow Shaman might give them something to play around now.
All right, here we go. You stomp the whole team. You earth split.
Oh, okay.
You avalanche toss. Firestorm. Waveform through. Is that all our AoE? What else we got? Ether shock, all of them.
Well, you can morph into someone, so you can morph the
Ooh,
flat
yeah.
cannon.
Yeah, more flat cannon. I think you've killed the supports with that combo. And I think maybe Mars is dead.
He has BKB
And then
now, bro. I don't
Divine
know.
Rapier or Divine Rapier Gyro might kill the rest of your team after that. Ooh, pretty tough.
I
Okay,
see.
maybe we toss back someone under the tier 4. Is that a
Please
little
tell me
bit
he's
more
buying the
doable?
rapier. Oh
I think
my
he still hasn't committed
what?
to anything yet. Oh no, there we go.
All
He's
right.
got the
Our observer pointing out that Genic is level 17 on the Weaver.
I'm telling you, Hive Mind is sick.
That
And
is
he's winning.
insane. Yeah, yeah, it's true. He's winning, but it's like he's higher level than every hero.
He's the highest level in the game. Look, when you can keep hive minding so many people on Team Den, what can you do? You're already losing the fights, you know? Like, you can barely take time to remove the bugs off of you. So he's just stealing so much XP. At the end of the game, you can see the breakdown of like what it's stolen.
Yeah,
I'll be
we'll look
curious
at
to
it.
see how much he got out of hive mind.
It's a quick game, so it might be not as much as we're expecting, but BKB into the arena. Dark Mago, he traps too, but there's the pipe. They're going to do the call down as well, see if they can get anything out of this. The bugs are out. Wonder Kid is never removing that, and instead, well, I take that back. It's removed, but on death. Who has a Midas? Excuse me?
Isn't it Doom?
Oh, did he buy a Midas now? Okay. Nice stomp is out. There's going to be the buyback. Parker woken up by the Oracle, though, just getting right back to work as another set of bugs there. Onto Frank. Split Earth takes down Sacred. The toss in aggressively. Genic, he's in deep spear. Will pull back the Morphling as he will time last it safely. And, yeah, Dark Mago gets the blink out. So a 2-for-1 at the end of the day, but your Gyro... Dude, the fact that he is just on point with waking up the Gyro from sleep is pretty sick. He died very fast there. Panda also in kind of deep, needs to be careful. Forced to false promise himself as a result
Divine Rapier
of
is
that
about to be
sleep.
delivered.
Oh, no way. He's like, all right, guys, I have
he's
a
thinking
Rapier, I'm
about
gonna
this.
bail.
He's thinking about this. It hasn't been delivered yet. He's like, should I? I just got. See, I think he had a moment. He was humbled there in that moment. I can't possibly die. Dies very quickly in the enemy base. Goes, maybe I can die. Should I? Already had bought the rest of the Divine Rapier. So he's gonna play it safe. You wait for the whole team to show up. I don't
This
think
has
you
to be the
wait for
fastest
the next
Rapier
Aegis.
ever, right?
Ever? No.
No, I mean like, okay, maybe not ever, but
in recent patch,
I think
probably.
on Gyrocopter, I feel like it has to be the fastest Rapier on a Gyrocopter. 24 minutes and like 30 seconds? When was the last time you
That's
saw a
pretty
Rapier
fast.
on Gyro before 30 minutes, before like 40
pretty
minutes,
fast.
you know? 24-minute, 30-second Rapier? That's insane.
There was that meta where True Strike was on the Divine Rapier though, and everyone
Yeah,
was going
I
real
agree.
fast Divine Rapiers. Surely there was a
Yeah.
game. That can't be
That
right.
had-
Ever?
No, I
No
mean,
way.
in this tournament.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Or this patch potentially. It might be this patch. But like I think even the patch where they had True Strike, the only hero that was like rushing the rapier was Medusa.
Manta
because
Divine
it was
Rapier.
Yeah, it was like literally Manta into Divine Rapier because you had True Strike and you were just like effectively 3,000 HP. I don't know of any other hero that rushed Rapier in that meta. And I'm trying to think who it might have been. But I think it was literally just Medusa.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely up there on the leaderboard timings. Whether it's number 1 or not, I don't know, but certainly up there.
Yeah. We'll see. Underlord has to clean up the bugs. Arena Spear drops the pipe though, so he'll be able to absorb a lot of this. That being said, there's a call down, and well, now that Gyro walks on in, he just deletes these heroes. The backline getting shredded as well. God's Rebuke not going to connect there onto the Shadow Shaman. And well, Vessel onto Tiny with the bugs. He is dead. There is no surviving this one. Shackle
We needed
instantly
the fountain
canceled from
toss back to
Sacred.
get it. Have a chance
He
to...
needs just anything. MJZ, get to the fountain, buddy. The flat cannon off of the wards just to zone out the rest of the heroes. Does he have an amplified damage as well? That's very fitting.
Yeah, though he has like no base damage because of his build, so
Yeah.
it's actually not doing that
It's
much.
like 100 something damage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's still a lot at 27 minutes into the game.
Oh, they jump back in. Spirit does manage to catch this Morphling, and the flat cannon just doing so much work. Whole team is dead. They're gonna buy, or they don't have buyback. That was a buyback on the Shadow Shaman. And well, Oracle, I gotta give credit to Panda. Did a great job.
Yeah, I think Oracle, the lane swamp on the Oracle was really good, and he's been on point for everything else. There we go. There's the GG called. Yeah, it's not much of a chance of a comeback at this point, I'll say.
All right, that was probably the fastest rapier I have ever seen, but maybe not the fastest of all time. I'm gonna have to ping some people and find out if this was the fastest gyrocopter rapier and what the fastest rapier is. But in general, very dominant performance from Sin Compromiso. I mean, this is the team that I think has a very high chance of winning this qualifier. So we'll see, what ends up happening as we go further into the bracket. But for now, they're going to be pretty happy with that performance.
Yeah, there's also one of the fastest blinks on Dark Mago, right? The fastest of at least the patch, if not ever. Because
11 minutes,
fights,
30 seconds.
Fights
or
like
something.
that, where he just gets double arenas delivered to him on power runes. So many early fights. I mean, could use the blink here too, right? Another deep fight on the arena, killing them in front of their tier 3 when the tier 2 is still pretty much full health, right? It was already a pretty bad spot at 14 minutes into the game.
This false promise. Freaking 80 HP. Panda's like, don't worry, buddy, I gotcha. He tries to keep him alive, and he does. He comes out of this false promise not being instantly dead, which is impressive, but this is the thing. It's like the amount Team Den has to commit just to take the gyrocopter down, and then you're still fighting against like what was a full HP Doom, and this support Weaver, who's support with a really the biggest of asterisks.
He's high level. Oh, he's also
Vessel
rich.
and Bugs, like they all do a lot of
yeah.
damage, right? Like, speaking of which, what was his XP gain?
Yeah, so he gained 3,155 XP from Bugs and Hive Mind, which is 14.2% of his total XP. So quite a lot from the Bugs this game. To compare
That's pretty good.
11.4% from Shrines of Wisdom, securing those. So it's like you got all the shrines and an extra 50% for free, asterisk free. It's your facet, you're losing Skitter Step. Is that the other one? You're losing that.
But who cares, really?
Yeah, when you get this high level, in some of the fights, right, he had the extra hits to kill Bugs. pretty early because of how good this game was going. But heroes like Tiny and Underlord don't really have the fastest attack speed. Even these supports actually don't have the fastest attack speed to remove the bugs. So that's part of why he can get so much XP. But also then the value of having that online early is the vision, the negative armor, everything you get from those bugs to enable your team.
Yeah, I will say it was just pretty straightforward execution from them. Like the Doom, not really pressured in his lane at all, was able to just kind of freely farm. Anyone who showed up was just dead to this hero. And then every Doom that he committed, like the first one with his blink reveal at like 11 minutes into the game, finds the Morphling. Like that's just best case scenario. And I don't know who it was that went back there and placed the ward earlier on, but I'm going to guess it was probably the Weaver, since he can get back there really quickly. But yeah, it was just really good stuff. Parker is going to get the MVP, which I'm not shocked. That is an insane timing from him on his items. He's involved in 22 of the 34 kills for his team. As a carry, that's not bad numbers.
No, it's tough to pick who. I feel, everyone just played really well on that team. They had a very strong game, which, I do think they're the more experienced players. So can't say too many people are surprised, especially because kind of happened the last time they played as well. It was a bit of a redo. But with that, winning that one, they will officially move on now. Team Den not knocked out. They'll be dropped down to face Team DK later on today, I think the last series of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go into our next series, which will be Sustancia X versus Veritas Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. And that will be an elimination series. So a lot on the line here for these teams. We'll be going to a short break, everybody, and then we'll be back with our second series here in just a few minutes. Stay tuned for more at these TI qualifiers. We'll see you after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Fight! 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. 3,
Welcome back, everybody, here to the TI closed qualifiers for the South American region. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics, and we're jumping into our second/first series, originally scheduled series of the day.
1.5.
1.5, our 1.5 series. Yeah, maybe that's the better way. It's going to be Veritas Brothers taking on the side of Sustancia X. It's going to be an interesting one because we got to see Sustancia yesterday. They had some very creative drafts, some interesting ideas. Whereas Veritas Brothers, they got kind of handled by OG.
At the same time, like when I look at the names, Veritas Brothers is the more experienced players and team. Well, I mean, like they recently formed, but as a team, I would think they have the experience, they have the skill. So sometimes this is the fun thing about qualifiers. It's not always clear. Okay, one team stomps this team is close, but maybe like the skill level's different. So the only way to know is play it out, find out with elimination on the line. So this is where the pressure is on. It won't be easy, I imagine. But then maybe it will be. I don't know. Sometimes it's just how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see some cool heroes. We saw a lot of Ricky Band out in this series with Sustancia, I believe. And even in like the follow-up series, which I'm not 100% sure why we were seeing it banned so much. Like even DK and All-Stars were banning it a lot. But I'm not sure. I can't remember if it was Sustancia banning it against Infamous or if it was Infamous banning it against Sustancia. But either way, this is the team that gave us like the Bloodseeker Silencer combo. They were running like the Dawnbreakers. So I want to see how they do here in this series up against who I would consider to be a pretty formidable opponent as well. All right, like they ended up losing 2-1 to Infamous, but I would also consider Veritas Brothers to be on that same level, at least as Infamous, if not maybe even a step above. But a lot of it comes down to the drafts and the execution. Like you can have the best team, but drafting does make a big deal. And if you're not, if you get outmaneuvered in the draft and you kind of are just forced to play from behind the whole game, it doesn't matter how good you are. That's going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of hope to see that Bloodseeker Silencer come out again because it was really ridiculous in the laning stage. Dropped off later, but I don't know if it's because of that duo or it was like you said, the draft as a whole, where the way Sustancia X had drafted in their last series, their lanes typically were good, but the way it all came together as a team in the 2 games they lost was not as strong. The game that they won, they went for a very classic early lineup, team fight kind of thing, just go together. It was also the most ridiculous Phoenix. It was like so many strength cores, and Phoenix was like, yes, Sunray is an ability, and like insane healing and damage that game. So I think that draft was easier to execute, and I kind of hope to see more of that from them, especially as a recently formed stack. Sometimes just go with the real simple 4 protect 1 or early auras group up at 20 guys. You know, like give yourself a straightforward plan and it's easier to play rather than like, oh, we have very few stuns. We have to win our lanes. You know, we need like very, very specific execution. That's trickier, even if some of the players do have a lot of experience, right? As a new stack, make your life easy. Do something straightforward, especially when elimination is now on the line.
So I just got to give a quick shout out. Someone actually sent me a DM regarding the gyrocopter's rapier timing.
Okay.
And it is the second fastest rapier of all time. Oh. And specifically, Parker has 5 of the 7 top spots for rapier timing. So apparently this is a guy who loves to build rapier. But back in, let's see, 2020 was the actual fastest rapier of all time, which was built on a gyrocopter as well, actually. So he went straight Mask of Madness, Ags, rapier. And he
what was it? Was that a qualifier team?
This was I think I'd have to see. It was Thunder Predator for all you Thunder Predator fans back there. But they were playing against, I'm trying to look at the teams. I mean, there's actually some pretty solid players in this. Analog actually was the enemy mid laner. So it was a smaller league, a smaller tournament by far, like a tier 2 event, but yeah, that the fastest rapier was 18 minutes and 58 seconds by Kataro.
Pretty fast.
Kataro/MNZ. So, but in terms of Parker, like in tier 1 events, that's pretty impressive. Second fastest of all time, and he owns 5 of the top 7 slots.
I can't tell if that's a. I don't know what to attribute that to. Like, he keeps stomping people so he can keep getting Divine Rapier, or it's like, man, I just love this Divine Rapier item. I only play carries. I can get it a really, really Divine Rapier. Either way, I mean, that's usually a good sign. If you can afford to buy Divine Rapier that early, are they all wins? Actually, I guess that's the bigger question. Does he win with the Divine Rapier that early, or is it oops? Maybe shouldn't have bought that one.
I'm sure there's an oops in there somewhere.
At least one, right?
There's at least one, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of funny to see. Some people just love the rapier. That's fine. Why not?
I love it. It's a cool item.
Yeah, I mean, nothing like just seeing your damage numbers go up, right? That is a very good feeling as a carrier. Like, this item is a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
I love the Divine Rapier conceptually, and I actually really like that with the Valve added Divine Regalia to the neutrals. You and I haven't gotten to see it yet because none of the games have gone 60 minutes, but I really want to see that come out. I think I love the all-in concept, It's just like, I'm doing it. I'm confident. I'm not going to die. I mean, to boost my damage, right? I love that idea. We'll see if people actually go for it. I think in the last patch, if Helm of the, what was it called? Helm of the Undying, if that was available, you definitely went for that one because that was a busted. But maybe now that it's been nerfed, you're willing to take some of the other stuff.
Yeah, I would like to see some tier 5 neutral items in one of our games, but at the same time, it's like we've had so many games go to like just short of 60 minutes. They end at like 55, right? 58, 59 minutes, and we're like, okay, yeah, whatever. Thanks, guys. You made us wait. You made us watch this really long game just to take the joy out of it at the very end.
Yeah. Or the worst, 60 minutes hits, and you're like, okay, they're gonna do it. They go for a death push and they win the game. You're like, guys. No one got the neutrals. Where it's a 62-minute win, but you didn't get the neutrals. What are you doing to us?
There's like one hero in the jungle on the team that's losing who's like, guys, we can't defend. So they're like praying to find a game-changing neutral item as their throne explodes.
It's not a bad idea. I mean, the tier 5s are really good if you can get them, but you got to get them. You got to get the good luck. At least now it's a little bit more consistent with Madstone. Last time it's like, please, I've killed like 8 camps. Where is the neutral? At least the Madstone now, it's like there's a set amount you have to kill, and then you will get it, which is, I think, better. I think it's better to be a little bit more consistent. The tier 5s are already chaotic enough, to then add on to the chaos of, am I going to get 3 from this one ancient camp, or am I going to get none in the next 3 minutes? Who knows, right? That's a little bit too much when it's that late into the game.
So when it comes to, like, in the past, like, you would always try and stack your camps right before the 60 minutes to get the bonus. That doesn't work anymore, right? Because you only get like 1 extra Madstone from stacked camps now. You don't get like a full camp's worth.
But so you still get some extra, right?
It's only 1, I think. Like 1 Madstone. Which is, it's either 1 or 0. I'd have to double check. You might actually, it's like, I'm thinking 1 just because I feel bad saying 0, but like, you really don't get extra.
I'm actually not sure on that now. Like you said, we don't see it as much, so I haven't been paying attention to it. As long as you get something, I would say it's still worth doing, just because any sooner you pick up the tier 5 is going to be pretty impactful. So even just 1 Madstone in a stack would be something. Especially because by the time, like, you're probably stacking like 57, 58, 59 at that time. You've already got your tier 4s for like 20 minutes at that point. It's not like you need Madstone at that point, so you can go ahead and start stacking, get that ready for the Madstone rush as soon as you hit 60 minutes. I'm a fan of that, at least. I will have to double check that mechanic though, because I'm not sure. Like you said, I listen, man. I don't get to do the stacks. I'm the support player who just randomly. I'm the one who's getting the random mad stones from the cores farm. I'm like, oh, I guess I have my tier 5 neutral now. Oh, cool, nice. Right? I don't pay attention to that. I guess I gotta start looking at it. I can start doing the stacks, steal them from my cores. How do you think they'll feel about that?
They definitely won't mind. They're not going to drop their items and ping you and potentially break them, or like right click follow you around the map and wait for you to eventually tilt out of existence. That's definitely not something that well-adjusted carry players do.
Oh no, and well-adjusted
Never
people
seen
are
it.
drawn to the carry role as we all know.
What are you trying to say about me, huh? What are you saying?
I'm just saying that Valve has to put in implements to force you to share resources with me. Random RNG on the shard and the mad stones. Else, do you remember when neutrals first came out? Do you know what core players did? They said,
Yes.
I'm going to carry 4 neutral items, and
Yes.
you're not going to have any. What do you think that says about you?
Yeah, it was that was interesting. And then there was always just that time frame where like someone would grief the game by just putting all the neutral items in their backpack because they were upset about something that happened. They're like, "Oh, you took my ward," or something, or like,
Did you just look
got
at me
my-
funny?
Yeah, it's just like, oh, I guess I'm gonna take all your neutral items. And then there was the blocking allied camps before you could deny your own sentries. That was a classic.
Yeah.
Dude, there's been some real. I'll be honest. The spite of Dota players have invented some very interesting mechanics. They are when
There's
people
no
get
limit
angry in
to
this game,
spite.
they find new ways to grief that I never thought would be possible.
Yeah, I mean, couriers everyone having their own courier was a very good change. I miss the tactical value of one courier and the decision making that had to go around it, but the unlimited spite for griefing one courier was unlimited back then. Not only could you hog the courier or get it killed, but it's like, oh, you wouldn't even say anything. I mean, I would not. I have never done this, guys, for the record. But someone spiteful, just secretly, I'm going to drop your refresher in the trees, and you're never going to know. You'll never know where it is. And you're like, what happened to my item? It's gone. You're scrolling through the map looking for like that tiny box on the screen, like, where is my item? Even though the map was
I
smaller.
could have sworn I bought this.
Yeah, it's like it's just hidden in the most random spot. Yeah, that was...
Yeah.
Spite has no limits.
It really is. It is a powerful driving force between the amount of losses in Dota that people experience. Speaking of losses, I might have some bad news for Veritas Brothers fans out there. I believe they have forfeited the series. Not even just game one. I think they have forfeited the full series as one of their players is unavailable. And so as a result, they are only fielding a 4-man roster, which is not allowed. So from that, Sustancia X, congratulations. They're going to move on to the next round of the quarterfinals, and Veritas Brothers will be eliminated.
Someone dropped that player off in the trees with a courier, and no one could find it.
That's the great transition, Zach. Very, very well done. We'll find him eventually, guys, and maybe in the next game. But for now, we will be going to a break where we'll be kind of coming back with our next series, which is supposed to be Heroic versus Infamous Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. So we will give you an idea soon in terms of how long of a break that's going to be, because we've got to rally the players. It is a follow-by schedule, so it shouldn't be too long. So stay tuned, everybody, for more here on the South American TI Qualifiers. We'll see you after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the TI Qualifiers of South America. Now, I know we've had a little bit of a weird day getting to this point, but we're back on track, finally. We're going to have our next series ready to go. We have all 10 players. There's going to be no disruptions, I am sure, as it will be Infamous taking on the side of Heroic. Zach, you excited for this one?
Yeah, this is going to be a great series to get us back on track. Heroic, haven't gotten to see them play yet, but I think everyone's going to be pretty familiar with them. They've been arguably the strongest team in the region, but not untouchable. Other teams do beat them every now and then to qualify. For example, Edge has beat them in the last few qualifiers. So I know Heroic, this is not one they're going to want to lose out on, right? Getting to TI is a huge achievement for the year, essentially, for any team. So I'm positive they've been training hard to bounce back from those previous losses. Infamous would also love to get to TI, though. So they're going to be bringing their best.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is the tournament to play for, so we'll see what they do. I think when it comes to the drafts, we'll probably see a lot more straightforward stuff from Heroic, stuff that we've seen in the past. Now, one thing to note, they do have Yuma on carry, who is a known Meepo specialist, and that is something that I would not be surprised if they do pull out of the woodwork every once in a while in these qualifiers, just seeing like, if it ends up being a good Meepo game. There's no reason not to pick it. I mean, the hero's just been getting slight buffs. Like it lost one armor, but it got a little bit more stats from the Divided We Stand, which I think a lot of people kind of prefer on the more Meepo.
Yeah, I think Satanic on Paravision showed off some Meepo carry and that it could work. Of course, there's more to their success than just him playing Meepo, but I know Yuma loving Meepo, he's going to look at that and be like, guys, look, totally works. It totally works. We can do it. And I think Heroic is going to be willing to do it. Like you said, maybe more standard. I think of the South American teams, they follow the Western meta, like Western Europe, the most, but they have a lot of unique, maybe not unique, but they play a lot of cheese heroes between all the core roles. So it's not just like, oh, this guy's a Viper specialist, be careful of Viper. It's like, okay, might get Vipered, might get Huskard, might get Timbered, might get Brooded, might get like Meepoed. Like you just go down the list and they have one of the biggest cheese hero pools out there. So it'll be very standard but flexible into that last pick. And then you go, which would be the worst? Which cheese do I not want to deal with and have to be banned? They might still go standard in the end. And that's the tricky thing about playing Heroic, is that they have this wide range of options to get that draft advantage. And even when they don't, I mean, they're a formidable team with just a regular old draft.
And not to mention you have KJ, who is a great Nature's Prophet and Chen player, both of which are really good in the support position right now. So I feel like if either of those slip through, you might be having to deal with those. It's just the territory that comes with having a lot of experience on your belt with these players and this team having been playing together for as long as they have, just kind of gives them a little bit of a advantage typically. Now, Infamous, they did win their first series, right? They get the 2-1 over Sustancia X, which was a good series, but there was definitely some cracks in those games. It was one of those things that like we were wondering, if they would actually be able to, close it out easily, but Sustancia put up a good fight, especially like that game one. It was really just the Undying that made things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and I think the game they lost, we weren't so sure on the Sand King that they had picked, a hero that has recently been nerfed a lot. Some strengths to it still that it offers, like the Epicenter, but you get nerfed enough times. At some point, you do stop becoming a meta and possibly even a good hero. It seems like they wanted to try it. It was having some success, but maybe not as much as it needed to, and ultimately lost. They went with, like in game one, a more standard draft worked well. Game three, more, I want to say more standard, but it was actually a little funny. Like there was like a sniper Marcy in there, but they just played really well. and really dominated that game 3. So I don't know if it's still testing the waters a little bit about what heroes work or not, but it did seem like they were finding their form going into that game 3. Hopefully it carries over here into Heroic, because I do think Heroic is going to be a step up over Sustancia in terms of difficulty. If you wanna prove you could stand on the international stage, you're first gonna have to beat Heroic along your journey to the finals in this qualifier.
You also gotta like you mentioned, some of the interesting picks here in game 3 of that previous series. I really liked the Marcy specifically. Slayton played it incredibly well. So I think that's going to be a hero I want to see them try and run again, just because it seems like it fits his play style, or it fits the team's play style. I'm not sure exactly, why that was the case, but they played a really good game off the back of that. And so I would like to see than doing something similar in it doesn't have to be game 1, but at least at some point in this series, right? Like if you don't have the best draft in game 1, maybe kind of go back to what was successful in your previous series. Not the easiest thing to do though against Heroic, because they do typically have very strong lane performances.
Yeah, and I'm taking a sneak peek at the picks that the teams are going for, not like the draft. But Infamous has gone for first pick, which I think a lot of teams still like to go for. Last patch, we had some very broken heroes that you wanted first pick for. I think we're getting into a better spot right now, but still some strong heroes. However, I don't think Heroic's going to mind. Like I said, second pick is actually quite good for this team, because that is what allows you to see the full lineup from your opponents and go, yes, this is the strongest cheese pick that we want to go for, if there is one that they're going to do. So I think both teams getting something out of that, and we'll see if we'll see who's right. Only one team is right about that kind of situation, about whether you should have taken first pick or not.
The other team, of course, will be left.
Yes, left indeed. Gyro banned out here. That is one that Heroic likes to pick, because it can just be a carry, but the flex onto support Gyro, KJ really liked it. Even when other teams stopped doing it, he still really enjoyed the support Gyro. One of those heroes that, again, opens up that option to just leave it vague and then cheese them at the end.
10 seconds.
Well,
I'm sorry, they banned themselves. I missed. I looked at that the wrong way.
I was gonna say, wait a minute. But I do know what you mean though. Like I think in general we've seen Gyrocopter be a very popular hero from South America, not only in the support role, but we've seen it a lot in the cores the last few series. Now, as for the other bands, we see the Ursa, the Darkseer. We're going to see the Beastmaster TA, and now the Undying band. So this does mean Ancient Apparition, Oracle, Omni Knight, Nature's Prophet. Like, there's a lot of stuff still in the pool that we have been seeing priority banned in Phase 1. And I think Heroic is going to be very happy to take the Nature's Prophet if it is not picked right now by Infamous.
And you mentioned the Natures and the Chen for KJ. Actually, I remember him playing a good amount of Undying as well. So yeah. It's tough to decide what you're going to give over. For now, it's going to be that Ancient Apparition that got a little nerfed in 7.39, but still does a lot of the same stuff. So many teams still going with it. I'm interested to see if, as time goes on, people still stick to it, or it's just one of those things that it didn't get nerfed that hard. So as you try to figure out the new best heroes, you're like, this is good enough. We'll keep playing with it since we've practiced it. But over time, maybe you realize, yeah, it's not the same. We're going to go for other things, like the Shadow Shaman, who he just keeps getting more and more popular. I think teams are realizing his laning stage is, it used to be kind of his weak point because he was so short-ranged, that your ult was good, the lockdown was good, but you had to get through that laning stage. But it's better than it used to be, especially with Chicken Fingers. It's making your trades a lot better, because sometimes you just hex them, but also kind of surprises the enemy. Like, am I just being hexed to miss last hits, or is he actually going to chain stun me for 5 seconds now by throwing out all the spells? That sets up some kill potential. No matter what lane it goes into, 4 or 5, it is flexible.
They do get rid of the Nature's Prophet Clockwork, so these are very much KJ heroes. I mean, Schofield also plays the Clockwork because they don't really know where the Shadow Shaman's going yet. This hero does get played often in the 4 or the 5.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll see. They have plenty of time to kind of figure out what they want to do with their next pick here in phase 2. Their bans, though, pretty much all carries right now, and they do get rid of the Shadow Fiend. Now, this was something that they played on Infamous the other day, just yesterday, actually. They picked this in game number 1 up against Estancia. He looked pretty good on it. The Kaya Yasha Rush had a lot of success.
10 seconds remaining.
If you want to reveal both supports right away, Tusk is still in the pool, and he's pretty good. I feel like that's a Schofield classic. Not that they... You could still swap that around, 5 and 4 for both heroes, but that is something Schofield has played a lot in the past. Not bad versus the Ancient Apparition because of the snowball saves, getting you out of cold feet, potentially dodging the Ice Blast, or at least buying you some time away from the enemy team when they're trying to burst you. Go for someone who's just going to build Pipe naturally. It's always nice to have Pipe and Glimmer Cape versus an Ancient Apparition who's going to amp the magic damage with his Ice Vortex, but also the Ice Blast. You can't heal, but if you can apply barriers, that's a good way to try to keep heroes alive. Any natural builders towards that could be good.
They're really waiting. Some big smiles out of Whisper there. He's like, come on, dude, just pick the Timber Saw. It'll be really funny.
Into AA, are you serious? Like, yeah, that's what makes it funny. Dude,
that's what makes it funny.
Dire team pick.
There's
Okay,
the Tusk.
we'll go for the Tusk. Okay.
It's a safe opener.
So,
Sets you up with a lot of different things, and this support duo is very active on its own, so if you want more passive carries, that you can get away with that. If you have like supports that can't do much, you have to have active heroes, which limits you a little bit in your options going forward.
Okay, there's the Pango. So, pretty safe pick into the Tiny follow-up. All right, so this is likely... there are 2 flex picks that they're gonna like kind of protect until last phase. They'll grab their second support, I would imagine, at the 18th pick, unless they really want to move this Tiny to a 4 position, but we don't really see that very often. I really like the Pango Tiny combo, but I do keep coming back to the idea that I don't feel like Tiny is as strong as it used to be. And there's the Timber Saw, man. I knew it was coming.
It's very good versus these 2 cores, Tiny and Pango, whichever one ends up laning versus it. Which you can move it around, right? If this is Timber offlane for Whisper, that is a classic combo player hero right there. But if it lane against the Tiny carry, you would do very well. Now getting a Kunkka, very bulky lanes here.
A very big boy draft. And the thing is like you always have to Tusk Snowball, and once you have Blink, it's going to be very difficult for your Ancient Apparitions Ice Blast to secure the kills. So you need some hard lockdown at this point.
5 seconds.
Because I think with like Tiny Pango, they're not going to have good lanes. Chances are this is it's either mid and off lane or safe lane mid lane, and both Kunkka and Timbersaw will just go to their lanes and win them. So I'm not super confident in the lanes for Infamous now. And I don't know if you can pick, like a support isn't really going to salvage this, because the support's not going to either of these 2 lanes most likely.
Ringmaster got nerfed, but I still think he's very good versus Shadow Shaman and good with the Ancient Apparition. He does have some percent HP damage on the dagger, which, like you said, he's probably not going to win the lane on his own, but could definitely help you get through it despite the nerfs. Maybe I want to say Bat Rider, but Snowball is really good versus Lasso. So even though the lane would go well, later on it's not so strong. Maybe Dark Willow could be okay. The Brambles and Control are very good versus Tusk and Timber. No instant disables, though, to prevent or to stop the shackles, which can be a bit of a pain. The Weaver. We saw this earlier today. the position 4 Weaver that ended up like the highest level in the game, I think.
So
you could do position 4 Weaver. Could be position 4 Tiny as well, though. So there is the flexibility going into the final phase.
I'm not super sold on the Weaver this game. Like if it is support, the Hive Mind doesn't seem like it's going to be great here because I mean, these heroes all have pretty good attack speed and animation to just clean them up, and I don't think they're going to be threatened too much by the Weaver itself. Like, they're all pretty tanky. And on top of it, they all have a lot of burst damage, right? Like Timbersaw, Kunkka, and Tusk can very easily just pop a Weaver with a +1. So I feel like they're kind of setting this up to be the carry, like the one position Weaver with like an Ancient Apparition lane, but then that just feels super weak, and I think the Timbersaw might be able to exploit that if they do want to go like off lane Timber. So I'm not really 100% sure where this Weaver is going to go, but the Slardar ban makes me feel like this might be a carry Weaver.
I might agree with you as well on Heroic, because they banned the Rubik, which just Shadow Shaman alone already makes it a good Rubik game. So,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you can still go carry Kunkka and pick a new mid laner as well.
Though I kind of like the idea of a mid or off lane Kunkka who can get Orchid pretty quickly, because it's really good versus Weaver and the Pango.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to go Radiance, though, right? Like, I feel like most Kunkas are just going to go Blade Mail Radiance. It's just
if you
so
go
good.
Carry, definitely. But that's why I kind of want it to be mid or off lane so you can get the Orchid. I mean, if you get a different hero that has the control, then that's fine too, right?
True.
5 seconds remaining.
Who is available? Puck? I mean, you might have to lane into Tiny, which isn't fun, but Coil and Silence are really good versus Pango and Weaver, especially if this is a carry Weaver.
I mean, there's also just Bloodseeker.
That's pretty good too, actually. Maybe annoying versus the Ancient Apparition. Your heals might not come through, but the Rupture would be very strong.
Dire team pick.
Now, if you wanted to pick something that is like, well, never mind. I was say, if you wanted to pick something that's, well, interesting. Death Prophet, huh? So that is definitely going to be either support Weaver or support Tiny.
Death Prophet got some buffs. Her Q is stronger, level 1, and the Silence actually comes out faster now. The projectile speed went up. We've been seeing a lot of fighting in these qualifiers so far. Spirit Collector, you no longer need to have your ultimate to start collecting spirits in the early game. So if we have the kills per minute track,
really funny.
Like on average this game, like the first exorcism is gonna have like 8 spirits or something in it, which could be really strong. Maybe Death Prophet's the sleeper hero for South America.
I think you just pick Queen of Pain.
I wouldn't mind.
I don't know what they're gonna do. Oh, Drow. Whoa, this is a good Drow game. Okay, that is... I didn't really consider this hero because she has definitely fallen out of the meta for quite some time. But this is a pretty damn good Drow game.
Tell me why, Ricky.
So Death Prophet is mostly about like getting into the fight and sustaining. If you like, Death Prophet's not a hero that like builds an early BKB. You're gonna get things like the Sanj Kaya or Sanj Yasha, the Aghanim Scepter, the Yules, like things like that to tank up. And Drow can just gust you and just kite you for eternity. And she has enough damage to kill you even during Exorcism. It is going to be Slade and Tiny, so that's a support 4 position Tiny. So 0 armor hero playing into the Drow. And then you have Take Care, who's going to be taking the Pangolier into the off lane. So I don't think this lane is going to be able to really pressure this Drow Ranger at all. And you don't really have heroes that are great at getting on top of her. I think once she has her, there's 2 things you can do to deal with the Pango roll. You can either get the shard and then he just bonks into the Glacier once he gets close if he doesn't have shield crash, or you just build a BKB and you just kill people and then you still get Glacier. So the
kill
shard is
people.
insanely valued this game.
Yeah, it's looking good. Even if she doesn't have her shard, you got shards in another form from the Tusk who
Yeah.
can protect you. So I think Tusk this game is just on protection duty. Save Yuma, let him do the damage. I mean, you adjust to the given fight, of course, but if that's all he plays for, I think it'll be fine. Like you said, looks like a strong lane, double slows, a little ice lane over there versus Pango, he's got mobility, so I don't think Pango will die, but will he farm very well in that lane? Sladen maybe just starts boots, just creep drag, like straight away, just completely avoid your opponents, get through the lane. And after that, you will have the toss back, and that is something Drow hates dealing with. If you toss her into the Death Prophet, into the Carry Weaver, things like that, she just has to focus on escaping while she's being killed by all those heroes. So positioning will matter in this game, but the lanes do look pretty good for Heroic. And at that point, if you're ahead enough, it's like, go ahead and toss me in. You're just delivering me to do the damage. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let's do it. Let's jump into game number 1 here of Heroic versus Infamous, this upper bracket round 2. And I do feel like if you are Heroic, you should be pretty happy with your draft. You've got a lot of good team fight abilities. You got some solid counters to Infamous, and you have who's arguably the best carry in this game. Not like in Dota, but in this game, you have the Drow Ranger who should outscale anybody here. So I think their lanes and their scaling should be pretty solid. I do like the idea of putting the Timbersaw in mid versus the Death Prophet. You can just go some early points in their active armor, try and reduce some of the damage and sustain against the Death Prophet. And then Kunkka will be in the off lane against the Weaver, which that's actually going to be a winning lane for the Kunkka. Your Ancient Apparition is not going to be able to really offer enough damage, and Tidebringer will easily whittle down the low HP pool that is the Weaver.
Yeah, they were thinking about it for a little bit. Whisper and Analog didn't lock in their heroes for a while, probably discussing who would do best in each lane.
Yeah.
I like the Kunkka in the off lane because, for the reasons you said as well, but you actually, with the X and the Torrent, could kill the Weaver, right? Whereas otherwise it's Timbersaw who has to just chains in and Whirling Death, and as long as the Weaver avoids Schofield, like, it'd be really hard to lock him down to get the kill. But Kunkka being able to X gives you some options in how you initiate, and might actually be able to threaten the kill.
So, like we mentioned, in this lane, it's not going to be very easy for them to handle, so Sladen actually does the aggressive Sentry Ward placement under the tower to re-aggro the creeps and force it under the tower. This will give them better lane equilibrium for this lane. Now, it's a good strategy. We'll see if they can actually hold on to the lane, because that's a very important part as well. They need to make sure to maintain that equilibrium where it's at.
Yeah, this Sladen's doing all the tricks to avoid having to play the lane. KJ's no stranger to this, though. He's trying to grab the next creep wave to go meet the Tiny, but Pango's made it a little awkward, even against a ranged Knight, actually. So I think they're going to be okay with how things are going for Infamous, at least in this first couple waves.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna struggle with finding CS on this Pango for sure, but
you know, the last time we saw Take Care Mia play this Pango was versus Estancia X, and they Bloodseeker silencered him. So he had a miserable time in the lane, but still had impact later. It took him a while. He had to get to a Lotus, had to get a bunch of items. Schofield.
Oh, he needs that bug cleared. Foul play, but Sakuchi, that will be first blood. Cook gets it with the blood grenade. Going a little bit too far forward there on that Shadow Shaman. Was he still level 1?
He was level 2.
No, he was level 2.
Not the fastest attack speed to kill the Swarm at the start. And these are two long-ranged heroes in the Weaver and the Ancient Apparition, so they just whittled him down. Like I said, stepped up a little too far.
I feel like he got level 2 while he was being attacked there, and like didn't get to turn around with like shackles or anything, because, you know, how could he?
Could be the case. Kunkka is whittling down this Weaver, though. You just keep hitting him with Tidebringer, and Weaver does not have a huge health pool. Even though his armor's decent, like, just repeated Tidebringer will get you low enough over time.
I mean, it's also going to help when you're Tidebringing off of a creep that doesn't have a lot of armor, right? That cleave is a lot stronger.
I thought they changed it to where it does affect.
Does it? I mean, the damage doesn't feel like it does.
I think the armor is now, the armor of the people who are being splashed does come into play. Shackle. Torch? Hex? Is it enough?
Oh, they're going to be able to bait, maybe turn around here. The Swarm, it's doing a lot of work here to Whisper, and yeah, he's dead. JP with a nice bait gets the kill.
Level 1 Shackles, level 2 Shackles. Does some damage, but not quite enough. Maybe he's stuck around too long. He did cancel the
Ether Shock.
salve.
Oh my god. Dude, the foul play, my least favorite ability in all of Dota, nets Schofield a kill there, and before he dies as well.
That was, I'm not crazy, right? Weaver was salved, right? I think he was salving, ran in, and didn't expect the sentry, perhaps? Because actually, they have a sentry on the left side that is just barely out of range of heroic sentry, so he maybe thought it was safe to run in like that. Gets his salve canceled, and then blood grenade to cancel Cook's salve now.
Love it.
Yeah, that ultimately led to his death. Unlucky on that sentry placement for Weaver there. Take care, Mia. We looked away for a little bit, and he's still having a miserable time.
Yeah, Tusk should be able to clean this up, and does. And he obviously wants to give the kill over there to the Drow, but only so much you can do.
Tusk is a good hero to get early levels and early gold on, anyways. He can get a lot done with it. How's mid going? We kind of didn't look here too much. I don't expect either of these heroes to be able to kill each other. Even though Timbersaw can't use Timber Chain too well in the mid lane, anytime you're getting run down, you can get close enough to a tree to just get away, and that's how Death Prophet actually kills people, is running you down with the Spirit Siphon. So it's mostly just been a farm fest, as the last hits kind of show, but Death Prophet has gotten a lot of denies over the Timber.
Radiant are scanning.
Has Exorcism available.
Dire structures are fortified.
Due to the early fighting, she does have some spirits
Middle tower
available. 5 already. Gonna activate on the mid tower.
are fortified.
She's got the catapult, so it's fortified.
They're bringing
even
numbers,
a rotation
though.
from Schofield. Yeah, this is necessary to keep the tower alive.
I mean, they need to get this catapult, but Lala's gonna take a lot of damage from this. But yeah, I mean, this is like 70% already of this tower's HP as the catapult dies, and Lala will get the full reset here, of course. That being said, KJ actually trying to drag the wave away here, as it will be a kill against the Tusk, goes the way of the Death Prophet.
Does waste the rest of the exorcism time, though, so he dies, but keeps the mid tower alive. They might still try to pressure it to finish the job with just auto attacks. But now Schofield's turn to grab the creep wave, drag it to the side. All right, some next level defense there to keep this mid tower going.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh,
Kunkka
level 6
hit
out from
6
Whisper. Yeah, he should. Oh, off the mark with the Torrent. It was on cooldown, but Sakuchi, very long cooldown in these early levels. And Whisper will just run down the Weaver, get that solo kill, and push himself to basically level 7. Just one more creep. This is a very good start for the offlane Kunkka. Again, it's like this is just a winning lane for him into that Weaver, and there's not much that the Weaver can do about it. They did actually get some kills, right? But it's going to cost a lot. Nice toss back snowball. And going to pull the Drow to safety, but will try and just TP on out. Do they have the damage? They don't. KJ, great sacrifice play from himself.
Really well done. Exorcism is up in 10 seconds, though, so you got to bring some heroes down here if you want to keep this bottom tower alive, or force them mid. Threatening Slade in here.
Schofield, come on, bro. Mid attack wind up from Analog to get the kill. He's like, I'll just aftershock that. That's fine.
You never know. I couldn't risk him getting away.
Maybe it missed, you know. Maybe it was going to miss.
They might be rotating in, man. We can't hang around forever. Look, here they are.
Right.
It was worth it.
Schofield will die for his transgressions. Analog on his way top to try and push that tower. Bottom lane, they do find the Pango, but a nice TP out.
Everyone's just TPing out so far. Weaver can do the
This
same.
guy is so dead. Yeah, the Kunkka X boats normally, as we saw last time, wouldn't be enough damage, but you add an amplify damage Timber Saw into the mix. Weaver not notoriously tanky.
Kunkka's having such a good game. He was floating a bit of money, I think deciding what to do because he's been having such a good start and then got the Weaver kill, now a second Weaver kill. He decided to go straight for the Radiance, and he's already at 2,800 gold. Yeah, I mean, I think if he was having a worse time, you would consider Blade Mail first, maybe some other options, but when you're this rich, like the worst part about going for Radiance is the buildup and the fact that you're weak while you're doing it. But if you suddenly have so much gold from a couple kills, solo kills for the first one, and now the tower's down, right? This is going to be such a fast Radiance.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo than Whisper and Top Net Worth at 10 minutes.
Gunner Centaur at top net worth at 10 minutes.
True. Wow, that's a deep cut for the NA Dota fans. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a fun one.
I mean, Whisper, it's interesting. We have some offlane players nowadays who play like a carry style of offlane. I feel like Whisper does something similar, but without actually playing carry type offlaners of like, oh, I'm building damage, I'm farming. He just is top net worth, like
He's
incredibly farmed,
sure.
but with regular offlaners.
Look at this chase for the Tusk right now, by the way. He's just dragging waves, knowing that they want to push bottom, and he's like, it'd be a shame if your wave ran the other way instead, you know? Like, he
Schofield
saw
has
the
rubbed
Death
off on
Prophet.
him.
Yeah, he's just being an absolute nuisance. And the thing is, I was like, he might just shard block and TP, and I think he might just get away with this.
Oh, why TP, man? You just keep going. Wait for the next creep wave. Snowball out of here.
It's like, good. You guys having a fun time over here? You guys having a good time? Is this fun? You guys enjoying Dota 2 right now?
Because I'm enjoying Dota 2 right now. I shard
This
behind
is
him.
the most space made play I have seen in a long time.
Oh, dude, if he got on the other side of that shard, amazing. That's something I would expect
Meanwhile-
Schofield Tusk to be doing, not KJ, but
Yeah,
they've
right?
played together
I mean,
for so long.
dude, what if they have shared control on and they just swapped heroes for a moment? You know?
Hey, let me use Tusk. It's like, hey, why are you running me to the other side of the...
Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. So here's the thing. That whole play, as much as we're joking with it, they took mid tower, and bottom tower still lives because now Whisper's here. So it's unironically an incredibly good space-making play.
And you're just killing time. You could fight, but honestly, you want the Radiance to be done, right?
Yeah.
I was saying it's the weakness is when you're slowly building up. Sacred Relic's great and all, but it's not nearly as strong as the actual Radiance being finished. So delaying the game, doing funny creep drags like that. There you go, Radiance at
Done.
12 minutes. That's crazy.
Okay, we had some really fast item timings earlier. The fastest Blink Dagger on Mars, the fastest Divine Rapier on a Gyro. This has to be the fastest Rapier on a Kunkka.
Radiance.
Radiance,
Though-
yes, not Rapier.
he could
by
disassemble it.
51 seconds.
And if he uses it to farm for 2 minutes and then disassembles and buys a Demon Edge,
He
whoa.
could have the fastest rapier as well.
Dude,
You're right.
speed running new records here. All right, they do want to fight
Nice
now.
D-ward.
Now that the Radiance is done.
I've been
the
watching
ultimate
this
bait.
Kunkka go back and forth through the Twin Gate. He's
Dude.
like, I have those ancients are up, man. I kind of want to go kill those ancient creeps again.
This was next level. Okay, you start channeling the Twin Gate while the Observer's still alive. So Infamous is like, oh, we caught sight of the rotation. Okay, he's like, haha, I'm already back on the other side.
They just would not expect it.
This is
I mean,
how he
Infamous-
maintains top net worth.
They took that first tower in mid, or got it super low incredibly early, and they have been unable to transition into another objective since then. And a lot of it is the result of the Kunkka, but also just this Tusk creating an enormous amount of space. And then you have Timbersaw as well, a very tanky hero to try and get through. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, this is with the
Dude,
Death Prophet,
Schofield
right?
is level 8. What in the... He's almost level 9. What did he do? What has
That's why you
Schofield
had to
been
take
doing
that
this
kill
game?
in the mid lane, dude. This is why.
What in
Trying
the
to fight
world
this,
is this?
rotating in.
I mean, this Kunkka is just gonna boat this hero. He's dead. They're gonna look for more. Sladen nearly one shot by the Timbersaw. You'll be able to toss away the Kunkka, but the snowball in to close the gap. A Walrus Punch to find the kill. 2 quick picks here for Heroic. What? Okay. The biggest surprise out of this whole thing is the level 9 Shadow Shaman. I'm still mind flayed by this. I don't know how this is possible. I guess he's been sitting bottom or something. What's Drow been doing? I don't know. There needs to be a case study on this game afterward.
Drow's been farming up in the jungle, so Schofield's just been holding lanes, and he even pushed mid, right, to take that one earlier. So he's just gotten a lot of solo XP. He also made some stacks in the triangle, and I believe he was smoked up with Timbersaw, clearing out those stacks. So
Okay.
he's just been very, very XP efficient this game, which is great for a Shadow Shaman. Your levels, your abilities
are so
scale
strong.
really well with the levels, and because he's having such a good game, this Blink Dagger is pretty quick. For a support Shadow Shaman, he's already at 2,000 gold.
Radiant's middle
You are
tower
going to get the
is under
Orchid
attack.
you requested on the Kunkka. He is building
It's good.
it. It's very good this game. Yeah.
Now Weaver's going Deso this game. You might suspect an Orchid could come out, but by the time this Orchid is done, for how good of a game Kunkka's having, I think the Deso would have just finished, which means you then have to build a Dispel at that point. So you probably have like 5 minutes where you're weak to this Orchid and just can't show lest you get killed instantly by Kunkka. But it could also be the Shadow Shaman if you don't see him hexing, shackling you. Like, that's still an effective kill combo. So now there's 2 heroes you got to be really scared of. Drow, too, I suppose. Maybe Gusty from Fog of War in the trees or something.
Oh, I hear an X-Bone. They're going to be able to grab that Weaver like you mentioned. And that will be the completion of the Blink Dagger now for the Shadow Shaman.
Can he actually go Deso? I don't know if he can. The way
I don't know
this
if he
game's
can
going.
anymore either.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maelstrom would be a little cheaper.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm like looking at, I like completely, I was like looking at the Drow and I was like, what is even the other facet for this hero? And I totally forgot. Vantage point. What a
People
interesting.
thought that one was going to be better. And
It
actually
was
kinda
for a
did.
while.
Yeah, but now sidestep, any kind of mobility and movement always ends up being really good. Sidestep
Especially
maybe
on
not
that
being
type of
like,
hero.
yeah, sidestep not like, oh, I'm up and down cliffs kind of mobility, but just being able to dodge one more spell in the middle of a team fight or be a little bit more efficient in farming every single creep wave is...
Or chase,
it adds
even.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Drow is probably one of the most position-dependent heroes in Dota, so if you factor in, like, that little bit of movement, it makes a big deal. Yeah, I think they buffed it quite a few times, though, to make it actually good, though.
Top tower is under attack.
KJ?
Orchid's done, man. Or
He
could, he's
knows
got
that
the
there's a
money.
ward there. There's going to be a nice grab onto the Drow. Ice Blast does not connect, though, and Death Prophet Well, you're underneath the tower. There is an X boat to finish the job, and KJ, he will live just barely.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay, Whisper had a bunch of money, and I think he was deciding what to do. He was debating if it's worth throwing game 1 to get the new Divine Rapier record, but decided, you know, I'm going to win this game. Goes for a BKB first.
BKB?
I think I think he's unkillable with this, so I kind of get it. I think he's unkillable anyways. I would have loved to see the Orchid, but if Whisper says the play is BKB, you got to trust this guy. I mean, he's such a good offlaner, and usually has a great read on what he needs to have the best impact.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good game, and Schofield can just follow him around the map, or they just can be like relatively close to each other, and they will easily be able to kill pretty much any hero. You have so much lockdown between the two of them, and an enormous amount of damage, and that really shrinks the potential map for Infamous, right? Like it's gonna be really hard for them to actually like show in a lane. Right now, there's not a lot of wards up on the map. There's like one bottom that's giving some vision, but that's like about it. But now an Aghanim Scepter completed from Analog, and I don't think anyone's working on like a Yules or anything, so Analog's Ags should be pretty much uncontestable for a while. A smoke up from Heroic. They're gonna be able to walk down here. They find Lala the blink, but the X catches him just in time. The snowball is there. Here comes the Ice Blast. It's gonna connect, but the rest of the team has already left. However, Schofield will find Slayton, drops the wards into a shackle, and Analog will finish the job.
Dude, at any moment, if Whisper decides the game's secure, he could break the record. Just think about that. He's got the money. He might just float the money for the rest of the game at any point. Disassemble, finish Divine Rapier.
He could have had the fastest rapier in Dota, actually, if he had disassembled. Actually, if he just bought it, he could have actually just bought it straight out.
Technically, I think any pro willing to lose a game could have the record, but whether you win the game or not with the new world record Divine Rapier purchase is the main question. I thought, okay, when he went BKB, my one worry was that it gives more time for Weaver to finish finish his farming item, get to the dispel. He finished the BKB when Weaver wasn't even halfway done with a Deso. He's gonna finish the Orchid before the Deso is done, still at this rate. Like, this is insane how fast.
He went back for Dragonlance.
Like, how fast Whisper's farming, but then how rough of a game is Weaver's having.
It's a really nice Rolling Thunder. Ice Blast is gonna come through. It's gonna be able to connect, but it doesn't hit the Shadow Shaman. And well, Timbersaw's got an Aghanim Scepter, so that's gonna buy him a lot of space. Snowball will be able to survive for the moment, but Lala is in so deep. Yuma just finished his Aghanim Scepter, so the Hypothermia stacks are there, and nobody is escaping the hands of Heroic now.
Oh yeah, other heroes are in the game. You know, we've been talking about Whisper so much, but Trow has been quietly farming away. Timber, they're both in the top net worth spots with the Kunkka, a little behind maybe, but both very good heroes this game. Timber has a lot of burst damage in these fights near trees, which is everywhere on the map, especially around Tormentor. And Drow, like you said, the best carry this game goes for the Aghanim, so she already has Frost Arrows with the Hypothermia online,
it's so
which
good
is
this
really
game.
good. Yeah, Death Prophet specifically, but I mean, it's just good in general versus everything here.
Yeah. Up to 90% healing reduction from Hypothermia. Like, and it's not like she attacks slow. Like, she will get the 3rd, 4th, 5th stack of Hypothermia out very quickly if the Death Prophet is with all in range. You know, she does have, like, Blink Atos and is going for the Aghanim Scepter, but best case for Lala is you like blink on top of Drow with a BKB and pop Exorcism and pray that the Tusk is nowhere nearby.
I'm praying Whisper decides to go for the record. Do it. He's so farmed.
Yeah, Whisper is unbelievably farmed. This is kind of nuts.
I don't think he could die. How would you kill him? It would have to be everything. It would have to be Ice Blast, under exorcism, and then you just like throw all the stuns. Even if he were to die, I'm pretty sure the rest of the team cleans it up and then reclaims the Divine Rapier. Can you get the record? If Whisper broke the record, right, like 17-minute Divine Rapier dies, and then Drow picks it up, does Drow then get like second place fastest Rapier? Is that how this works?
No, I don't
4
think it
people
works
from the
that
same
way.
game all have the top 4 spots as you trade the Rapier.
I
around?
think it has to only go to the person who paid for it, you know? Otherwise...
Oh. Do we have 2 leaderboards for 3 leaderboards. Fastest purchase Divine, shortest period of holding the Divine before losing it, and then fastest stolen Rapier.
I see. Why not just throw a 4th, you know, leaderboard in there as well?
What would it be?
No, I don't know. Just make a 4th
Second
one.
Divine.
Yeah, I mean, this Drow's itemization is pretty much on point. Not a whole lot you can do. She's not the fastest farming carry, which is what makes her kind of a more of a niche pick. Like, she's not the best in a lot of games, but in a game like this where you have Hurricane Pike and an Ags, you are level 16. Your level 18 timing is absolutely terrifying. And unless you're getting like tossed out of position into an Ice Blast, I don't feel like this Drow is going to have too many problems this game. Arcane Rune's going to spawn bottom. I'm going to try and grab it on the Weaver here. Dude, is Analog just going to go in?
Deso.
Oh, okay.
You gotta start finding some kills on the side of Infamous. I don't know how. You gotta find some pickoffs, I guess, though Heroic currently grouped up looking for a big fight, which at this point will secure them some major objectives. Either Roshan or, I mean, tier 2 straight to tier 3 is doable for a Drow that's this farmed.
Oh, man. Cook. He's cooked.
You need the Ice Blast. I think as soon as you lose Ancient Apparition, your ability to get return kills.
Yeah, they just go immediately to
decreases.
Roshan, right?
Yeah.
Like, you
they're
have
pinging
Serpent
it.
Wards. Is Schofield just going to solo it?
I don't think he even needs to use the wards. I mean, Drow and Timber can just do it. I don't
Yeah.
think they even. I think you just save Serpent Wards.
Okay, they aren't going to go Roche, as it has to move to the top side of the map anyway.
Oh, that's true.
I think Whisper's holding his hand across. KJ here in the bottom lane to get the Vessel out. Lala's coming in. Oh, that is not ideal. Stuck inside the wards. Drow will get tossed, but the damage, it's done. Schofield will get the foul play proc, but will shatter here to the Ice Blast in just a second. And KJ, well, gonna get brought down here by Take Care. Just managed to finish the jogger with the Rolling Thunder. Gets another Spirit Vessel charge, and that might allow him get a little bit more work done here. For more on the backside, it will just be an X into the boat. Cook respawns back into the grave, basically. But Analog continuing the chase, trying to find this Pangolier, but will not connect quite yet.
You lose your Death Prophet, but I think you take that. Yeah, that's a gold gain for
Yeah.
Infamous there.
A lot of XP
They're pretty
too.
far behind, so even though you lose your mid hero, killing both supports at least gets you something. Got the first BKB at a Whisper too.
Oh boy, that is an X into the Torrent with an Orchid and Analog.
Damage.
Yeah, it is overwhelming the amount of damage they have. And now they will go for Roshan. Ice Blast is up. You're definitely not going to be able to contest this on the side of Infamous.
Maybe get to steal it. Send it. Ice Blast.
Yeah,
Do
it's
it.
on the way.
It's coming. It's not too bad. If they burst a little more. Oh, that's like half a second off.
Yeah, it was close.
All right, you got 3 tier 2s. You have to avoid the same tricks Heroic was doing earlier with the funny creep dragging. That's what Infamous has to do now.
Whisper's
Just
got
keep creep cutting. You probably have to sacrifice one lane as well. Like, I don't think you can even fight the first lane. You need BKB on Weaver, and that needs 1,000 gold. at least. A little more than that, actually.
Dire's top tower
Whisper is nearly 5,000 gold ahead of his own Drow Ranger. That is insane. Shackles here onto the Pango. He does have roll up into Rolling Thunder. Okay, yeah, they don't even manage to, they don't even need the roll up, but they do take down the Weaver, which is a far more important kill. Oh, that hurts.
He was mid time lapse animation when Timbersaw's reactive armor exploded and killed him. That
sucks.
That is sad.
Lala in trouble here. Does have a BKB, gonna be forced to use it. Now the question, oh my god, the cleave from the Kunkka. All right, BKB's down, top side, Pango, well, he got out the first time. I don't know if he's making it out of this one. That will be a Walrus Punch. There's his roll up to try and buy him a little bit of space, but the shards will lock him in. And it's just a matter of time. KJ really wants the last hit. Whisper just getting another solo kill somewhere else. That sounds about normal.
Dire's top tower
His own
is under
jungle.
attack.
18,000 gold lead
tier
now.
2.
Dire's structures are
Yeah, this is
Dire's
pretty tough to come back from. Like, if you had the late game draft, that's something to play for, but you mentioned earlier, Drow feels like the strongest hero in this game. And if you reposition her,
top tower is
then you might be able to get the kill. But at this point, you're so far behind, and she has Aegis, you
And
have to do it
BKB.
twice. Yeah, and the BKB. And the Hurricane Pike. Also, Blink saves from her support because they're so rich. It's so
Lala
difficult.
is in danger town here. Popped his BKB mid. They saw him on the bottom just for a moment. He walks right into the Timber Saw. You commit the BKB on the Timber for this, but it's worth it. The other thing to note is, like, it's so easy for Heroic to actually push high ground, right? Like, you have a Drow Ranger and a Shadow Shaman, like two heroes that can very simply just, you can drop wards and then just sit back and click the tower with the Drow, and it's not that easy to reposition her.
Yeah, you don't even have to take big risks. Timber's so tanky, he could just tank on the front as well. You know, play it extra safe. You even have X Mark. You just keep repeat casting that, let her walk up, hit it. There's still no Yules on anyone on Infamous. KJ position 5, 3v1 here, not dying instantly. I mean, that's just
my
that's
goodness.
where the game's at.
Nice rolling thunder there, though. They might still get him. He doesn't have much left in the tank. Gets for the Glimmer Cape, but they
got
almost
him.
get the Shadow Shaman as well. He will finally die. 2 heroes dead on the side of Heroic, but now comes the cores of Heroic, and you need to run. BKB is available here for JP. Gonna get caught from the X, pulled back. He actually BKB's too late. He's forced to time lapse now as well. Sakuchi in 1. The damage from the Drow. Nice dodge here for the second, but the chase continues, and they do manage to get the kill. Great call there from Whisper to just instantly pull back the X.
Got 2 supports though.
Yeah,
Pretty
you
work.
are correct.
Pretty
they
work.
did. Is that a question or a statement? I don't know.
It's a hope for Infamous.
Okay.
Because it's looking real bad for them. Drow's now going to finish the mid tier 2 while her team's cutting the bottom wave to get that in. Timber actually bursting Lala down to half.
He's trying real hard not
at
to
any point you
BKB.
can BKB and TP out. You might need to do it soon.
He is trying
Might be
so
too
hard.
late.
Well, with the tiniest damage, it's definitely damage, but Timbersaw also has BKB and Ags available, and he's going to try and find kill. No detection at the moment, but here comes Drow Ranger. Just a couple auto attacks, nearly takes down Cook. Ice Blast not going to connect. Oh, it does actually. She's going to have to BKB. Be careful. Lala will end up dying in the process, and she will TP to safety. That's a pretty good play there from Infamous. They get
Dire's top tower is under
the
attack.
Timbersaw for your Death Prophet. That's solid.
Yeah, I thought Death Prophet was hanging around too long, but ends up being a bait. Gets the rest of the team there with how long she survives. Dies in the end, but they kill Timbersaw first. That's definitely worth it. Anything that helps drag out the game a little bit, and the XP is gonna go your way, not just because you lived first, but I mean, they're so far ahead. Any kill's big, especially on the Timbersaw.
See, Whisper, if you had Divine, that would have probably just been a kill.
Dude, it actually would have been.
He's still going Divine, though.
Dude, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, he queued up
Do you think he disassembles
Daedalus
Radiance?
into Divine immediately. I don't think you disassemble Radiance. It's just too good of an item.
What does he replace then? His boots?
Wonder if he disassembles the Radiance into Divine Nullifier.
Dire's bottom tower.
Like maybe he wants to go for one of those two.
He has some time to think. Seems like he wants to save buyback first. Or he's
he
trying
wants
to
his level
convince his
25.
team. Trying to convince his team he can do this. Like, guys, can I buy Divine Rapier? Like, what? Why? Well, I heard talk of a record. I think it's too late, though. Though maybe there's a Kunkka-specific record. The global Divine Rapier leaderboard, it's missed. But the Kunkka leaderboard might have a shot.
I feel like there's you may have missed the Kunkka leaderboard at this point, you know?
Probably. Back when there was more right-click Kunkas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet one bought one sooner. I mean, the top spot maybe not, but it would still be really fast. Like a 30-minute Divine Rapier be on the leaderboard.
Ooh, Walrus Punch. I don't know where. On the way back side of the fight, they just completely isolate Lala. He's dead. Big managed to take down Cookie as well. He did manage to secure the Ice Blast, but you need to be careful. BKB now out from the Weaver. JP trying to just go toe-to-toe here with this Drow Ranger. He did get force-fed a Mango, or a Lotus there from the Tusk, just to try and help him survive, and it works. Weaver, Sakuchi's down to the low ground. Bugs are out. KJ, he wants to get this kill. The dust is still there.
Yes,
He's going to go for the
available.
teleport, but they got the vision. There's the Walrus Punch. The damage in from Analog's going to be enough.
That's a team wipe. Drow's already headed mid. Doesn't have a lot of health, but you don't need any health when the enemy team is all dead. Might respect the AA coming up since Ice Blast is available. If he gets sniped, he actually would die. He's got the. Do you think he's gonna go full Divine Rapier, just all at once?
Under attack.
I hope so. I mean, at this point, it is getting later in the game, but like maybe you do disassemble the Radiance. I just don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what items you give up in your inventory, right, to fit this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess it would have
It's
to
like,
be the
yeah,
phase.
maybe you give up the boots and you just play around like Blink Dagger.
X blink in, hit the tower, back out.
Like Arcane Blink kind of sounds hype, to be honest. Yeah, he's disassembling. Sells it, buys his rapier. He's gonna keep it locked for the moment.
That's smart. Don't lose it right away. But when your team is grouped up and you're ready to use it, you'll reassemble. I bet they give him the Aegis now.
Probably.
Bounty.
120% Tidebringer cleave damage.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. He was waiting for the
With the
25 talent
Divine.
before going Divine.
So I'm just trying to. So how much is this? Cleave damage now 270.
Radiant
my God.
are scanning.
Plus, you have the bonus damage built into it. There's his Divine. So we're just casually walking around with 700 damage nearly on the Kunkka.
Are scanning.
And that will do a lot of cleave damage.
Okay. I think he actually can one-shot Ancient Apparition, right?
I mean, with certainty.
Who else can
It's-
one-shot?
That I mean, that is close to like 3,000 physical damage or something, right? If he crits,
If you crit, I think
it's
so.
probably more than 3,000 physical damage if he crits.
All right. Everyone else has at least 2,000 health, so I think they can survive one crit cleave. I don't think Ancient Apparition can. At least Ancient Apparition should be far enough back where you're not being hit by the cleave. Comes the Ice Blast off the roar, but they've already backed out.
Nice bait from Heroic. And with this, Infamous know that there's not much that they can do.
I just need to see... I need to see Whisper one-shot someone.
He waited all game for this.
This is all I ask for. He has a... Dude, he has enough money for a second Divine Rapier.
Just sell the Orchid. Do it. Who needs it at that point?
Yeah, you don't need to silence if they're just dead. That's what I'm saying. That's what he's probably saying to his team right now too, and they're like, please, Whisper, no, don't. I don't need to know the BKB. I'm gonna sell the BKB then.
Don't worry, guys. I'll give us some utility. I'll keep the Orchid.
The best
Heroic just gonna start walking into the enemy high ground. He just gets a quick hex here onto the Pangolier that will be able to force the roll up into the Rolling Thunder. They get the Kunkka. Yep, they just deleted the two heroes. The Cleave nearly one-shots the Pango, and now as they look for more, Kunkka will just TP out as the Exorcism comes through. Death Prophet not going to be as lucky, though. The damage from the Drow plus the help from that Tusk is going to be a little overwhelming. Triple kill now for Analog as they did buy back on the Tiny.
He's got 2 Divines. He sold the Orchid.
He did sell the Orchid. I love this.
You gotta give him the Aegis, right? Drop the boots or blink for Aegis. Or I guess BKB potentially as well.
God, it would be so funny if
Drow takes it.
Drow. Analog's just killing heroes at the enemy base. Manages to take down the Tiny. That will be a dieback as a result.
Please one-shot someone. I need to see this. He's queuing up a 3rd Divine. What's the record for 3 Divines? The fastest 3 Divines purchased.
I mean, this might be we're probably close to the record for 2 Divines purchased.
How often do you see someone buy 2 Divines pre-40 minutes?
I don't know if I ever have, personally. Outside of, I mean, like, Grief pub game, sure, but, like, pro match?
We saw the Tiny or the sniper meta, right, with Aghanim Scepter, where it used to apply attack damage, and you would just like buy Divines and sit back.
Yeah.
That might have been the only time.
When Arc Warden clones could also get benefits of it. You just sit in the fountain the whole game.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, I'm so glad that stuff is gone.
Whisper, waiting in the trees, please.
KJ's
Please.
pretending to be part of the Dire army there. He's like, guys, I'm a creep. Just come to the wave.
Wrong way, but I'm a creep. He's holding it here. This is the dude. That's the bait right there. They wanted someone to walk up to get Tusk so that Whisper would jump, cleave them. If Cook had walked up a little further, I think he would have been got if Kunkka got a crit.
God, that would have been so good.
I need it to work at least once, please.
Analog onto the high ground, and with the Hex, the burn damage,
That's not
Cook
the one
is
shot
gone
I
anyway.
wanted.
He will buy back, but that tower, the tier 3, it's falling, and quickly, especially now that the double catapult wave is coming. Fortification will clean up the melee creeps, but
Half of DP's health. I didn't even see if that was a crit or not.
I don't think it was. All right, Rolling Thunder here onto the Drow. What a shards. Now they will connect on the Ice Blast, but Tiny is dead. Analog just keeps one shot. Oh, there it is. You got it. Finally, the one shot onto the Ancient Apparition. Whisper gets the kill. Lala with a BKB, but the Drow does not care.
Can we get a replay of that?
Oh my God. We finally got it.
After that.
We waited. They
They waited too. They were like, oh, come on, guys. We got to stick it until he gets the one shot. It'll be funny.
Good
All right,
stuff.
well done to Heroic. The double Divine was a great fun, but I mean, they had the game secured much sooner than that.
Oh,
they had
yeah.
such a strong laning stage off of a pretty good draft, and it felt pretty quickly that they were in control. I'd say shortly after the laning stage, they were in the driver's seat, and shortly after that, it felt like it was near guaranteed win, which is why Whisper, he's like, yeah, it's Divine Rapier time. It's pretty in the bag, guys. And ends up in the bag.
I feel like we had this fight, which was actually pretty decent of an initiation here from Infamous. Schofield not getting hit on the Ice Blast was a little bit unfortunate, but this was the moment where like Drow just finished Aghanim Scepter, and you can see the hypothermia stacks just making it impossible for the Death Prophet to play the fight there. She's at 60% healing reduction, and so you're just not getting anything out of those life drains at all. And she can't run either, so very, very good itemization choice there from Yuma.
I hope they had time to get the one shot. That was like right at the end.
God, that was so good. Yeah.
A lot of this, to actually give some analysis, Heroic did a great job of playing to their timings, right? Like the mid lane Death Prop was doing pretty well. And she could have certainly set the tempo for her team. Drow doesn't start with an Axe, has to farm it up. Konka was having a great game, but didn't have his Radiance while he was going for that. So we saw a lot of great creep cutting from the supports, dragging things around on the enemy's half of the map, and just delaying it in the period when they were weak. Oh, please, it's got to be in here. Please.
It's coming here in a moment.
Delaying the game until the double Divine Rapier timing, of course.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Oh, that's beautiful. We love to see that. I can't, like, Whisper has zero expression doing this. Like, how is he not laughing? He's just like, yeah, just another day at the office. And just one-shotting enemy heroes, running around highest net worth.
He stopped smiling once we told him, he was like, oh, sorry, you missed the leaderboard. So, what? Man, like, what was the point of all this? He wasn't happy after that.
Yeah, I mean, incredible game from Heroic. Near flawless performance across the board. They finished the game with only 14 deaths, 12 of which are the supports, which is one of those things where you're just like, okay, perfect. Yeah, our supports did everything they needed to do. KJ sacrificed himself not once, but twice, at least for Yuma, to get him out of a rough situation. So great plays from him on the Tusk this game. And Yuma ends up being the only hero without a death in this game.
Yeah, he was given the space. He was gonna, even if Whisper and Analog didn't have such strong games, as long as Yuma got the farm, got to the Ags, he probably was gonna carry this. Got upstaged by Whisper this game because of how good of a lane he had into the Radiance, which he disassembled for the Divine Rapier. Like, that's how good of a game he had. Had the top damage at 35,000 just about. Just walk. I wonder how much was after the Divines, because I feel like he did most of his work before. Once he got Divines, he was playing it safer to just try to splash on people. I bet most of his damage was actually before the Divine Rapiers even came out.
It's definitely possible, right? Like the X-Boat combo, the early Torrent harassment in lane, and then, of course, Radiance definitely adds up. So pretty good stuff from him. But, yeah, this is, I don't want to say kind of an expected result, but it is kind of an expected result. I think a lot of people look at Heroic as one of the best teams in the region, if not even more so outside of South America. Like they have competed and shown that they are a very, very high skilled team, even on the global stage. So they grab themselves the game 1 victory here, and we'll see what happens as game 2 will be coming up here in just a moment. Infamous, maybe they adjust the draft. It's hard to say, but for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the South American TI qualifiers. Now, we are coming off of a pretty oppressive game from Heroic here against Infamous, as well, it was really a team effort, but it didn't seem like really any aspect of their game was lacking. Can you think of anything that they could improve on?
I'm having a tough time picking something out from that game. I'm sure there's some CS, maybe they missed in the laning stage. But for the most part, they handled the creep dragon pretty well. They weighted their timings. They knew, we didn't destroy certain heroes in lane, so we just need to wait out the Death Prophet, strong ultimates, wait for our abilities to come online. They really identified what they needed to do well and adjusted based on how the heroes were doing in the game. So I'd say really well done from Heroic, showcasing why they're such a strong team. I don't think most of the draft from Infamous was bad, but I will say there are two things that felt lacking. Is one, the Ancient Apparition is often picked for very quick plays. Like as soon as AA is 6, you're just like, it's up, go for a kill. Stun him, Ice Blast, boom. Wait, next kill, repeat. Didn't really see that. And they had a tiny 4 support, okay at setting it up, Pango offlane, but they both had bad games. So then both your playmakers were in the same lane who had a bad start, didn't really have anyone else to set up the Ice Blast. Then you have the Death Prophet, good start, tried to get the Exorcism going to take towers, and they did try. We saw them try, but that's where Heroic kind of outplayed them in that sense. We know exactly what you need to do. We're not going to let you do it. You don't have a creep wave to push this tower, right? That was really good on Heroic side, more than Infamous not playing to the Death Prophet strength, but by preventing that from happening, at that point, what does the draft have on Infamous, right? Like, how does Weaver have any space when nothing else is happening? So then they pressure Weaver, and we saw how late his items were because of that.
The fact that KJ dragged 2 creep waves from his tier 1 bottom to the actual gate of the high ground of the enemy team while being chased by 2 heroes, and it took them like an extra 30 seconds to kill him. Like that single play, it sounds so ridiculous, but it actually kept their bottom tower alive for like 5 extra minutes, and then they get mid tower in the process. It's like those types of things, like they know exactly what Infamous is trying to accomplish on the map, like you said, and they're just denying it completely.
Man, Whisper's, he's so calm all the time. I'd still be laughing about going 2 Divine Rapiers in the last game. He is calm as ever.
5 seconds.
Ready. He's thinking, what hero shall I go for the Divine Rapier next in game number 2?
Seconds.
What do you think he's thinking about?
5 seconds remaining.
Wraith King, maybe.
I think he's just like, you guys kind of pick whatever you want. I'll handle it, like no big deal.
I mean, what do you adjust from the last game? I would say having, for Infamous, because they're the ones who would need to adjust more, right? I'd say having both playmakers be together in the off lane is a bit of a risk, because the off lane, unless you're picking later, so you know your matchup's good, but in this case it was Pango, not really. We think of Pango as a fairly flexible laner and can't be completely shut down in most cases, but not a strong laner. You don't pick Pango thing like, yeah, we're definitely gonna win the off lane. So if he's critical to making Ancient Apparition pay off, that feels like a little bit of a mismatch. We're gonna see the Bristleback. I don't think I've seen Divine Rapier Bristleback in a while, but that could work for Whisper if he wants to.
We see a Bristleback picked up quite often as an overall first pick. Mostly because it's flexible, right? Like you can move this around to different lanes. it has seen a lot of success, kind of regardless of its role. So I'm not surprised we still see it picked early, but I'm really excited to see what Heroic is going to pair it with. And Infamous is going to go back for the Weaver. Now, this is actually a much better Weaver pick already, considering the heroes, right? I think when we saw it last time, it was picked. You already had to kind of worry about the supports having a lot of lockdown, but this time Bristleback, not a lot of lockdown, heavy damage, but not a great hero at chasing the Weaver.
Heroics turn to battle.
Hope to see the Undying come out this game.
Radiant team.
Maybe that's the kind of pick Infamous needs if they struggle in the laning stage. If you can get a good Undying matchup, that could be nice. Bristleback, likely to be in one of the side lanes where you could stick the young. We do see some mid Bristlebacks every now and then, though I don't know if I've seen Analog do that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Man, they do ban the Shadow Fiend again, huh?
Heroic doesn't have to change much about their game plan. And
Yeah.
if banning out the Shadow Fiend worked in the first game, why not do it again? They actually banned out the Timbersaw themselves, just because that is very good into the Bristleback.
Yeah.
Shadow
Makes
Shaman
sense.
still... Oh, I'm sorry. Shadow Shaman banned out earlier, of course.
Ooh, they get their Bat Rider. Okay. That's fun. I wonder if they're going to look for the Darkseer on Infamous now. Because the Bat Rider Darkseer lane has been pretty common.
I think if you can know this is an off-lane Bristleback, it becomes a little bit better. If this is Carry Bristle doesn't care as much about the wall. You're like a spell spamming type of carry when you play position 1 Bristleback, which Darkseer... I mean, you could still do it, but ideally your Illusion is a more stat-based carry. They're going to get the Rubik on Heroic. Lasso Steal is great. Shikuchi Steal is great. So already a solid
10
Rubik game.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I don't mind Tusk. Tusk is still good versus the Bat Rider.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh, Bane's also kind of good versus that. Lots of lockdown for the Weaver if it ends up being Weaver carry again, which kind of seems like it because you don't usually do position 5 Weaver support, and Bat Rider is a better position 4 right now. You can do position 5 Bat Rider though, and potentially you could do a core Bat Rider with Arsonist. So maybe the Weaver 4 flex is still available. I kind of feel like I want to see that now with like Bane and Rubik. It's gonna make Carry Weaver's life a bit annoying.
I'm really interested to see how this Rubik is going to do because this hero it's definitely struggled for the most part. Like its lane is not that strong. And I think that's why we haven't really seen the hero pop up too much in the meta. Now, it's great at stealing certain spells and having some good teamfight impact, but comparing it to like some of the other heroes in the meta, it's kind of why it just it's been a little bit weak. Like Rubik's ultimate can be good, but sometimes you're just not stealing the most impactful spells and you're kind of just being annoying, which is not enough.
10 seconds.
It has been getting a little bit more popular though, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's been slowly being buffed. And recently, Telekinesis went down another second, which is kind of nice versus a hero like Weaver. People you want to interrupt, have it up a little bit more often. And then you used to have to, it doesn't matter that much this game, but some people could toggle certain abilities and you wouldn't be able to steal from them. That's been changed. That no longer works. I don't think that worked against Geminate Attack, or like Geminate Attack could be toggled to prevent that steal. It doesn't really matter in this case anyway, since Shikuchi is so easy to steal at any given moment.
Yeah.
I
mean, stealing
the
one Swarm is not bad
nice
either.
Yeah, Swarm and Fade Bolt, not Fade Bolt, Shikuchi, both really good. The Snowball save is nice for the Fiend's Grip. If someone gets gripped, you can just save them for a little bit. Tusk Dawnbreaker, also a strong lane combo. Though I wonder if that's going to be the case. I feel it's actually Bat Rider and Dawnbreaker might be better, and then Tusk versus Weaver. But I suppose you can see the other core picks first. Infamous does have last pick this time. They're trying to be careful about who they pick in case this is a mid Bat Rider.
Turn to battle.
Thinking it through. They go for the Morphling. So Morphling carry, not easily killed by the Dawnbreaker, since usually you need someone who can interrupt the combo from Dawnbreaker, but in Morphling's case, you can actually just waveform away while she starts that up. And they don't really have easy stuns in the early game to lock down the Morphling. Later on, they'll have Lasso, but that's actually the best thing they have. Like, Snowball, Punch, and Starbreaker are not the easiest stuns to land on a Morphling.
I just don't even really think Morphling is that good of a hero, is my thing, right? I think people keep going back to it because it's been in the meta pretty much for like 5 years straight and is one of the best carries, and it's just not going anywhere. I think they have nerfed it enough to where maybe it's not worth picking this hero so often, but then teams just keep doing it. Now, I don't think we've seen it win a game, is the thing. So we'll see if that changes here. I know Yuma loves this hero. He's very good at it. I just have to wonder if there was just a better pick that's more reliable. I mean, there's like Terrorblade is in the pool. I feel like it's a decent Terrorblade game.
It's a little annoying into the Bat Rider, though, and there's so much magic damage for a low health hero pool like Terrorblade. Yeah. Though I generally do agree, Morphling has been getting nerfed a lot. Might be a bit of limit testing. You win game 1. This is still the upper bracket as well, so maybe it's one thing to play Morphling in pubs and scrims, but to actually bring him into the official matches, this could be where Heroic also wants to see, like, how good is the Morphling still. And I can see some of its strengths. Old Morphling, I think, would be fine, right? Like, in this situation, we'd be like, yeah, good Morphling pick. So, I think Heroic's trying to see if that's still the case. Both teams likely looking for a mid laner, unless you want to do the mid Bat Rider.
10 seconds remaining.
An Infamous ban
I think the
out.
Doom ban was really smart. That is probably the best thing they could have done, just because like you could still go mid Doom. Like I don't think that would necessarily be like a bad thing, and the Doom for the game is really solid. But I agree. I think you should just ban out some like typical mid hero that you're maybe a little bit worried about. I don't even think Tiny is that bad of a ban, even though again, similar idea where the hero has been struggling a lot. They will take the Death Prophet. That's toxic, actually. Holy crap.
Let me show you how it's done. They go the Death Prophet. I mean, I kind of like it when teams do that. I think it's kind of cool.
That's
the silence
very
is pretty
funny.
good this game. The Weaver, Tusk, hate being silenced. Dawnbreaker, at least in the early game before the BKBs come out, stuff like that. Annoying for them, especially when their stuns are already kind of lacking. You did need a mid hero who... I would prefer a mid hero who has a bit more catch for Infamous to get the Morphling. And not Dawnbreaker. Death Prophet, gonna be pretty good versus many of those types of heroes.
I'm on the Queen of Pain train again. I feel like it's a pretty solid pick. It should win the Death Prophet lane. It gives you some burst and pure damage for the Morphling. And I think you, instead of going Masochist, I think you go the other. I think.
Choose your hero.
I'm sorry,
Mid
what?
Bat Rider.
Is this mid Bat Rider? They are going to do it for Lala. It has to, right? I guess mid Bat Rider is actually pretty good against Death Prophet. Like, you can never get close to this hero. I am curious if he will actually run Stoked or not, because I have seen nobody take this facet. I think some people tried it initially and then realized that they were killing themselves every single time they pressed Firefly. So
I think Stoked has been working for support Bat Rider. But I think in a core role, Arsonist sounds
It's so good.
sounds better, and he currently has it hovered. I hope he sticks with it.
Okay. He had stoked initially, so he switched. Arsonist is insanely strong. The main reason being is once you're at a point in the game where you kind of have like the ability to start pushing towers and going high ground, you can just buy the shard at that point, and you just kill buildings. The other thing too is like the flame break applies sticky napalm, also works on towers, so you can instantly put 7 sticky napalm charges on a tower in like a half second, and you're doing like 600 damage in auto attack. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good at pushing towers. Whether or not he does it, we'll see, but I'm a big fan of Batrider right now. I think he's a lot of fun to play. I'm not 100% sure how... Like, it should win the lane against Death Prophet. And the question is, how much should it win the lane?
Not a matchup we've seen in a long time, so I'm also interested to see how it'll go. I can see, like, you should be able to just knock anytime Death Prophet tries to Spirit Siphon run you down, you should just be able to flame break her away, and then once you build up enough napalm, I mean, that's where I don't know the exact math, but I actually don't know if she can Spirit Siphon enough health from you if you have enough napalm stacks on her. At that point, you're chasing her down. It might still buy enough time, though, since Batrider mid, usually the way you win the lane is a very heavy dive at the early levels, often level 2, sometimes a little later. And it's kind of a calculated science. If that dive works, you tend to win the rest of the lane. If it fails, you tend to drop off really hard. So we'll see which is the case. And if that's even still true, because the Arsonist facet... it's not like totally brand new, but this recent iteration is relatively new, so I'm not sure if that exact scaling still applies to mid Batrider. This is the first I've gotten to see since that patch.
I'm super excited. We get some fun heroes, so it's time to jump into game number 2 here. Infamous versus Heroic. Heroic with a really solid game number 1, looking to close this out 2-0. We get the support duo of the Rubik Bane, not something we see all that often. Running Frugal Filch for the Rubik this time. Fantastic. Allows him to spam a lot more abilities, which if you happen to get something like Sakuchi, that's what you really want, right? Basically a free spell at that point. Super low cooldown, constantly being able to spam it without really worrying about your mana. The Dark Willow, a hero that has been popping up quite a bit more, mostly because of the buff to her innate. This thing is insanely strong. Pixie Dust, basically, you gain so much HP regen and mana regen. It says when you're untargetable. This is during Shadow Realm, essentially, as well as some other, instances in the game. I had the Polywog amulet earlier on this hero. I played the game with it, and I would just pop the Shadow Realm, pop Polywog amulet at 50 regen a second. It's crazy how good it is.
A lot of regen. Rubik did go Frugal Filch. I kind of wish he'd take an Arcane Accumulation. If you steal Napalm, I bet you could get it massive.
That's sick.
I bet you could fill the whole screen with sticky Napalm.
We've actually seen people go the Arcane Accumulation specifically against heroes like Batrider, but I think, like I said, it's mostly because he wants to get the Sakuchi this game. Well, I mean, how do you catch the Rubik if he gets Sakuchi? What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's going to be really good. And frankly, Frugal Filch will be good for Sticky Napalm as well. You'll be able to cast it really cheaply. So they're doing a little bit of creep blocking. We saw this last time as well. And actually, there's a trial lane going on right now. I imagine KJ...
Oh, okay.
KJ will make his way top
Whisper
now.
had goo.
Whisper seems to like the Seeing Red facet more.
Yeah.
We don't see the nasal goo from him as much.
Analog, you need to be very careful. You got to let those stacks drop off. Sitting at 14, we'll finally get the reset there. But the level 2 from the Batrider, you go 1-1-0. You probably go 1 point Firefly at like 5, to be honest. You want to just get the max points into Napalm early, and then play around the knockback and damage from the Flame Break. Because Firefly, it's unnecessary. You don't even need to be close to the heroes to kill them as a Bat Rider. You just build up the napalm stacks, throw that flame break, get one auto attack between Smoldering Resin and the debuff from the flame break. You can kill a lot of heroes. So we'll probably see him just go that like 3-1-1. And then eventually that 5th point of Sticky Napalm is where this hero gets very scary.
Top side. Unfortunate pause there from their own team, just as Brambles gets thrown. And all the times at the pro level, if you walk into Bramble, it's because you didn't expect it to cast, but pause gave KJ plenty of time to realize what's happening and just change his angling. A little unfortunate. I don't think he would die anyways, though. Bane's pretty sturdy in the lane, especially with the Brain Sap.
Analog is finding decent CS mid, so I don't think he's too worried at the moment. But definitely gonna be scary as the Bat Rider gets more levels. Have to play a lot more patient.
Let's see if Weaver can have a better time this game, because he really struggled last game. But to then say, hey, you know what? First pick it, guys. that one was not good. Don't worry, game 2 will be way better. Like, that's confidence, and I like that. But I hope it pays off, because it really didn't have a lot of impact last game.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, and I think part of it was the heroes that we saw. Like, he was gonna have no lane into a Kunkka at all. Like, you just can't play Weaver into a Kunkka. Like, that lane's impossible. Cook used the shards to block another pull here, and this will just be first blood into the hands of Whisper. Oh boy, here we go again. Top net worth Whisper, 10 minutes. What do you think? Gonna happen? Yes or no?
Yes, but don't think
Okay.
Bristleback's a Divine Rapier builder, unfortunately. So probably not gonna see that. No records broken this game. Rubik
Do
pretty
you
good
think
at
he even
double
goes for an
stacking.
early Ags? Oh, there was some lag there. Yeah, I saw that as well. That looked like the whole server exploded for a second.
Just what I was waiting
A little bit of a
for.
pause. We'll see what happens.
Rubik's pretty good at double stacking, so I'm sure Whisper will be set up for a lot of success. Ags has been nerfed. I don't know if it's as necessary.
Uh-oh, Whisper. Uh-oh, Whisper. Gets some heals, but
gonna
isn't
close.
enough. They killed JP first. Oh, no. That's one of those things where if JP doesn't die first, he gets the Lotus and can probably feed it to the Weaver immediately, so he would live. Like, that is how close that play is. But now he is dead. He is going to have to walk back to... oh, no, he can TP again.
Yeah, won't miss too much except for the fact that, you know, you get killed first, which is always a bit of a pain. AJ,
Slated.
kind of close. Oh,
there.
support's playing it close. Can he find it for the hit?
Yeah,
One
he'll
more.
get it. I'd also like to point out that Sladen gained like an extra 40 to 50 health during that Shadow Realm. Thanks to that innate.
I'm glad it got buffed, dude, because
It was so bad previously.
it was not good. It was not good. And I know it went from 100 to 150%, so it's like, is that much
They
of a
might
buff?
nerf it.
I just think it's more relevant now. I don't even know if I think it's broken. Most people couldn't have even
You can
told
just play it around it.
No one could even tell you what the innate Dark Willow had. They just knew Throwing Shade and Bramble, like the Bramble Maze facet. Both of those facets were good. And they're like, do you know the innate? They're like, what innate? Like, no one even knew about it. It was so unnoticeable.
Whereas like now you can actually play around it as, you know, the hero, right? You can specifically use Shadow Realm just for regen if you think it's worth it, right? Whereas you know, previously you would never consider that. You'd be like, I'm not going to waste my mana on this. Are you kidding? For like 10, 15 extra HP? No way. But for 50, 60, maybe even more, like, definitely worth it. So I like it as well. I'm a big fan of the change.
Yeah. It also became cheaper to use in a way, if you think about it. It's like a discount on Shadow Realm if you're
Yeah, exactly.
gaining more mana regen.
Because it works. Does it work with stick? That one I
I
actually
don't think
know.
it should.
Because it's not considered regen.
Yeah, stick should be a flat heal, and the innate specifically says HP regen and mana regen, so it shouldn't work on the stick, but that wouldn't be the first time the tooltip was incorrect, so I would have to double check that.
There was like the changes to at the patch, right, for 7.39 regarding health restoration and health regeneration values, like being kind of bucketed into one instead of it like previously being split. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think that would affect it.
If it got caught in the bucket umbrella term change, then it would work on stick.
Yeah.
I think. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because that's heal amplification, not health restoration.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways,
Bottom
they killed
lane.
Bane.
Top lane, there is a battle between some water and a god, and I think eventually the water gives up.
Doesn't die, though.
Mid lane, they will get to analog. Oh, from downtown, and Lala, he's gonna keep looking for more. Sleepwalk pulls him up onto the high ground, but very nice kill from the Bat Rider using that Arcane Rune. 3 points in that Napalm, did go to 3-1-1. And that kill onto the Death Prophet is massive.
He's gonna try to steal the Wisdom Shrine off this. Nice sharp block. Ooh, okay, good telekinesis left to take him out. Otherwise, I think he would steal the shrine.
Yeah. Well, Cook gonna give up a kill here. Trying to go for a snowball to the camp, maybe aiming for a deny.
Help me, Centaur.
Wait, the Centaurs just ignored him. They're like, what do you want?
That's interesting. I'm surprised they didn't aggro at all. It must have something to do with being hit during the snowball.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a viable
like the damage
target.
before the hero.
Yeah. That's a weird case. I don't think he would have been denied anyways, but...
Oh, off the mark there with the Bramble. KJ will be just fine. Throws a brain sap back the other way.
I could use a brain swap.
Sign me up. I'd be able to do math finally.
Could learn to read.
Well, I can't read.
8-minute rune, denied. Haste is a big one to deny from a Bat Rider. I mean, that's pretty much a free kill before the blink. You just walk in. Mid Bat Riders actually may not even go blink with his Arsonist facet.
Okay, yeah, they're still gonna have plenty of damage there. Wow. All right, you take that. I didn't realize Slayton was on the top side.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to talk about this new Bat Rider Arsonist, actually. I mean, we've been talking about it, but in the past, even though you played mid Bat Rider, you still did a lot of the same, like, blink initiations, just faster. Often got, like, boots of travel to be around the map, farm up, and still participate. But now that your attacks apply Napalm, there's a right-click build that people have been experimenting with what exactly is the best one. Like, it used to be, like, Witchblade you would get and go for other stuff. It's got a Hurricane Pike queued up this game.
Yep.
I don't know if that's
It's so
partly due to some of the other heroes involved or just because you can get the guaranteed auto attacks as well as the extra attack range. But either way, besides the Hurricane Pike, expect to see him build more right-click items to work with the Arsonist.
It has been kind of the primary item people are rushing. Sometimes people are picking up Dragonlance first, but Dragonlance and just holding it and then going for like a Witchblade and then going back for the Hurricane Pike. But Hurricane Pike is pretty much first two items on this hero almost every time. Bottom lane, Whisper taking a lot of damage here. In comes the Dawnbreaker as well. They do manage to finish the job. JP will get the kill. A 1-for-1 with a 4-hero rotation. Overall, Infamous having a pretty good start to the game, though.
Yeah, it's at least better than last game. They were already down a couple thousand at this point. This time it feels a lot more playable, and I think Weaver seems like he can actually have a game this time. Yeah, like he's at the top of the net worth where he feels like we're gonna see him do stuff.
Whisper's top net worth of 10 minutes, by the way. He managed to make it happen once again. Manifested it into reality.
Like 1,000 gold less than the Kunkka, though. Maybe not 1,000, but I think maybe 500 less.
I think it's probably closer to 1,000.
You think
I
so?
think he was closer to 6K than he was to 5K last time he was on at 10 minutes. Whisper will go for the Blade Mail, has the chipped vest as well, so he's gonna have a great time farming. This will give him a lot of survivability. Just make it that much scarier for any of these heroes to try and contest the Bristleback. That Blade Mail will be done.
You know, I gotta say, one of the critiques I had for Infamous last game was that they weren't able to get the Death Prophet Exorcism really going, take these early fights. That is the same case for Heroic this game. Analog has not cast his ultimate yet. He's actually sitting at 11 ghosts because of that.
Spooky.
Yeah, I mean, when he uses it, it's gonna be good, but when is that going to be? Maybe they're waiting for the Blade Mail and the stat clearing on the Bristleback. Maybe that's the timing. But I feel like you can't be sitting on it this long.
Real talk, it only spawns 10 spirits at level 1. Does that mean he'll have 1 banked for the next time he press Exorcism?
I think you just
or
get
will
it
it
extra.
consume all 11? Or does
I
it
think-
actually just give him an 11 spirit?
I think you get an 11 spirit. Is that the play? You just don't use it the whole game?
Dude,
Then-
can you imagine? You just take a fight of 30 spirits. They get on top of Whisper. He gets the Blade Mail. That is a lot of return damage. They'll be forced to time lapse in. Dark Willow taking down that Bane as well. Schofield on their own. The Sakuchi just barely gets outside. Sakuchi again. He's making them work for it. And now with the rest of the team coming in, they're going to try and see if they can clean up the supports on the backside. Silence out from Analog. Yuma doing some damage here as well. There's going to be the Exorcism. They get the damage out, but the Fear will send Analog the opposite way, and Yuma is left alone here to try and fight this one up. Lala getting chased here by the spirits. His own teammates betraying him. Some of them are invisible, it looks like.
They better be invisible, otherwise he's being cheated. There's like 5 spirits. Where are they all?
I don't know.
I guess it's a bug for having more than... Because you're only supposed to have 10 at level 1. I assumed when you had more spirits, you would just get extra. That seems to have bugged. I hope they're here invisible. Otherwise, he got scammed.
That would be the most Skamaz ult of all time. You're like, I'm going to pop 10 spirits, and you get like 4 or 5.
Guess that's a lesson.
He
Don't
does
hold
have
it too
3
long.
left over now.
I think he got him, though, from the kills after he popped Exorcism.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying the closest attention. But
Maybe
I think
he
that's
had
what happened.
15 when he popped it, and in like the first 10 were invisible. All right, we're gonna have to do some theory crafting here. Otherwise, if it rounds over and creates an error, and then you only get what's over 10, then that feels giga
That's
bad.
Yeah. Uncommon to see that, though, because usually Exorcism happens a lot sooner and a lot more frequent, which I would still say is the bigger issue for them, is that they haven't been able to use it. But at least off of that fight, they actually reclaim a lot of the top net worth spots. Still a pretty close game, but they're at least taking a slight lead. And an Aghanims will be his item of choice for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, he's gonna go Ag, Sanj, and Yasha. This has been a slightly more popular build on the Death Prophet. It is a lot of health and survivability in a kind of uncommon way. Like, we typically think of things like the Yules, the BKB to try and tank up the Death Prophet. This is like the raw stat way of doing it. You get a little bit of status resistance, movement speed, health, and of course the Aghanim Scepter is some more survivability just from the spirits that are constantly going out. So I like this build. It's a greedy build because you're not playing super active early. You're mostly just farming.
Bristle is going for the Ag. I wasn't sure if he would still do it, but when you go Seeing Red, it is still one of the more common builds to do.
Man, this Rubik's having so much fun. He went immediately bottom to find the Weaver and steal Sakuchi, stole it, and he is just sitting here cutting every wave on cooldown. And there is nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, if you lock him down, you certainly have the damage to kill the Rubik, but you need to bring multiple heroes, and that doesn't really feel worth it to do versus a support Rubik. So for now, they're going to ignore him and go for the mid tower, which doesn't seem
good play.
Heroic is interested in defending.
they're bringing the bristle now. I mean, if you have the Dark Willow and the Tusk, you probably have enough CC to go for a play like that. Death Prophet's Aghanim Scepter, I think, just finished. They're going to find the Tusk on the bottom side. He signs the lasso, but Rafine's grip canceled by the Terrorize. Can they bring down this Batrider in time? They do, but the Death Prophet is enormous now. Tons of spirits being thrown out. They will TP out on the Willow, and they will use this to push down this mid tower right away. That is the level 2 exorcism as well. So this time we're not seeing any bug spirits. The whole party is here.
This is one of the downsides of the new Batrider Arsonist build, is that it is a lot of damage, but you do need time to attack and apply it. This case, he blink lassos. Yeah, we're gonna see here. Blink lassos the Batrider, but an immediate reaction by both supports locks him down. And although he starts to attack a little bit, in the end, they kill him first. And he really didn't get to apply that many napalm stacks. And he's a lot of the damage right now. So as he falls and you've kind of overplayed your hand, committed into the enemy tower, exorcism's going, you eventually just get cleaned up. And you thought you were taking the mid tower, but you end up losing your own mid tower.
Now you built yourself a 4,000 gold lead here as you even up the kill score nearly 12 to 11, and Heroic off. I mean, as this game goes on, I believe in their heroes to outscale them, especially with the build that this Death Prophet is going, because this build does a ton of damage in the late game. Upside, silence onto the Weaver, and he is dead. Analog gonna try and chase here for Cook. Nice shards, though, will block him off, and he will survive. Dude, the spirits constantly just hitting you and mini-slowing you is so annoying.
Yeah, you would think it should be less of an issue for Weaver, but if you get caught by the silence, you are kind of screwed.
Yeah. I'm curious if Analog is just gonna buy out like a Blink Dagger right now and play around the Blink, or if he wants to just go the Sanj and Yasha, which has been kind of the more common build with the Aghanim Scepter.
I would like to see him tank up a little bit more, but I suppose his team just... It's the supports who have to do a lot of the initiating, which works in the early game, but eventually does drop off. So you might be right. We're getting a Blink to silence people or just immediately get into the fight. Could give his team a little bit more to work with.
They're smoked up here on the bottom lane. Schofield has a Firefly. It's not the best ability, but they are looking for someone. Quick D-ward there from Cook, but Schofield with that Firefly actually makes it down to the low ground, and he's going to go right back up onto the high ground to get away from the Dawnbreaker. They get the lasso out from Lala, but he's cleaned up quickly. The Fiend script trying to hold down some of these heroes for now. JP should be able to finish the job, but the Enfeeble is making his life so difficult. Without the Death Prophet being here, it will just be a 2-for-1 trade. Overall, not bad for Infamous, but you do trade the Batrider for the 2.
It's another fight where the Batrider just not really able to be given the space to get his damage off, which is the downside of this draft, which is Dawnbreaker is not an initiator, right? At best, she counter-initiates, so she doesn't go in first. Tusk could maybe go in first, but doesn't have a blink yet. Dark Willow spells are iffy. So that forced Batrider to get the Blink Dagger rather than finish that Hurricane Pike you talked about. He did get the Dragonlance into the Blink, but it means when he is jumping in, he doesn't have time to build up the stacks. He's just dying. Maybe his team can get some kills, but it does feel like a little bit of a miss on what he wants to do with the Arsonist.
And now that you have Aegis into the hands of the Morphling, he will be picking up a Butterfly, and once that item is out, it's the immediate high ground push. So that's what they're going to basically try to time this with. The Butterfly Morphling timing is always really difficult for teams to address. And, well, Analog's queued up a Witchblade of all things, so a little bit greedier of a build. It's good damage, but maybe he wants the armor more so than things like status resistance and HP. Nope, he buys a Lotus instead. Okay. So he is really valuing armor here.
Yeah, I was thinking the Witchblade felt a little
I was not a fan of the Witchblade.
Yeah, it feels like Bristleback and Morphling are doing the same thing, you know, like they're going to be doing that type of damage. I like the Lotus a lot more, not only as a survivability tool for himself, but you can use it for your allies, especially if you are going for this Morphling butterfly timing, right? Sure, he's got the Aegis, but protect him with a few more things like a Lotus and let him do the damage. Sure, Exorcism's great for objectives, but you can save it for the team fight while the Morphling just right-clicks things down with his butterfly. As long as he is not instantly killed by something, such as a Blink Lasso, which is what the Lotus will help with.
Yeah. That's a really nice Nightmare play from KJ there. He sleepwalks him towards his team that's there, and then immediately runs past the hero to try and see if there's anybody else to like set up for a Fiend's Grip play. But there's not, so they just use that kill to set themselves up for a quick Tormentor. Now they will look to defend mid, immediately stolen Sakuchi. And the Rubik is super happy with that.
I do want to highlight the Lotus Orb was killed in transit, the full Lotus Orb. So that is 2 more minutes they have to wait before he picks up that Lotus, and the Aegis will be less than a minute at that point. So that might have killed some of the timing they were hoping to hit. You maybe can if you're really quick about it, but in the travel time of the Lotus, or the courier delivering the Lotus, I think you're gonna have like 10 seconds to push, which is maybe all you need. Like a Butterfly Morphling, pretty high damage. But...
Oh, Dawnbreaker. It's gonna pop that Blade Mail, but there's about to be a lot of quills coming out here from Whisper, instantly popping the Crimson Guard, but we'll see if they can actually keep him alive as they dive under the tower. Yuma with the Stolen Tusk. Snowball dodges the Starbreaker as all the Manta. This guy, he's just styling on him. They do get the lasso here onto the Rubik, but Eul's gonna buy him some space. Lala can't finish the job, he just Sakuchi's away. They will find 1 kill, but Weaver Sakuchi's right into a Fiend's Grip as the rest of Heroic shows up. You trade 1 for 4, you're gonna get the tier 4 or the tier 3 tower, and they might continue pushing as Exorcism is up. 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis. You're gonna be pretty happy with this. And the Butterfly's coming. This is the timing. You gotta get this Butterfly on the Morphling before you go high ground.
Would have been real nice to have the Lotus right about now.
Yeah.
But at least it wasn't needed to win that fight. I mean, the Bristleback has been farming very well, so although they eventually kill him,
Such
we
a sick
see
play from you,
how much damage he tanks here, along with getting a little bit of a little space from this friendly Snowball Steel. But he just tanks so many spells and so much attention that Yuma's free for most of this fight. The other supports get to come in, do a lot of damage. Death Prophet wasn't even here for most of this.
Yeah, neither of the Bane. They just walk down the lane. They're like, hey guys, what's up?
Weaver walks straight into the Fiend's Grip.
There's the smile. Finally seeing Whisper having a good time.
He wasn't sure if he could have a good time. That's where you're like, you die and you're like, oh, is that good? You see your team wipe him, you're like, okay, whew, good.
Phew. I definitely intended to get the 1v4
it was a good
as I dove
tier
the tier 2.
All right, 30 seconds
for
on
a
this
Blink
Aegis.
Dagger.
The Butterfly.
Another Sakuchi stolen. Yuma. Bristleback. Whisper went back for a Blink Dagger as opposed to going the Lotus Orb, which he had queued up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Analog is
on the Death
alone in the
Prophet.
mid lane.
Radiant's top tower.
Ooh, heads up play from him to back away.
That means the Aegis will expire. So we don't see the high ground push, but they get 2 tier 2s. They get a lot of farm, win some smaller team fights. Big team fight at the end too. For 12k.
They're going straight to
Maybe
Dawnbreaker.
the surprise post Aegis gank.
This is such a good kill. Like, Dawnbreaker, like you said, is the hero that counter-initiates, that joins the team. Anytime you're playing against Dawnbreaker, the best thing you can do is smoke and try and kill the Dawnbreaker, and then you get to play the guaranteed 4v5. Dark Willow gets caught there from that Fiend's Grip. Snowball tries to bail her out, but a great silence in from Analog will set up for an extra one. And that will be 3 dead very easily for the side of Heroic. As Yuma is on the high ground with that Butterfly, chipping away at the tier 3. They're going to pop the fortification, and with Exorcism, they might look to push through mid lane now.
They're at least going to claim the tier 2
Or not.
tower.
Is he level 18 on the Death Prophet? No, okay. He might be saving Exo until he hits the 18. Okay, that's what it is.
There's the last tier 2 down. So at this point, any losing fight on your half of the map likely to be the barracks going down. The damage from the Morphling Butterfly is just too high. Death Prophet ultimate, if she's still alive, also going to be a lot of damage. So backs against the wall here on Infamous.
Unexpected? No.
You do have Lasso, which is usually quite good for these high ground defenses. Terrorize and the Brambles, also not bad. But it will be, I imagine, 20k behind by the time Heroic is pushing the high ground at the way game's going. An amplified damage on the Bat Rider, so maybe if you can start finding some kills, now's the time to do it if you want to stay in this game.
No, that hurts. I mean, there's a ward behind him, so he should have seen this coming. Yuma smile, laughing so big. He's like, yeah, nice try, guys. On his way to his Aya Scotty, which Scotty got reworked, and I thought we'd be seeing more people go Scotty, especially like Universal heroes.
Me too.
But not as much. It's so funny because this is the original Eye of Scotty from like when Dota 2 first came out. It's the double ultimate orb point booster. Like this is what it used to be. Now it's just double ultimate orb and an orb of frost. So we're missing a little bit, but
once again, it's the most slot efficient stat item in the game for all stats anyways. Which I also thought would be favoring a couple heroes. Morphling, one of them, and at least we're going to see in this game. I thought Meepo, like we'd also see that a little bit more. Maybe like someone like Luna, who really likes having all the different stats.
I was just trying to think like Universal heroes who would build it, right? Because it seems pretty good for them. Whisper, a very aggressive blink forward. He's just going to run at them. They don't have a way to cancel the TP. Dawnbreaker will make it out of that one.
It looks like Yuma wants to finish the Scotty we've been talking about. Then he'll be ready to group with his team. Although at that point, Roche can start to spawn. We'll see if it's going to be a long or short spawn. But once he has it, if you get Aegis on top of that, I don't know, man. How are you going to kill this guy? He's going to have the Butterfly, the Scotty. He's pretty high agi right now. He's sitting at 50 armor. He has 76 physical damage reduction. Every time you apply a napalm stack to him, he can shift his strength. So like as you do magic damage, he's just gaining more health than you can do on the Bat Rider.
Bat Rider is going to go the BKB, realizing kind of has to build it here. Schofield will get caught from the Tusk. A very nice find from Cook. JP secures the kill with the help of the lasso. They will smoke, go straight to the left side of the map here, knowing that the Rubik is down. This could be an opportunity for them to take a fight, but do you really want to fight into Whisper, into the Exorcism of all things? And, well, with this, they're going to go straight for this one. Breaker survives, but to get on top of the Death Prophet, and she's dead. A massive win here. Heroic. I mean, I thought they were easily going to be able to stand their ground. So did they, and boy, were we both wrong. That is a 4-for-0 across the map and an enormous turn of events.
Exorcist, Death Prophet even has the Lotus Orb and the Witchblade, but these are some high damage supports in the Dark Willow and Tusk, along with the Weaver, who's having I'm going to say a much better game than last time. I know he's still like 5,000 behind the Morphling, but clearly has enough to help kill off this Death Prophet. We see in the replay, right? So much attention onto the Dawnbreaker.
His Blade Mail did so much damage to him as well. And then just that Walrus punch into the double strike.
And then Dawnbreaker even rejoins because she never used her ultimate.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually going to talk about the Blade Mail earlier because when they made that fight in the mid lane, tier 1 tower, and like Death Prophet shows up and they kill pretty much everyone, take the enemy tower, the Blade Mail almost killed Death Prophet. It was just one of those things where she had a little bit of help from other heroes, and Dawnbreaker was already about like half HP by the time the Blade Mail came out, but it did almost kill the Death Prophet, so This is one of those moments where maybe that Witchblade kind of backfiring. He's going to queue up the BKB now, realizing that he absolutely needs it. I'd agree.
Yeah, I'm on a...
Cannot get terrorized anymore.
I guess it's for the Weaver and the Deso he built, but I don't even know if he needs this Witchblade. I guess when it comes to armor, like what else could you buy? A Shiva's?
I mean, honestly, there's a couple different options, but I still think just like BKB and an SNY is not bad. But if you really want armor, Shiva's is okay, but AC is also not a bad item on this hero anymore.
I think Bristle's working on one.
Oh, is he? Okay.
I'm just interested in the priority on armor, considering that it's really mostly Weaver. I mean, I know Tusk amps it with the tag team, and that Dawnbreaker does some as well. But it's not like she even built for right-click damage. She does have mostly auras.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard, Ags, Blade Mail. She's more of a tank than a damage dealer this game.
Yeah, I think it is mostly just the Weaver's physical damage. Like, this hero does still hit very hard. It's one of the reasons people like it. He's got the Gunpowder Gauntlet and now a Daedalus completed. His level 20. He hits hard. But having BKB might just allow you to maneuver the fights a little bit better, so I think that's where they're going to aim. Whisper is going to start stacking up the negative armor here on this top Tormentor as his team comes through the Twin Gate. And they will pick this one up fairly easily. Analog will get the shard. All right. What is this one again? I don't remember. I know it used to be the Fear.
Siphon,
it is still the Fear. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Though maybe this game, the armor one, the old armor one could have been good.
One extra Spirit Siphon charge is never terrible either.
Oh boy.
Dire are scanning.
They're back. Looking for the push with the Aegis. In a little bit of a worse position than they were last time, since Infamous was able to find some successful fights, but they still have a 12k lead, and I still think it's quite difficult to do with Morphling if the rest of the team is sitting behind him, prepared to use Lotuses and maybe lift him out of there.
They get on top of the Death Prophet here. The Snowball tries to hold him over, but Analog is dead again. 70 seconds, they burn down the Bane. It's up to Whisper and Yuma now. They've got to clean up this fight. They did manage to get the Weaver. He has a buyback and a time lapse. There's going to be a buyback coming in from the Bane, and now that they have the Twin Gate, they're able to just Fiend's Grip up the Dawnbreaker. Oh man, that hurts. The Bramble will lock down Lala. It will end up being a full team wipe as Yuma gets an ultra kill here on this Weaver. Sorry, Morphling, who is now role-playing as a Weaver.
Letting him get back into the lane real quick. This should... you can buy back, but I mean, you only have your abilities to defend. They're going to start with the Dawnbreaker. It's not easy, right? They're trying to take out the Death Prophet when the Exorcism starts, which is fair, but they're committing so hard on it that Morphling is free to do whatever, and so although you do take out the Death Prophet, suddenly the rest of your team is dead, and now your mid lane's dead, top lane is dying to the Bristleback. Yuma doesn't even feel he needs to help him, just head straight to the bottom. There's some fights going on out here, but you're losing your base during all of this.
Is Schofield gonna die? Okay, he will. He
Who
went.
else is dead though? All your
Barracks.
barracks. I don't know if you should be looking for that Rubik kill right there.
Okay, that's actually just Mega Creeps.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, I don't know if you can go for the Morphling either.
He has an Aegis for 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I guess you lose Megas there no matter what.
And now Yuma gets to roleplay as the Weaver, and Lala was not expecting the morph to initiate on him. He does get the last one here. He's going to morph some strength, but I think he still gets the kill. Absolutely. He's too strong. He'll just Sakuchi away. And Whisper, well, he's been toying with some heroes. Oh my gosh, JP gets like 4 shots. Okay. I guess one of the benefits of this Weaver, especially once he has the shard, if he hits you with Sakuchi, you're dead. He dies to the Croaker Call of the Tendrils. GG comes out. Heroic will take game number 2, and they finish this series off very cleanly.
I gotta say a better showing from Infamous at least. This one, the lane started better. They did struggle after that though, had a couple good fights, but Heroic does close it out. Is that a better showing from the Death Prophet? I feel like it actually, it still struggled a little, the hero. This time, Morphling, which we thought might struggle, had a good enough start that he was able to just carry through it when everyone was focusing the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have these like the other cores that can do a lot of heavy lifting here for the Death Prophet. Death Prophet is like in this game does accomplish something even by dying, which is like you have to kill the Death Prophet. You don't have a choice. Like if you ignore the Death Prophet in the fight, you lose the fight. There's no other option. So Infamous kind of has to make these plays and be like, all right, well, if we don't kill Death Prophet first, we lose the fight by default. Like maybe they kill the Bristleback or something, but you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So they do, I think, make the right choices in going for the Death Prophet. But it just makes the game so easy for Yuma on the Morphling. He can kind of do whatever he wants at that point.
Yeah, I also think I could kind of see the damage potential from this Arsonist Batrider, but they needed someone to initiate. So
Yeah.
Batrider went for that, but then he can't do the Arsonist stuff. So I think maybe a bit of a draft issue there, something for them to reflect on, that if you do want to threaten this mid Batrider, you need other initiators on your team, more consistent initiators. I know Tusk and Dark Willow are not bad, but not good enough when you have heroes like Morphling, or there's Banes and Rubik's that, oh, I gotta save a stun for them in case their Fiend's gripping me, or like, oh, my stun's getting stolen, so I gotta be a little careful, right? You need a little bit more variety, which Dawnbreaker didn't bring.
The Batrider's Arsonist facet, I think, is really good in pubs because he can just like solo kill heroes across the map with almost no cooldowns, right? Like he doesn't need to use lasso to just kill a hero. But when you're playing in like more organized games, it becomes a lot more difficult because they're going to be way more grouped up and trying to make plays constantly. So I think in pubs, I've seen a lot more success with the Batrider going this Arsonist facet. I haven't really seen it too much in the pro play, and that's kind of like what my initial gut reaction was watching it in this game. Is like you want to be able to just find solo picks with minimal commitment, right? It's usually just like some sticky napalm flame breaks, and then you hurricane pike them, and then they will just die. And that's kind of the idea behind the build. But when you fall behind, or the enemy team just has really good like disruptive supports and they're always grouped, I just didn't see the impact.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it can work at a pro level, but I think it's going to need a different type of draft around it than this one.
Yeah,
I think, especially if you're opening with like your Weaver core, you need to make space for Weaver. Like we did see Weaver was able to do a good amount of damage this game despite being behind the Morphling, but you have to be free to do that damage, and it's really hard to force that situation to happen without an initiator. So Batrider took on the role, but then you aren't playing Arsonist. This game, MVP, standout player, over to Analog, which I think there's a lot of space making ults. One scammed ult at the beginning, which is interesting to see too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some research on that and see if that was actually a scamaz or not.
Yeah,
I mean, very easily testable in the demo, so we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah, but
So
I
I'm
think,
curious. Like, if that's the case, that's really bad.
yeah, but I was interested to see the Ag's first build. It did give a lot of damage, but we do see the weakness of he was then easily killed without having the saves of like the Yules and other, like this was a pretty late Ghost Scepter he ended up buying, skipped the BKB, though it looks like he was working on it. Maybe you do need those, or at least in this game. At the same time, like you said, every time he's dying because they're focusing in on him, it just means Morphling, Bristleback, they're free, Rubik's getting the good spells. Bane just waiting for the right Fiend's grip, which I think killed Weaver several times.
Yeah.
Didn't really see a time lapse escape, that type of stuff. He's just I'm caught, I'm dead. Like there's no getting out of it at that point.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you get into the late game scenario here. Weaver is strong, but Morphling definitely stronger. Overall, Heroic walk away with a 2-0, which similar to what we said last game, kind of the expected result. This team is very strong. They've been playing for a while. Infamous, a little bit of a newer stack, a little bit less experience on some of these players. So Heroic's going to move to the upper bracket semifinals. Well, they will be playing against Sin Compromiso, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And Team Infamous will be dropping into the lower bracket where I don't think they have their opponent quite yet. There we go. Oh, cool. We actually have the bracket. Thank you, production. So yeah, Sin Compromiso versus Heroic will be your upper bracket semifinal round 3. And then in the lower bracket, we'll see Sustancia and Infamous there. So we'll see what ends up happening as we get further into this bracket. But a couple teams eliminated and more teams have to drop, right? We're getting to that time.
Yeah, it's a close field of competition, but ultimately the best teams are going to make it forward. And that's going to mean some fun games to come, perhaps like our next series, which you guys will be joined by Ares and Fear for the remaining series of the day. Ricky and I are going to be good to go, but we'll be back tomorrow with more games. I don't know which ones quite yet, but they'll be fun.
I'm sure. I mean, South America Dota never disappoints, so it'll be a good time. But yeah, as for the South American closed qualifiers, we were halfway through the day, so we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back. Well, not Zach and I, like you said. Well, the qualifiers will be back in just a short bit, everyone, so stay tuned for more here. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We've got another matchup in the upper bracket quarterfinals. We've got Team Edge taking on All Stars. We saw All Stars previously with a 2-1 victory over Team DK in that first round of the upper bracket. So far, we are yet to see Edge play, but Fee heading into it, probably would say they're one of the more experienced teams out of a lot of the other rosters. We've seen them play in some other international tournaments pretty recently throughout the year.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be within the top 3 of taking this tournament, right? It's going to be Edge for sure, Heroic, and then maybe between OG, Team Sin, I guess, potentially up there. But yeah, they're definitely a team that has a lot of players that are very seasoned. It's kind of like the other half of Team Beast Coast with Pike and PP going separate direction from El Micho and Moose. These guys are very experienced. They also have Vitali, who was on that old Beast Coast roster. They just kind of switched out the supports, right? They have Yodomi and Michael now, more veterans of the scene. Like, this qualifier is just stacked with experienced South American players.
Yeah, that it is indeed. And where you compare against All Stars, they don't really have that experience. Probably the only person is a position 5 in Excel, who we've seen be on some infamous teams and infamous rosters. So I would imagine you previously played with the likes of Michael as well. So that is really the only person with the experience on All Stars.
Yeah, I think this All-Stars team, they're definitely going to be the underdog going into this one, but it won't be impossible. This is a team that does have some promising young talent, and that's what these qualifiers are all about, right? The new players coming into the scene, trying to make a name for themselves, and this will definitely be one of those series where Team All-Stars is looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, without a doubt. So let's see how they're going to be able to perform. Of course, we saw with their victory versus Team DK, All Stars. It wasn't like they prioritized too many similar heroes. I mean, there were a Warlock in 2 games, was a Gyrocopter in 2 games as well. We saw them go for like a Void Spirit, Alina as well. They even picked the Morphlings. So we'll see. It does seem like their hero pool, at least I know it's only one series, we don't have a lot of data, but it does seem like you're going for a bunch of different ideas and at least strategies with the previous game that they played.
Yeah, and I think this tournament in general, the whole qualifiers for the Road to the International across all regions is going to be ever developing every single day. Like, there's no good source to pull data from, so you're really just doing the eyeball test on a lot of things and looking at it. Is this nice? Going into your pubs, playing those, watching other regions as well, see what they're trying out. So there's going to be a lot of experimentation and a lot of information soaking, especially from other regions, and trying to incorporate it into your own strategies.
Yeah, so we do have those other regions going on at the moment, which is we'll see how much they're paying attention. Of course, Eastern Europe just finished their day 2, and I know some other qualifiers are going on, just starting today. So maybe there's even more data for the teams to be able to gather and then see what they want to look to do with that. But heading into this one, from the previous day, was there anything that you were impressed by in regards to like hero picks, or maybe some heroes that you thought were a little bit lackluster from the 2 series that we covered, or again, kind of we didn't cover enough games yet?
Well, I guess I was impressed by the mid-underlord we saw yesterday. That looked pretty cool, so wouldn't mind seeing that again. As far as heroes that were lackluster, not particularly, right? But I think there's a lot of heroes that we're going to see, like the TA and stuff didn't look super good, but this is, they were playing versus a team that was much better than them, I'd say. So hero picks, not so much, where team coordination is something I want to see a little bit more from some of these like squads that are not at the top right now, because the biggest difference between winning and losing so far has been just, do you have like the chemistry, right, to make that happen in the mid to late game specifically? And a lot of the teams here have been lacking on that, and it hasn't been so much as hero picks. Yeah,
we saw that yesterday, right? We've seen Compromiso with the victory over Team Den, and then of course OG Lardum as well against VB. So we'll see. Maybe this one's going to be a little bit different. Big question marks for me on Edge, though. I hadn't had the opportunity to watch that many of their games with the tournaments they've been playing. I know they played at PGL Wallachia, I believe, Season 4. We just saw them at Dream League as well, and they also played at the Fissure Play-In. And all of those events, they lost them. They got eliminated in the group stages. So
yeah,
it's very difficult with the international. Hopefully, regardless, they were able to get a lot of experience from that and then come back and then be able to tweak some things and utilize those changes in the qualifiers now.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes, right? Like Heroic, they got to witness the most lands of any South American team for a long time, and that kind of has translated, right? To they're the more experienced team, they have the better strategies, and there's no way that Edge went to all these tournaments, lands at you, and didn't come back with some information. And not only just information, sure, maybe you got last place in the group stage, you still got that experience to play against the top teams. You have those replays now. You got to feel what it's like to kind of get outplayed by the best. And that needs to happen for you to grow. So I think this is what's going to make them like definitely the team to look out for. And the All-Stars, they're definitely the underdogs. They don't have that experience playing against the best in the world.
We'll see what the underdogs are able to do here, though, for the boys on All-Stars. We've got a draft ready to go. So All-Stars will be on the Radiant side playing with first pick, Edge, Dire with second pick. No real surprises, I guess. You know, Templar Assassin banned out first phase, and we saw... I'm honestly, everything is pretty stock standard at the moment. We were expecting these first phase bans. Maybe it's a little bit different depending on the team and just the matchup, but no real big surprises. We get an Omni Knight first pick though, which was something that I don't believe we saw yesterday in our games.
Yeah, no, we didn't see much Omni Knight yet. This is a hero that is played off lane, potentially position 5. I think this Oracle ban still makes a lot of sense, I guess, and the fact that heroes like Bat Riders in the meta, Darkseers in the meta, Omni Knights in the meta, so that probably is another reason why this Oracle is getting banned a lot up in that first phase there. And there'll be a response here with the Beastmaster. This hero is... There's never a meta where he's not there, you know? He's maybe shifted a little bit away from just that Ags rush and playing him mid type of situation and going for like that carry Beastmaster style. More times than not, you're buying the Helm of the Dominator. Sometimes the build is adjusted a little bit where you go the Helm Dom and then into the Ags, but still keeping the... What is it? The Wild Hunt facet. Sorry, I blanked on that for a second. But yeah, the facets have changed a little bit. The itemization's changed a little bit. But the hero, its toolkit is still really good either way. So very solid hero. But Omni does have that hard dispel against the Roar, which is very nice if you're support Omni. But if you want to play core Omni, you're probably just roaring the Omni, right? And that's not going to help you out too much.
Sure. In regard to the carry and the mid from All-Stars, we saw in the previous series versus Team DK, they had a incredible showing. The mid from Benjamin, he had a Void Spirit that went 17-5, and then a Pango that went 16-5, and then both their victories, the carry was playing the Gyrocopter as well. So for Dynamo, we'll see. He also had a monster performance in those games. So let's see if this is something that they're going to consider about potentially going back to through the later of this draft. I like the AA though. We saw yesterday. Feels very strong. Also, I mean, we were just mentioning you in particular about like the itemization for a lot of carries does feel a little bit more difficult against the AA. You were speaking about the Gyrocopter. We saw like it's a bit difficult for you to go to Satanic, and of course you're countering the Omni Knight, right? At least with the sustain that he's able to provide does make it a little bit frustrating to minimize a lot of his toolkit already with one hero.
Yeah, there's a reason why heroes like AA and Doom are so popular. Just they shut down all the small things in the game, right? It's either just the heals or the itemization, Satanics, these Vladimirs, Greaves, Solar Crest, you know, healing heroes in general. There's just so much small heals coming from small sources that oftentimes you can't kill heroes. And then heroes like AA and Doom just shut it down completely, where if you get hit by that Ice Blast, you're dead. And there's really not much you can do about it, so you have to kind of like navigate the fights a lot smarter, or you have to pick multiple instances of damage. I think when you play versus AA or Doom in particular, you shouldn't be building a 4 protect 1 strat, right? Because it makes it very easy to just dump these high value spells on a high net worth hero, and that can be very detrimental. All right, we get to see Muerta. I was hoping I'd be able to see a bit more of the carry Muerta. It has a lot of promise. I think against AA, it makes a lot of sense, actually, because this is a hero that doesn't buy Satanic, right? You don't rely on lifesteal pretty much at all on this hero. You can dispel some of the debuffs of the ulti, but I think the big thing truly is when you are playing versus AA, you want a hero that doesn't naturally need to buy Satanic to hold their ground. So Muerta could be that carry, potentially. And the Warlock, yeah, the heal also not going to be super effective against AA, but just going to add some more team fights to the mix and strong laning.
How did they go versus the Beastmaster though? Like I feel like are they going to have a bit of a difficult time with dealing with the Helm of the Overlord Beastmaster just running down objectives?
Well, they might not put more to carry. Like, you can always, like, pick your gyro here now if you really want to. Sure, it's into AA, but we saw just the other day, there are ways around it. You just don't buy the Satanic. You can maybe go for an S and Y instead, a Pike, to get the BKB, and just play around that. And you don't have to go for that build. So, yeah, there's options. You can definitely, I think the 2 ranged heroes versus Beast is still fine if they want to put Morta on that carry position. But if they want a real hard counter, then potentially you are looking more towards that gyrocopter.
Tiny and Batrider here for Edge, so continuing the flex, but more than likely you would expect it's going to be the Tiny mid, played with the Batrider as the position 4. Seems like the ease of execution is definitely there for Edge, at least with the combination with the Ancient Apparition. You got the Tiny to jump in with the Ice Blast, the potential Lasso. With that also being said, what you mentioned about the Omni Knight countering the Roar, I guess you can also do the same with the Lasso, which is definitely something. So we'll see how that comes into play as the game goes on.
All right, and they're going to keep the Morta open for now. So the Queen of Pain, this is we saw this yesterday, actually. It's like he had a choice between playing versus Bat or Tiny mid, and they went for Quap. Who was that playing again?
10 seconds.
VB.
Was...
Yeah. Team
Yeah.
VB had that choice, right?
5
But I think in general, like, that's... I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, I think. Oh, no, it's Team Den, actually, versus Team Sin, I believe. So, anyway, regardless, they need a hero that can lane versus Bat. And Bat is a hero right now that potentially can go mid. And whenever Bat mid is in the meta, it really limits your hero pool in the mid lane. And Quap has always been a hero that's been incredibly good versus Bat mid. So they'll just stick with that, make sure they get it. They ban out the puck right away, just in case, you know, this is just a role swap, I suppose. I don't know what they would do here. Would we have a carry Beast with AA and Tiny Bat off? I don't know, they really think there's some way you can make this mid puck work, but
Yeah.
Either way, it's fine. I just get it out of there. I guess you did talk a bit about Yatoro doing the carry Bat in one of his pubs before, so maybe that was on their minds. And they ban out the gyro and TB here.
Okay.
I think a really cool pick here. I don't know if you want more control, you might, but a hero like Medusa versus AA and Beast could be really strong, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they need, if they do need a carry here, that if it's not Omni carry, I really think they have to pick some type of initiation, because who's going to start fights? Yeah, I guess Sven is it. This is a hero that doesn't really abuse Beast in any sense, but they needed it, right? Like, if their offlane's an Omni with a Morta, their mid's a Quap, they're position 5 Warlock, who's ever going to start the fights? So there's a lot of pressure on this Sven, because, like, at the same time, Sven isn't a hero that feels super comfortable just jumping on the first target he sees. Like, I play a lot of this hero, and you kind of want to pick and choose, because if you use your whole toolkit, right, to kill position 5 that shows, then you get kited, right? And then it's pretty rough, and they're going to actually go for the Medusa here on Team Edge. Good matchup versus Sven. It kind of puts him on a timer in the team fights, right? And Sven is here that has to burst immediately, or he gets kited, and the Stone Gaze kind of does shut that down. And you also just can't burst a Medusa super reliably.
So if we feel like the Sven's on a bit of a timer just into the Medusa matchup overall, what is the game plan for All Stars here? Do you feel like they need to combine together early on to be able to try and take this game before the Medusa becomes a big problem?
I wouldn't say he's on a timer necessarily, but I think this Omni has to be strong enough where he can stand on the front line at some point, right? Or he has like a, I don't know, just some way to just get in there, whether it's a Blink Dagger or he just gets in there with Echo Saber. I'm not entirely sure what needs to happen here, but I think this Omni has to give vision for Sven to maybe just assassinate the backlines, and he has to be a little hard to kill, but it's a tough ask, right? Because you are playing versus Bat and Beast with an AA, so there's a lot of stuns. So this Edge lineup, I feel like, has a lot less pressure on them, but still playable. I think the draft here is good for both sides. I think ease of execution, though, definitely going Edge this way. And I think in these qualifier situations, when teams are not super experienced, ease of execution is really important.
We just continue on the Omni point. So far, from what I've been seeing when this hero has been played in general, even in the offlane, I believe it's pretty much like always going Radiance. Can that be done in this game, or do you need to maybe change the itemization? Is that a little bit too slow?
So I think Radiance is ideal, right? If you want to scale super hard, but you could still just go for like some blade mail harpoon type of build, just so you can fight a little bit earlier. It really depends on how the game is going, because ideally all the lanes are okay, right? And there's no bleeding, but the problem that's going to occur is if Omni gets behind and Sven gets behind, they're both going to be AFK farming. And now all of a sudden, it's just Pyke's Medusa is going to have a free game. Bat is just going to run around the entire map by himself and get kills, right? And your map is just going to get closed off really quickly. So the lanes, if they go well, yes, I think you go for the Radiance. But if they don't go well, I think you need to adjust your itemization on the Omni specifically and get something that'll help them fight a little bit earlier.
Okay. Well, let's see how that's going to go. And I think also, let's see how mid goes in particular. We saw yesterday, right, where the Tiny was played. Well, we firstly saw the Bristle into the Queen of Pain with Dark Margaret, and that lane didn't go very well for him. And then we saw the Tiny in the following game, and he had a much better performance. So let's see if it's going to be similar here for PP.
Oh, good dead shot, yeah.
Is that actually a kill? I mean, he will be able to push it back with the Flame Break. A little bit awkward.
If they can get the blood grenade on him, he could die, but
it's making it hard. Oh, okay, yeah, they're gonna get him. I mean, he ran very awkward pathing. Looks like Sven was probably going to be able to cut him off in the end, and they should have the slow. Another dead shot in a couple of seconds. It's gonna be first blood. It'll take some time, so maybe helps Edge to be able to get a couple extra bounties, but it will be first blood that's picked up for the Omni Knight.
And that's a good start for the Omni. That's exactly what he's looking for to kind of start off the laning stage. So not bad at all. But yeah, the lanes are going to be really important. And the Queen of Pain is actually going for the Masochist Dagon build here. So it's not going to be that tanky, just get in there type of co-op we saw the other day. Which honestly, I think versus Tiny makes a lot more sense. Versus the Bristle, it was a cool idea, right? Because it's sustain versus a hero that doesn't have as much versus the Shadow Strike, but in this matchup, I think you just want to punish the Tiny. You want to do more damage, and he doesn't really reflect much back to you, so looks pretty good overall. I think Quap's job in this game is going to be try to assassinate this Bat Rider and the AA, specifically the AA.
Well, again, a lot of that then comes down to the Omni Knight with being able to grant vision, which is something you were mentioning before. So we'll see if Benjimon is able to have the assistance from the Omni, which of course then will help the Sven as well. But we'll start with the lanes. Yesterday, at least in our games, we saw the lanes were a massive factor to the success on whether teams were able to get that victory or not.
Yeah.
And
I think it'll be no different here. I mean, Dota's been a game for a long time where the laning stage is very critical. If you lose 3 lanes in Dota, no matter at what skill level you play in, you're probably going to lose the game. So you need to have a couple of these lanes going your way. And that's what the drafting is for. You should always be drafting a way where you have an advantage in at least one of your lanes.
already we are seeing some lane pulling shenanigans down bottom. Atali wanting to drag the way back behind the T2 tower. What is the read with this? Do you agree? Like, is this difficult early levels for the beast to play into the Sven and the Warlock?
In general, I think yes. I think the Bat Rider level 1 is pretty weak, so getting him some levels helps, because Fatal Bonds is just such a strong level 1 spell, and you pair him with a hero like Sven who can just have that cleave on top of it, so I think this is a lane where if you can get to level 3, then maybe you can make something happen, but your first 2 levels are honestly pretty garbage as Beast Bat.
Okay.
It's really that level 2 boar.
Okay, when you get the level 2 boar, so we'll see then. Lane will get shoved in, so maybe, of course, I mean, often happens with the Fatal Bonds. They have the small camp as well, importantly. Warlock's already unblocked this, so it's actually going to look for the full pull onto the next rate wave.
Alright. I mean, it's a terrible camp, though. That camp doesn't kill any creeps. It does 0 damage, so it just kind of messes with the lane equilibrium. You really want, like, the ghoul assassins or the ghost. Poor little kobolds just do no damage.
Yeah, they're not very good. Well, top is still continuing to look very good for Pyke at the moment. 16 and 3. You see Omni Knight with the 10 last hits. But, of course, this is also another lane that is very shove heavy with the snake. So maybe at least BSK is going to be able to find some extra. You probably wouldn't expect to kill, honestly, in this lane. So if Omni Knight has enough regen, should just be able to play off that.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing versus a Medusa, right? They snake spam on top of, like, just a chilling touch with the Bone Chill facet as a strength hero. It's gonna add up, right? It's 2 ranged heroes versus a melee. There's only so much Hanzama can do here with the Morta. And that's another reason why this AA has gotten so much popularity. Once they added this Bone Chill facet, people started to realize that AA is all of a sudden just a lane bully. Like, you have so much attack range with the chilling touch, right? And just naturally, this hero, for unknown reasons, a 675 attack range, and he has an ability on top of that that gives him even more attack range. That does bonus damage, slows you, and reduces your strength.
Maybe kill threat onto PP.
That's
He's going to try and TP in. Not really much the A is going to be able to do. I guess slows down Benjamin. Hang on a second. There is a lot the A can do. He didn't blink at all. And now Hanzama eats the toss damage, tries to pop the Fairy Fire, but he doesn't have enough left. It's 2 kills mid, and meanwhile, bottom, it's a disaster. You've lost 1. It does seem like Dynamo actually was able to even it out, so not that bad for them down bottom, but Edge, massive rotation for the Ancient Apparition, helping PP, who now gets another water rune as well.
I mean, that has to be like some qualifier nerves right there. He had blink up the whole entire time. The only way he dies there is if he just allows the cold feet to proc, which I'm sure if this is a pub, that would not have happened. So a little nerves kicking in here in this qualifier for the young guns here.
See what Benjamin's able to do, though. Maybe the first Sonic Wave can get him back into this game. Still the lane, at least last hits wise, has looked fine. It's opting for the max screen build, so no dagger.
It just, hopefully you don't tilt too much from that, you know, because I'm sure he knows that was just a silly death. And you got to be able to forgive yourself, right, for small things. But yeah, his the last hits are fine, but the net worth, unfortunately, he's the lowest of every core in the game right now. But not by a lot, luckily.
We do have the power runes coming up in a couple of seconds. We'll, of course, start to see the supports venture towards the mid lane. No surprises there. Radiant are actually not bringing anyone, however, so this will heavily enable PP, which is very scary because he's got some pretty good side lanes to be able to gank to. Will be a read. You don't, okay, just yoinks it.
I mean, this game's gonna start getting interesting because this Medusa has a Lotus, right? 2 mangoes, complete free farm. She's unkillable, and she's gonna be like very, very difficult to kill. So this lane is now gonna be a pretty much a non-option for them to try and gank unless they want to bring, like, honestly, their entire team. I think Sven has to make a rotation, so that really just leaves your choices to potentially ganking this Beastmaster, which isn't a bad choice, but it makes it a little bit obvious in this game. This Beast has to realize that he's the only one that's really gankable in this game, and he's playing Beast. This is a hero that he can drag waves with the boar, he can see us with boars when heroes are off the map, right? One of the better heroes to just kind of play alone and play safe.
And if really it's required, you can go back and farm the jungle. You've got a couple of stacks being made to double towards the far eastern side where that camp is. Nothing. Oh, there's also a double at the Ancients as well.
Yeah, a Bat will keep stacking those up. Beast does like to farm them, but with the max boar build, it's not going to be an early clear for the Beastmaster, so I mean, technically the Bat Rider could clear it too. I don't dislike that route sometimes. But level 6 beasts on bot lane here. You've got to be really careful. If you get 1 or 2 more stacks here, I think the Primal Roar will come out, and it will.
They don't even need the rotation. Maybe anticipating some supports to protect Dynamo. That's not a bad Sonic Wave from Benjamin. It's going to be enough to get the kill onto the bat. Now we'll turn to Vitaly next as well. So the response is good on BSK's here. The Omni Knight feels it's required for him to also move down bottom, but this will be a rotation that doesn't pay off that much in the end. Not the worst, so, but a good response from All Stars, keeping the most important people down bottom to help out, and that Sonic Wave also is massive for Benjamin.
Yeah, it was good. Luckily, he can just take the gate back top, and it's not... He's going to lose it a little bit for that rotation. They definitely over-rotated a little bit, but that's pretty normal for some of the less experienced teams. Learning how to just bring the, you know, the required amount of heroes and nothing more is something that takes time and experience to get used to, but I think at least they did respond. So they did get a couple of key kills in return, but they did lose their Sven, so that doesn't feel great. Like, this is a lane where you're starting to struggle a little bit with Sven. You can go jungle now, but I don't think the pressure is going to stop now. Vitaly, he does now have his helm with the Dominator. It is online. Adomi has made a rotation, and we also have Tiny rotating in as well, so this lane just might be uninhabitable, as Sven, he cannot afford to die yet again here. Warlock level 6.
It's just the Warlock nearby, though. And apparently that's enough. So Golem having to be used defensively to get Dynamo out of danger inside the jungle. This tower will go down, so more of the map continuing to go Edge's way. They're wanting to respond on Radiant. Omni Knight once again is back down bottom. Vitaly is going to run into him. They've got the Roar if required to help get some separation. He's actually going to use it aggressively because PP has some spells to be able to cast an Ice Blast across the map. Oh, that's huge. What an Ice Blast to start the game here. They should be able to chase Dynamo down. Another round of the axes won't connect, so Dynamo is able to slip away, but Hans Armor will not have the same fate. They do lose PP, though, nonetheless. Seemed like it could have been worse with how solid of an Ice Blast it was.
It could have been worse. You could have lost your Sven, but it's still an absolute disaster. Because they're using 5 heroes for every single one of these plays, right? And AA wasn't there. Sure, he had Ice Blast, but he was just farming mid. And guess who has been completely untouched this entire game? It's the Medusa, right? And your Sven's getting pressured. This is a matchup where if Dusa does get ahead, it does not feel great for the Sven. And this Dusa is massively ahead, 1,000 net worth over the Sven now in this early game. It's a hero that you can't really gank, but with all these rotations from the Omni Knight, his net worth is dropping, Sven's net worth is dropping. They have a couple stacks, it's not a lot, and you lost your bot tower. So if you're Edge, this is exactly the spot you want to be in. All 3 of your cores are farming. The only one that's suffering a little bit might be the Bat Rider. His levels are kind of low. He just got level 6. But it's still not a horrible timing for level 6. Still faster than Morta, who's still trying to get that level 6.
So what do we look at if we're the Sven here? Like, to find a way back into this game, is there anything you can itemize differently? I know the hero doesn't have that much versatility.
The itemization's the same, but you might have to just participate in some of these like mid fights potentially here. But
speaking of one of the fights, Benjamin is able to get the blink away, protected from BSK, considering about getting some damage output onto PP, but there was going to be no extra follow-up, so pump fakes the Sonic Wave and will defend that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, Sven's definitely one of those heroes where if you get behind, you don't have many options, you know? You kind of just have to hope your team makes space for you to hit creeps. And maybe you can join a fight with God Strength if they dive a little bit deep, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, let's see if the dive is going to be there from Edge. I mean, they're ready to go pretty shortly. Suppose PP honestly isn't that farm for the Tiny, so it's a bit late of a blink dagger.
Yeah.
And of course, it's way too early for Michael to have one, but we've seen what they've been able to do even without these initiation tools. They're still playing quite aggressive with the 6 kills.
There'll be a little bit of time for Sven, but all this small amount of time that Sven gets right now, Medusa has had for the past like 8 minutes. Her farm is also incredibly fast. She almost has a Manta. I wonder when Pyke is... I wonder what build he's going to go first of all. because there's a couple options you can have. One is just, you know, go for the classic butterfly. The other one is you can go for like a Mjolnir into the Aghanims just to have like lots of spread damage. So we'll see what he goes for, but I think for Sven, butterfly does make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, what is actually Pyke's biggest concern this game that maybe he needs to fix with the itemization, if that's the way to do it?
Well, it's just going to be mitigating as much damage as possible, right? That's the main job of a Medusa. And there's lots of damage sources, right, from All-Stars here. You have, like, a lot of physical from Sven, but at the same time, there's pure damage coming from the Omni, from the Sonic Wave, where the Butterfly is not really going to help out too much. Got a lot of magic damage coming from like the Warlock and Murta. So, yeah, I don't know what his biggest issue is going to be, but I think just Sven is always going to be great to have a Butterfly against. This hero does not like buying MKB, and especially not anytime early. So, and Medusa is a Butterfly enjoyer as like the first item after Manta, so that'll solve that problem. And yeah, he kind of queued it up. Okay, so he's going Butterfly into Scotty. So this is just standard Medusa build.
Okay.
It's like this is the safe build, where you're building pretty defensively, but you'll still have decent damage output. I'll call this the tanky build.
Sure, okay. Which I guess kind of, like you said, does, you know, the best of both worlds, right? You're concerned about pure damage, so what are you going to be able to do? Butterfly doesn't help there. Maybe let's just tank ourselves up.
Yeah, and Scotty's really nice now with the changes for Medusa. Just those extra stats instead of like the bonus HP it gave before. This hero definitely benefits from a little more damage. Is a lot more nicer than flat like HP and mana. More expensive though, but I don't think Medusa cares too much as she farms very quickly.
Definitely not this game. Top net worth. We're going to see Edge look to try and make a play off the back of the T1 tower going down. So PP has the blink. They're going to angle towards bottom where maybe Hanzama will run into this. Oh, Benjamin actually blinked aggressively in. Okay, gets the kill, but the rest of the team were far away because they're actually doing a U-turn and going to mid instead. They saw the Omni Knight, the remnants of that T1 tower, and they're licking their lips at a freebie for the offlaner. So, of course, you do lose your 4, but this is an opportunity now for them to invade into the triangle. What an important position for them to be in as well. You know the Sven wants this area to be his home, so maybe it gives them an opportunity to block some camps if they want to, get some wards down, or even farm the area at the minute mark.
And Pyke finishes his Manta, and he's taking a more aggressive approach, right? Like, he could just be farming his triangle, right? But he realized if he starts farming their triangle, it's essentially the same farm he's going to get. But he's also taking it away from Sven. So this is a very good move to kind of like use your advantage to shut down the enemy's farm. Otherwise, it would just be a 50-50 trade. And when you're this far ahead, you don't want to trade. You want to shut down what the enemy can do. And you can see Sven, this is not the ideal spot to be farming right now, but he's going to have to do. And I think straight into Roche. We do have the Helm of the Overlord available. And because they took over that triangle, they're very confident now that they can just get a free Roshan, and that would be correct. They are going to get it. And meanwhile, Batrider, he's not even there. He's just going to finish up his Blink Dagger, but it doesn't really matter. There is no contest to be had.
Probably have to imagine that Radiant are looking to avoid this Aegis, right? You just try and play the side lanes and not take a 5v5 yet?
Yes. I mean, I say that reluctantly because, like, that's kind of been the state of the game anyway, right?
Sure.
So, like, the Aegis doesn't change it a lot. All it does is allow Beastmaster to play even further up in the opponent's face. So you do have to dodge, but this is 100% one of those games where a Medusa can walk high ground and you don't have answers to it. Like, the only thing you have is upheaval, I guess. Everything else is really heavily committal. Like, Omni has to commit his body. So does the Sven. And the Quap has to commit herself as well. There's no spammable spells. There's no Ags on the Quap yet. She is working on it. But that'll be something that will help a little bit with these high ground defenses. So they need this Ags Quap ASAP.
And unfortunately, she's under an observe ward, and they're starting to move over towards her location. Benjimon, there's the blink reveal with the lasso. PP's going to be nearby for the follow-up chain control. And they will make sure it is perfect. No hope of a blink away, and that scepter will continue to be delayed for the mid lane here from All Stars. They might even lose some heroes mid. Some of the supports are starting to venture a little bit out of the protection of that tier 2 tower. Looks like they're fine though.
Yeah, and that's how far away they are. Far ahead, by the way, they are. I would like to see All Stars make a move instead of like farm like that, because they TP'd bottom on Pyke. He literally TP'd bot. Your first reaction to that should be go as 5 and fight the mid, right? Because there's no Medusa in that fight. Instead, you're allowed to be incredibly greedy on edge, and you can make a 4 versus 5 play here. But it's not 4 versus 5 because All Stars didn't even show any heroes. So they've got a free pick.
They're taking the contact early before the Queen of Pain has also joined them. BSK's gonna try and give them the information, so maybe it can help the Sven get the jump. Dynamo's going for the long wraparound, finds the Ancient Apparition, but instantly PP toss into the Stone Gaze. Nice spell casting. They will ruin the Sven's team fight. Sonic Wave is there. It's not a bad amount of damage with the Fatal Bonds, but it seems like they're playing with too large of a deficit. PP will still go down. Benjamin's able to get the blink away as well. I mean, you see the game plan from All Stars, trying to do as much as they can to help the Sven and Benjamin as well, with the Vision helps him spellcast in this team fight and make it somewhat of a decent trade. Now, Benjamin maybe blinked a little bit too aggressively then, and yeah, they're going to be punished for that. Lasso is there with the help of the Hawk. Down goes the clock.
It wasn't too bad, to be honest with you, but I'm afraid these fights aren't going to get any easier, because Butterfly is done with Medusa, and Medusa's damage output in that fight was pre-Butterfly. Like, this hero actually has very pathetic damage until she has about like 3 items, and she only had 1 in that fight. So that going well is nice, but it's only going to get harder from here on out unless you can somehow find a way to isolate this Medusa and kill her. Maybe you can save her for last. That is a potential. And that's what they tried to do, but this Agnum Scepter on Quaff, it's still being pushed back. All these fights, he is dying in. And I think they're going to need that one. They need to take these long, drawn-out fights. And we saw the Omni in that fight. He tried to go in. He tried to make a little bit of space. But it wasn't enough. He just got roared in the face, right? So he's now shifting towards an Agnum Scepter, which makes it a global cast range and hits buildings and gives health regeneration. Okay, so not the greatest for AA, but I guess the cast range is helpful. Just making it global.
I guess we'll see if he doesn't die though to the rule like we just saw previously. He's also under this defensive observer board that Edge have. Michael's going to go back. This will be a free kill. Needs to hold the stuns until Pyke is here, and the Ice Blast flies across the map.
He's fast.
Pretty
but
goddamn
not fast
speedy
enough.
though, but he's gone.
Yeah, the wandering waters makes you very speedy if you go the right direction.
Radiant are scanning.
Keep wanting to call it Raging Waters because it's like the name of a water park nearby me.
I mean, they both work. It's fine. Raging Waters, it's quick Wandering Waters.
One of them's correct, one is not,
Yeah.
but yeah, other than that, it's fine.
People understand.
Yeah.
Raging Waters, maybe it's better.
I mean, have you been?
Well, I'll go.
Probably not.
No.
Haven't been. Well, LA, it's a great water park. Lots of fun.
We don't have the Raging Waters. We have some decent other water parks, but
Yeah.
nothing like that. Germans well for air. Okay, love the call. Tormentor also is going to be claimed. The map is going to continue to shrink. Edge will get the Ag Shard over towards Michael. And we'll see. Would you like to see them posture still aggressively while waiting for that next Roche, which is probably the high ground push for them? Or are you fine with them just kind of playing on their side of the map, Edge?
I think what they're trying to do here is not necessarily play on their side of the map, but they're trying to catch heroes splitting, right? With Tiny, with Batrider, because they realize that's kind of what you need to do. And outside of that, I'm okay with this all the way up until Scotty. Like, I think once Medusa gets this Scotty and level 20, that's when you can kind of go anywhere you want on the map. But I think that timing is also going to just align with Roshan respawning. So right now I think it's just a pick-off game, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to find freebies on their side of the map, because what else can you do as All-Stars here? You have to split push. There's no other real option.
They will try and defend their high ground. Dynamo with the jump in. Vitali's able to get the roar at the last second. Glimmer Cape, and he's fast away. BSK will solo kill Michael on the other side. But you did commit God Strength along with the Warlock ultimate. You're hoping that you get a couple more kills out of this, and that will be the case with Yanamo. Still inside the river. Do they actually want to go back in with the numbers disadvantage? Dynamo still without the BKB gold. Needs the Omni to try and help him. He's actually thinking about turning it back around. Pike doesn't have the Scotty just yet. Is level 20, however.
Yeah, this is not great
While
for them.
BSK on the back line, running Vitali towards the opposite direction. They're doing a pretty good job at avoiding the Dusa at the moment. Stun to try and hold her into place. PP as well has got another round of spells in a couple of seconds, but it's not soon enough. This fight looking okay from Radiant until it's a big combo. They just jumped in, lined up on anyone. Deuce is still in a little bit of danger, but where's the final bit of damage going to come through? Maybe the support Mueta. She's going to be able to do it by herself with the right clicks, but everyone else is probably going to go down in the end. Omni just has to disengage and hope he'll be able to survive, and that will be the case. He'll live to tell the tale, but PP gets the double kill in the end for the boys on Edge.
Zama got so much out of that. He is now level 15, higher level than his offlaner, because he just essentially got a solo kill on the Medusa. No one else was around. He just finished him off. Most farmed hero in the game, most leveled hero in the game. I don't know how much that is going to help you too much. It's just going to push you a little bit closer to that Ag, so it's just going to be nice for defending high ground and just team fights in general. But I think for Edge there, they really got punished. They were trying to fight yet again outnumbered, because it's been working for them this entire game so far, right? But this one time All-Stars finally punished it, and they brought all their heroes while the Tiny wasn't there, and more importantly the Medusa wasn't there, so they still thought they could fight even after the AA died, after the Bat died, after the Beast died. They tried this like 4 versus 5 engagement, or sorry, 2 versus 4 engagement, I believe, and it didn't really work out as the Medusa, she was so close to Scotty, right? She had an ultimate orb and just a couple more creeps and she would have had Scotty, but she does have the Scotty now, and this death hurts. This one is very, very expensive. That's 50 seconds and one.
Just one death. It's going to be another. They're going to bleed. 999. Atali's also hoping he can catch up to someone else, and he might be able to do so with PP. They are just bleeding kill after kill. And they might be close enough to potentially walk high ground and get some poke damage in. The ultimate will delay the inevitable in the end. 3 for nothing.
Yeah, that's rough. That's not what you want to see. You're gonna have to force a glyph for this one. You have to make a choice. Do you want to go high ground? Luckily, they are low level, so I think they will be up before you lose a barracks for sure here. I don't like the prospect of them staying too much longer here. Maybe you can get a barracks, a little greedy, but you don't have roar. You don't have lasso. But they don't care. They think range barracks it is, and all right, they don't want to mount a defense here, even though there's no spells available. So they'll just get it for free. Medusa's a little bit strong.
Do you like the diffuser into dispersal from Pine? Actually, we might not have a moment. Looks like they're going to smoke off from all stars. Have they got any wards? They do. So one will catch them retreating down to the stairs to move towards Roche. They've only seen Michael at the moment. Like, still playing pretty far forward on the front line. Not the target they want to go for. All or nothing on the Medusa. Doesn't sound like the play. They're still going to attempt it. PP does a great job to be able to stall the backline. Deuce has been able to stone gaze and retreat away. Quap's in trouble. Benjamin control with the lasso. Dynamo BKB last second, but he just doesn't have the net worth to be able to fight the Medusa. It's just not going to work. They held the roar as well. That was still available to the last second. Edge have only lost 1. Meanwhile, inside the river, they've also been able to deal with the Omni Knight. BSK was surrounded, and Vitali should be able to get the Muerta with the assistance of the Hawk. It's a 5-for-1. They can do whatever they want afterwards now on Edge.
Yeah, it's just a little tough at this point in the game. Like, it's hard for them to find a full commitment on the hero they want. Like, yeah, they killed the AA over the Sven, but the Ice Blast was already used, right? And the longer these fights go, unfortunately, this Medusa, look at her net worth, man. It's it's just too much right now for them to deal with. So it's just unfortunately a little bit too late, and they needed to try something at some point, but perhaps you do wait for your high grounds. It's really a tough call because they wanted to fight the Roshan, and because that was a team wipe, they decided Rosh can wait. Let's just go ahead and go for another set of barracks here, as they do take out mid, go for bottom, but they are now pinging that potentially they're going to go for the Wisdom Shrine, and Roshan is going to be on the top lane for the next minute and a half. Plenty of time to kill it if they want to do that, or they can just set up bottom. And I mean, Disperser to get back to that point, it's pretty good this game, yeah. I mean, it does give you move speed, it'll get you out of Upheaval, out of the Shadow Strike. If you do get silenced, for example, by the Muerta, it can get rid of that too. You can use it on your allies to help them get out of the danger too. So there's a lot of things you can dispel that will kite you in this game. And just in general, the item's good on Medusa, right? It gives you agility and intelligence, two stats that she does very much so enjoy.
Gonna run into multiple heroes. They'll have to move forward as well. Where's the Omni Knight? He's down on the low ground. He's got nothing to be able to help Dynamo out. He's gonna turn to deal with the Medusa, but we saw what happened last fight. You are not killing Pyke. You can try and drop all your spells and all your right-click damage, but that's not going to work out. Pyke is an absolute monster. And so to all the Edge boys as well. It's an ultra for the Medusa, and they're going to walk it down and close this game out. It's a pretty easy game one victory for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Sven, right? It's already a little bit of a tough matchup into Medusa, but you're playing against a Roar and a Lasso, right? So this is a very, very, very difficult Sven game when it does get to this stage. Like, as we saw in the draft, like, this had very small windows for this would actually work. That's why I said the ease of execution was not there for this draft. You have to do some crazy stuff to make this one work, and a lot of it did have to do through the laning stage, but laning stage was a disaster, to be completely honest with you. Like, this Sven, he got shut down incredibly hard just by the rotations that Edge was continuously doing on this bot lane. Top lane, I mean, Pyke, you just had the dream game on a Medusa, right? You just want to hit creeps for like 25 minutes with nobody interrupting you, and that is exactly what happened for him. Like, he was able to just farm, nobody cared, and All-Stars, they just overreacted, I think, to every single rotation. They brought 5 to everything, and that just caused this Medusa to have a completely free game. So a little bit of a outclass, I want to say, a little bit of experience still needed for this all-star team, but this is kind of what we were expecting to happen in this series in particular.
Sure. Like, looking, if we don't count the gameplay now, like when we see the Medusa in hindsight, we have a little bit more time to think about it. How difficult percentage-wise is this game to actually be able to execute when it looked like quite a good Medusa game?
I mean, I honestly think Pyke could have been just about any hero in this game, and they still would have won.
Okay.
So, like, the Medusa is great, but if she was like a TA or a Morphling, it changes absolutely nothing on how this game is going to eventually fold out to be even a Terrorblade, right? Like, if he's a hard carry that just gets complete free lane, and your carry is getting pressured insanely hard, it is hard to win those games. Like, sure. It's something that, like, I think less experienced teams fall into this trap of a lot. It's like, oh, my carry's getting pressured, so I'm going to keep running to his lane. But you have to keep in mind, when there's 5 heroes in your lane and you're a carry, guess what happens? You're sharing EXP 5 ways, right? You're getting under-leveled. You're not hitting creeps because the enemy team keeps running at you. And if you leave the enemy carry just to himself, he's getting complete free farm. So the rotations and everything that happened to that lane just allowed Pyke to have completely free games. So what I think a lot of teams need to learn how to do eventually is not really respond to pressure, but learning how to apply your own pressure. So maybe move to that Medusa a bit earlier and apply some pressure there too. But as I was saying during the game, it was hard because Pyke, he had like the Lotus, right? He had some mangoes, he had a free lane. I don't know, it just felt like almost an impossible game after the first like 10 minutes, I will say. So, but I do think you still have to make some weird plays in this game. You can't just keep running to Dynamo's lane and just not only getting him behind, but your whole team, BSK, is getting behind because he's making these rotations. Everything wrong that happened for All-Stars in this match really did happen in this bot lane, and them overreacting time and time again.
So how do you adjust now for your All-Stars? Like with Dynamo, do you try and secure his matchup? Do you try and put more pressure?
Yeah.
Like overall, do we look at lanes? What do we look at? Do we want to try and have a better off-lane matchup so we make sure we don't have a really good game for Pyke? What do we look at?
I think you just pick the gyro, right? Like, this Sven was very vulnerable to the Beastmaster at some point. So picking a hero, like when a team is, they're going to be more seasoned than you, potentially mechanically better than you in laning, you need to fix that. Otherwise, it's going to be a stomp. So you have to pick the hero that doesn't go even with Beast, but you pick the hero that shuts Beast down, which is the Gyrocopter in this game. But if we look at what the standout player of this match is, it's definitely going to be Pyke here. This Medusa, completely untouched, right? I mean, he had the dream game. He just got an AFK farm, just walk down lanes. Like, that's exactly where you want to be, but he did it really well, had a very high GPM. 900 GPM is absolutely insane on this patch, with 1,000 XPM as well. So Pyke's Medusa, it's rough, but as I mentioned before, he could have been any hard carry in this game, and he would have put up those same numbers, I feel. So they got to fix other issues when it comes to All-Stars. It wasn't just like Pyke cheesing him with the Medusa. They just got outplayed.
Okay. Well, let's see if they're going to be able to fix these issues, though, because All-Stars one game down, but of course it's upper bracket. So if they lose this series, they'll get knocked down. But really, you need to continue having that run through the upper bracket here with how competitive we're going to see the South American region is through the remainder of the qualifiers. So just game one, boys on edge going to be able to get the victory. We'll send to a break. When we come back, we'll got game two. We'll see you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are back with our Game 2 Edge 1 map victory here for our third series of the night. Let's see what All-Stars are going to be able to do as a response. In the previous series, we saw some success with the gyrocopter. Fee has asked for them to go back for it in this game. And we'll see if that's going to be the call. And we'll see what the call is going to be for them, because they're going to need to pull something a little bit different out of the hat. That was a very convincing victory for the boys on Edge.
Yeah, I mean, they've only won so far with the Jower, right? And you had a Warlock, and you were against a Beast. Like, the conditions seemed perfect, to be honest with you. However, the one thing that wasn't perfect as far as conditions go was the composition to allow a Gyro to have complete freedom. Because, like, this is the drawback of these offlane Omnis, right? Like, they don't have any initiation. It's not a Beast. You don't have this Roar. Not a Tide. You don't have the team fight. So, and if you pick a mid like WAP as well, and you don't have a Spirit in the mid lane, it kind of does feel like you might need that initiation from your carry. But if you're going to last pick your carry and you have to do one specific job for your team, that means your draft failed, the way I look at it. Because that last pick should have complete freedom to do whatever it needs to do in the game. And he didn't have that freedom. And so maybe switch it up a little bit. That offlane Omni didn't inspire me too much. Maybe just get a standard offlaner. Maybe ban this Batrider Tiny combo if you really just have to pick Quap into it every single game. Hasn't worked for any team so far in trying to do it. So, yeah, I think either mid or their offlaner needs to be a reliable stun, and then maybe they can fit in a carry that can actually carry the game.
Okay, let's see. Because that's what we saw in their success. I mean, their mid laner was a Void Spirit and then a Pangolier. So hero that could initiate, hero that could offer a little bit of control and help out your carry. So let's see what the, again, change is going to be for All-Stars. They will be first pick and Radiant. And we got Edge on Dire with second pick, which I believe is the exact same, right?
Yes, I honestly don't remember.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they did. I mean, Edge chose Dire. That's all I know for this map.
Interesting.
Dire team ban.
Which means first pick was a selection for All-Stars there.
Dire team ban.
And it looks like
Team ban.
everything looks kind of similar, if not exactly the same. I don't remember if the Monkey King was banned or not, but
10 seconds remaining.
probably was. So make an adjustment here.
Pick Dire
If
team
you really want, so they made the adjustment, two adjustments here. They got rid of the AA, and then they picked up the Kunkka, which is going to give you more control, more stun. Good versus the Beastmaster. So already
Radiant team
forcing Edge to play a different type of game, and the DP will be the choice instead. Seeing that AA is banned, this is also a hero that lanes very well into the Kunkka. Whether it's a carry Kunkka or a mid Kunkka, doesn't really have any interactions with the Kunkka outside of that, though, if it is
10 seconds
an offlane Kunkka. One of the beauties of early picking Kunkka, too, right? You can put it in all three lanes.
remaining.
Yep. Such a versatile hero. And I suppose, like, already fixes a little bit of the issue. Maybe not initiation, but at least the early game can act as that, if you're running across the map in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not as active with this Radiance build, but
Kunkka's initiation is really good for like the first 15-20 minutes. It's just like after that, when the Yules and the BKBs start coming online, it becomes a little difficult.
10 seconds remaining.
But early game initiation, he's very good at.
5
But late game,
seconds
not so
remaining.
much.
yep. So we'll see, of course, where the supports also fall into that category. Tiny banned out, Tusk banned out. So we saw, of course, a pride in with the Muerta last game. Let's see where the Batrider also goes this game as well.
Yeah, I think the Tiny ban at this point has deserved a spot against a lot of these teams that have good Tiny players. You would think this Quap should like do really well against a melee hero, but it's been going even at best or losing this matchup. And that's not what you want from a Quap. And Quap is a hero that definitely needs to win the laning stage for it to have a lot of impact. Ringmaster will come out. More team fight, more laning prowess. And more importantly, the box, right? Like when you X a hero, it's pretty telegraphed on what's coming next, right? So just throw them in the box, and they're pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see if they Ricky on All Stars. They played it in one of their games yesterday to success, and I know the Ricky has been counted as like a nice support matchup versus the Ringmaster to get on top of him with the Silence. I'm not sure where that hero currently sits. Maybe the Silence would be a little bit frustrating for the Death Prophet as well. I don't know if you even rate the Ricky as a hero, but it's just something they've already played recently.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of Ricky versus Ringmaster is you actually get the shard, right? And heroes inside of the smoke screen are untargetable, which means you can't use the box on a hero that's in a smoke screen, which is a great counter. And same with Mars Bloodsport facet too, right? Where you just can't see within the arena. That is generally a good counter to these defensive heroes like the Shadow Demons, the Ringmasters. So yeah, I think Ricky could be good with that smoke screen to prevent the save. Always a viable option, especially if they have a Ricky player. It's typically, that's the limiting factor of if you can pick Ricky or not, is does your position 4 play the hero? Because there's not a lot of people who specialize in the Ricky.
So yesterday there was an Ancient Apparition first pick, and then they responded with the Ricky to close out the first phase. So that's what they did, at least with the AA matchup. And we'll see the Disruptor at the moment, though.
Okay. They're definitely fixing their catch this game. They have...
That also helps.
Way more stuns. Yeah, I mean, Dark Willow, I can go on a rant again.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't really play too much of Dark Willow, and I'm like, why am I getting solo killed? And then I had to really click on this hero and understand why that was happening, and then I realized people are going for this throwing shade facet. So when you're in Shadow Realm, all your damage is increased by 30%.
30?
So,
what?
Yeah, in a 700 radius. So that's why I'm getting solo killed. And then he also has talents that do Bedlam duration, Bedlam damage. Very cool.
Oh wow, yeah, the 10-15. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I also haven't like clicked on this hero enough to like look at.
So I realized very quickly, it's like I've been playing. I'm like these 1500 HP gyrocopters, right? And I'm just farming, and some Dark will come up to me. I'm like, whatever, man, and I'm dead. Literally, and then everyone will ping me like, you just got solo killed by support, and I'm like, yeah, I feel the same way. That doesn't feel right. This hero's damage is it's not right, but we will see the Ricky come out for the opposite team though. So they kind of block picked the Ricky. What do they want Ricky for in this game? Not entirely sure. I mean, there is no like defensive heroes for countering with the smoke screen. Not really. So, and that's been mostly when Ricky is picked. It was picked a lot against, you remember when Dazzle was kind of cracked out for a couple patches? Like, it would stop the Dazzle from graving his hero so you could actually burst him. But I think in this particular game, I mean, he can dodge he can dodge 2 spells, right? If you glimpse him, he can dodge that. If you X him, he can also dodge that. So I guess he has defensive properties here, but I don't see a lot of offensive potential here.
Sure.
So interesting pick nonetheless. And Pango will come out. This hero is very good against what we see right now, right? Like if you look at Static Storm on the ground, Boat on the ground, Torrents, all of the crap that Dark Willow puts on the ground, as long as you're rolling, you don't care about any of that. You can deal with Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm, even versus the Terrorblade, right? Like you can kind of control him too. So that was an extremely good Pangolier pick.
Yeah, how does the TB Pango interaction actually go throughout the game? Because I know like people are considering against the Pango like high physical damage to be a really big issue for the Pango, but the early game and maybe as the game goes on, right, like with just the raw nuke that you have and like chain control potential maybe for BKB on the Terrorblade is probably a big advantage to the Pango. So do you, like when you look at this matchup, is there one that you would say, is it more timing dependent throughout the game? You wouldn't just be like clear cut, it's this favored for one hero, or?
I think there's definitely timings where these heroes have strong interactions with each other. I think the early game, it's insanely Pango favored, right? He just comes to your lane, he's magic immune, you can't do anything. And late game, yeah, sure, TB has a lot of tools to deal with Pango. However, if Pango is incredibly farmed, It's a very nice thing to have in a draft. Heroes that can get on top and disrupt the backline of TB so he can't freely right-click. So I don't think at any stage of the game Pango is bad versus TB. I think it's a very just solid matchup. It might not be like a hard counter as like some mid Zeus or something, or mid Tinker that kind of makes TB feel very threatened of dying. Because you do, as you mentioned, you have that ability to kill the Pango. So the Pango has to play smart. But I think if the Pango is really smart on how he plays, it's Pango favored. But if you make a couple mistakes or you roll on the wrong target and TB pops meta and you die, yeah, that could be pretty bad for you. So the Pango has to play it really smart. But if he does, it should be favored for him. But farm is really important.
I mean, okay. Let's see. Well, they're banning Quap and the Puck. So feeling like the Conker is going to be pushed to the offlane.
Yeah, I think they're okay with Pango mid against the Kunkka, just because you can just jump into him and when he wants to cleave, kind of like mess with him a little bit. I think if Kunkka plays it well, he should still win that matchup, but just Puck and Quap are definitely much better versus Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
As far as the lane goes.
Are there really
5 seconds remaining.
other options? Like I can't really see many other mid options, and I feel like the offlane is maybe. We got Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean this one's picked occasionally versus the Pango. You can just continuously spam him in the lane. Later on in the game, the Edict, if you go for the increased damage on it instead of the tower damage, you can actually kill the Pango while he's rolling.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think that's the idea with this one.
5 seconds remaining.
Great versus the Ricky too, right? These Invis heroes hate playing versus Leshrac's uncontrollable damage. I wonder if we'll see a Pango go for a Blade Mill in this game. That's like one of the go-to items that most heroes want to buy versus a Leshrac. However, these aren't heroes that naturally want to buy a Blade Mill, right? The DP Blade Mill, not really a thing. Pango Blade Mill, not really a thing either. So honestly, kind of a good Leshrac pick. I like it. And then the Drow.
Choose your hero.
Oh, that one. So there's good and bads about this one. It's definitely good versus TB and Leshrac. But it's so incredibly bad versus Dark Willow, Disruptor, and Kunkka.
Yeah.
So he's confident, right? And I think what they're realizing here is they need a hero that can deal with the Leshrac and the TB. And so Pyke's positioning has to be so good this game because his job is to kill TB and this Leshrac, but the lane should not be super easy. And not only just the lane, but like when you're level 6 on Kunkka, what do you do on Drow? Like you just get X'd and you're just dead. And multi-shot does not work through Shadow Realm, by the way. 0 damage. So you have no ways of dealing with a Dark Willow if she ever goes in that Shadow Realm, which is very annoying. And then obviously if you're trying to reposition, right, which Drow loves to do, Glimpse is going to be an issue. So luckily they do have heroes that can just get in there so Drow can position right away. Looking at Pango and Ricky, these are the heroes that definitely are going to be wanting to start the fights. And you do have PP, he's going to be on the DP mid. And that is going to be a better matchup, I think, for Leshrac here. So that's nice for them. And PP is going to be the frontliner. So I guess they do have a lineup that can enable Pyke to play the way he wants to play. He doesn't have to be a frontliner. He doesn't at any point in this game. And he can't be. So ease of execution, though. Not easy for Pyke, but he is a very great carry player. So I expect he knows what his role in this game is and how to achieve it.
How do you protect him in the early game though? Like it sounds like you're concerned on maybe towards the later stage of the lane, especially level 6 on Conqueror and the potential rotations that we can see out of the other heroes. So how do Edge play around that? Do we see like Ricky coming through the portal and trying to try lane, or at least I should say gank through maybe some of the later levels inside the lane? Do you try and go jungle early? Like how do you try and get Drow out of this really dangerous period?
I think you're good in the lane until level 6, right? When you get level 6, you just probably can't lane anymore. So if you get a huge advantage in the early game just by, you know, being a better laning team, that'll help. And outside of that, I think mid rotations might be necessary this game. This is where I would have liked the Pango to go mid, because Pango could easily just go mid and then rotate top, right? And that'd be insanely easy to do. But there's going to be an engagement here.
Well, it's a big shield crash. Only have a couple of heroes at the moment. Yodomi actually was nearby.
30 seconds.
It was on the opposite side, but no, there was 4 heroes to be able to protect Edge, and they did not want to run up into the high ground, even with the 5-man from All Stars. So they'll just run the opposite direction, go back and control their own jungle, probably try and look for an even 2-2 split.
Yeah, I mean, a 4-man shield crash is a little too much to chew through, right? That's a 200 damage barrier for Pango.
Yeah, under the Observer Ward, so
Alright, we're gonna
some
try
pretty good
again.
information to play with this time. Vitali got his shield crush actually blocked, I believe, from the torrents. Not
Yep.
gonna matter though, because the fight will occur over to the right side. Michael is the one to be the first casualty of this game, and All Stars looks like the second attempt was able to work for them with getting the kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little crazy they're trying to fight these engagements early because their heroes, like, what does Ricky even do? You know what I mean? The Pango is pretty good, but, like, same with DP, Ringmaster, there's only so much they can add to these level 1 engagements, and they're fighting outnumbered. So either way, that's a first blood for Benjimon here on the mid lane Leshrac. Absolutely ideal for him. But meanwhile, on Zama, he's just dead.
Okay.
Just killed at level 1. The Bedlam just not on point, and they seize that opportunity with the blood grenade and the impalement art, and gets punished for it. These
Well,
are the
that's gonna
kind of
help.
deaths that hurt. Yeah. Well, it's help or hurt depends on which side you're
Well,
on.
Yes, that's the thing. Depends which side we're talking about. But if we're speaking about the dry, being concerned about getting out of the, or at least being in a position where around the level 6 you have the lead, and well, that is without a doubt going to be able to assist with that early kill. She doesn't get the gold, but will be a little bit of experience, a little bit of the assist gold going her way. Not the worst.
A lot of space, right? And also you have to keep in mind that this Kunkka was forced to go for Torrent at level 1, and he's out of position. Another dart, Tame the Beast, and he actually went X. Well, worse goes to horrible for this top lane.
What did he X? Wait, what happened?
He used X on the Yodomi. They tried to kill him, but this is now just a lane where you do not have Tidebringer. Your chances of winning this lane have went from 50% to 0. It's actually just a disaster. Like, I was afraid how this lane would go, but if the lane starts like this, all right, they're gonna go on Yodomi here. Maybe they can get a
They'll
kill
do
on
their
him.
best.
Dude, he's got.
Maybe there'll be a trade, but yeah, he's got his
No.
souvenirs. He's got a
Yep.
whoopee cushion as well if it is required, but it's not. So he'll keep that one for the next time. And has he got a TP on the Dark? Okay, he does. It's back up, but still, it's another death though, so...
Not only is it another death, it's also 2 CS on Kunkka.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He'll get another one there. 3 to his name.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. I don't want to look top anymore. Yeah, bottom lane.
Hunter, you might have to actually. I think we got another.
I'm closing
kill
my eyes. I don't want to see
Oh,
this.
God. No, you got to be happy. It's a Dark Willow that's dying. I feel like you would enjoy
That's
this.
true.
Michael bottom lane. Tricks of the trade. As soon as he pops out, the blood grenade's going to hit him up in the face. Vitali she'll crash up in a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, will not be able to continue to fight against Dynamo. They don't have the glimpse, however, to send him back, so Vitali's going to be fine, but they do get the kill, put a lot of pressure on with the metamorphoses.
I mean, you're right in that regard. Dark Willow dying does make me happy. There's 2 heroes in Dota that I love to see die.
Which
They're
is the
both
other-
position 4s. Can you think of another position 4 I might hate if I hate Dark Willow?
Oh, I don't know, dude.
All
Shot.
right.
Oh,
I got you. It's Hoodwink.
okay.
But that's when Hoodwink was OP. Just the low skill position 4s that do way more damage and win the lane for no absolute reason I hate. And those are 2 of them. Hoodwink
Yeah,
meta.
that hero in the
It was
lane
great.
was so insane. It was so insane, actually.
Yeah, it just wasn't fun. Like, my position 5 just got first blooded every game. Just 1v1. And then I'm just 1v2. I hate that hero.
So you don't have to deal with the hoodwink, but you got to deal with the Dark Willow, unfortunately.
Yeah, pick your
BSK?
poison.
Nice Bramble, but still Yodomi is going to be able to land some of the spells. Torrent does hold back Pike
Oh
Might
no,
not
he
be
died.
enough though. They
Yeah.
might even look for Hans Armor as well. Okay, Shuttle Realm, this ability is still being on cooldown. Looks like, oh, I don't know, dude. He popped
he's
out.
dead. What?
Yeah, what's going on top?
Oh, well,
Lesh is
return
hit.
kill, maybe? The Impelment Arts misses, and can he get a deny here? That clutch, nice.
Oh no!
Nothing. You've got nothing.
Yeah, that was a streak as well that he would have got, a 4 streak. Good news about this game, right? The TB lane's doing
is
great. And
Okay.
yeah, the TB lane. That lane's good. Mid lane's fine too. So, but however, the despair that is currently top lane. Yeah, I don't. Not sure how to describe that one, other than just that complete and utter despair.
Well, they might, with top going so well, it frees up Yodomi to try and play around mid. A little bit difficult to hit the Impelment Arts with how quick Benjimon is. For some reason, the catapult is just going to run up towards the tower. So it would have been nice to be able to get the timing of the Exo with that first catapult wave, but it will not.
All right. Okay. Looks like they're gonna collapse on mid lane because it's 6 minutes. They want to contest the first power rune of the game.
There's a big advantage with level 6 on PP, and Benjimon is so close to it. 8 experience is needed. Unfortunately, maybe the lack of damage here is going to be a bit of a problem. Benjimon, he'll be run down. Yodomi's not going to die out to the Edict, and they might look to move towards mid. PP before it, he kind of set up the wave with shoving it in, and is a bit low on resources. It's not going to be that much damage into the tower.
Oh, that was an early glyph. Interesting. I think this is going to be a lot of damage to the tower, to be honest with you. They're going to get this to at least half, but with Leshrac coming back up.
Or can he TP back in like that?
He
Benjimon?
can, but will he be punished for it? Okay, no.
Oh, he's able to get the kill
he
at
just
least.
hit level 6
and he has
too.
6 now.
Yep. He's waiting for his edicts to get back, and then he could turn. So it was scary, but he survived.
He survived. He's okay, but I mean, it means that Pyke is once again absolutely free farming inside his lane. So the timing that we're concerned about, it's still going to come a little bit slower here from BSK with that level 6. He's lacking some experience, and bottom as well. You're fine. Vitali didn't have anything to fear. Brees will earn a bunch of stats. He's about to have level 6 as well, so we could also see the Pangolier move top at the similar timing where Radiant are maybe wanting to put some pressure onto the Drow Ranger with the bow.
Yeah. I mean, believe it or not, the
BSK?
Kunkka and Pango are actually the same net worth right now. But that might change here, depending on how much damage they can go. The Admirals, oh, the Dart missed. And we're
We got a roll. Benjimon?
Got him.
Nice observer.
So that definitely helps. The big problem is right now, kind of like the carries are similar. Obviously, Pyke's a little bit higher because he's getting a lot of kills, but you're still free-forming on TB. That kill helps you out a lot, but this Leshrac, man, he had first blood. He is struggling right now. He is at the same net worth as pretty much Kunkka, who's had a terrible lane after that death there. And Pango's actually just opting to hold that thought.
Nice kill for them to find 4 heroes. They want to TP in, but they're trying to secure all the stacks they have inside their triangle. Disruptor's going to run the opposite direction to give Lesh a little bit more time to farm up, but PP wants to continue to contest. He's got Exo. I actually didn't see if he stole any of the creeps.
Negligible if he did. And this goes back to, like, what if this Leshrac killed that Drow and got that 4x streak, you know? Would that change the trajectory of this game? Potentially. Because Benjimon is struggling in this game. Kunkka TPing mid, he is level 6. But he's got 3 siphons
Mispositioning is going
available
to be
here.
huge.
That's denied,
Whatever they can to try and protect him. It's a decent amount of damage at the moment, but the shield room's going to be activated, and the Lesh just disappeared.
Where'd he go?
Benjimon is feeling like a support Lesh, and 999's going to be chased down into the tower. blood grenade, in fact, is enough to be able to get the kill. He might still be in trouble on Michael. Looks like he will tick out in the end to the damage. They still have the escape act on cooldown.
All right. I mean, they did get a deny, but the biggest issue really running into is here. Lesh is, yeah, he's a support, like quite literally. Like his timings are gonna line up with like a position 4 support blink dagger first. There's no world in which this Leshrac is gonna feel tanky, so he is gonna have to rush that blink. I think that's the only item he can get in this position, but unfortunately Lesh has been this way for a while now. If you want to play it mid, it's this glass cannon type of hero where you just go in and you hope that you kill them before they kill you. And unfortunately in this game, versus the heroes you're playing against and how much net worth they have compared to you, I have a feeling that he's gonna die first in almost every situation before he kills them. And this blink is kind of far away, so maybe they're gonna have to rely on some glimpses to... But Glimpse is only level 2 from this Disruptor. They pretty much have to bring one of these heroes straight into the arms of Benjimon and create a wall around him, but who can you even glimpse at this point? You're versus Pango, you're versus Ricky. Maybe you can go on the DP, but I think if you go on DP, you need Disruptor Silence up, and who's to say that this Ringmaster isn't just sitting behind waiting, right?
Yeah.
With this box, it's gonna save you from the combo.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? Where you have the save on Dire with, you know, something to combine with the Death Prophet, but Lesh is also very similar. Like, this hero really, really thrives when you have saves, and you do not have that on Radiant. So they're going to give him the Ancients. It will help to get towards this blink. They'll smoke Benjamin up.
Is there mana for this?
I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh no, dude. Oh, and the Conquer just yoinks half of it.
Yeah.
What can you do?
At least they killed the stack, I guess. But now he has absolutely no resources to fight top, by the way, so...
Put in a position to do so, though. Michael's going to be able to get away, tricks the trade, get some separation. Maybe we see some Dark Willow cheese as well. Get the magic here. Get some solo kills. Put some...
Yeah, I mean...
across the map.
It's tough. The Dark Willow is kind of countered, right? The escape act, the 8% magic resist. I guess it's only 50 at level 1, but still, that's half your damage reduced. So he's not killing him. You're not killing Pango. DP, I mean, if she doesn't get a siphon off, I guess you can kill her. And Drow. Well, you have the Gust, which is a nice little pushback, I guess.
Here's K. First wheel of the game from Yodomi with Pyke nearby. This case showcasing actually pretty tanky with the build. Does get one of the Lotus off, but unfortunately needed the second, and with the cooldown still there. Have enough health to be able to withstand the damage early on from the Drow. Yodomi is still not an easy kill as well with the help of the souvenirs. Has another one. The form of the Funhouse. Can he dodge it? Oh, got the vision for the glimpse back. Meanwhile, Pyke.
Oh. Okay.
Has he got to be worried? Benjimon? Okay, I'm still without the blink, unfortunately, so wasn't able to jump over the top and maybe offer some threatening kill onto the Drow Ranger. He's going to have to go back, continue to farm towards his first item.
Yeah, if he had blink, Drow would have died 100%, but he will have it now. This is like his first critical item that he needs. But they do leave the X off, okay. But
the Bramble's going to stop the roll. If they got the damage, Pyke strength treads along with the Dragonlance. And without the damage from the Bedlam, it's there now, but Hanzama's not going to get the kill. Meanwhile, down to the south, they're also chasing up to the Conquer. It's 5 heroes from Edge. They bring everyone. They know how important it is to be able to keep Pyke alive, and they're going to be rewarded. 999 hunted down. And what a timing as well. You got Wisdom up in about 10 seconds here, along with the potential... I thought he was going to get the deny, but tier 1 tower as well if they want it afterwards. Very nicely done from Edge. Pyke will stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, Edge know the game plan. You got to protect this Drow, and Pango, his timing was perfect. Like, as soon as the silence ended, right, from the Drow, the roll was there. So, if he didn't show up in that exact moment, Drow could have definitely... Well, Drow would have died 100% there, so... good awareness or communication on what needed to happen in that situation there for Team Edge.
Okay, so a person we haven't spoken about in quite a while is the carry Dynamo here on the Terrorblade. 002 has had a very quiet game. How does he get involved? Does he even have the ability to maybe get involved? Do we want to see them smoke to him? Does he need to play on the opposite side of the map? Like, what is the call for the TB?
Well, they're gonna get him to smoke, but I don't think that's what he wants at all in this game. I think what he wants to do, or honestly needs to do, is just kind of predict where Edge is going and just be ready, you know? And once they dive a little bit deep, they're now initiating into a meta. That's kind of how TB likes to play. You don't really want to be part of these smokings at 15 minutes. This feels awkward. Like, yeah, you get a kill, use 100 spells for this, but now TB's just like, okay, I could have farmed like the whole jungle during this time frame, you know? I mean, it's fine, you know, don't get me wrong, you needed to make something happen, but I can promise you this is definitely not what TB wanted to do.
Yeah, what do you feel like another instance where we saw last game they were bringing... Oh, they get Michael as well. I was going to say another instance last game where we saw they were over-rotating to defend their safe lane, and then what, maybe another thing here where they bring the Terrorblade as well for a kill that he wasn't really needed to be in?
They were just hoping to get a bigger target. Like, this Pango is not really a core in this game, and you can see his itemization too, right? He's just going Vessel into Blink into Shard. He knows his role in this game. DP is going to require a lot of farm, so is the Drow. So if you're smoking the TB, I kind of want it to be...
Oh no.
Oh, rough.
Oh, bro. PP hasted down to get the DD, and the Disruptor was just trying to protect it, and Lesh walked in, saw a DP hasted up, and... That's the story there.
That's all she wrote on that one. I mean, it's still tough, though, you know? Like, you're a Terrorblade, you're having a good game. You don't have many options in the game other than to respond to what the enemy's doing and just farm. And the box... Oh, did he walk out of range for that? Yeah. Doesn't matter too much.
Looks of it. They are bringing a lot of heroes down to bottom, and Dire a bit separated the formation. Nice static storm. Before the roll comes out, Benjimon should have the damage, so they're good for the kill onto Vitali. Multiple fights breaking out over the left as well. PP should look to try and chase them more, but the Glimpse is at least going to get the Conquer out of danger, but 999 is currently surrounded. PP with a double kill.
Yeah, I mean, you did get the Pango, which was nice. I think you just still want to make these plays. It's kind of necessary, because, like, Box was down, right? You get a great Static Storm on Pango. You get a kill. But I think you need to potentially cut your losses, right? As soon as they killed that Pango, they chose, right? It was your choice to go back into that fight. They were out. So, just another situation where you make a good play, but it's like the saying, 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards, right? Kinds of be the trend here in this game. I mean, Terrorblade is looking good. He does a lot of damage, but it's really just going to be a question of, will he do enough damage? And the second question of, will he actually be able to hit heroes, you know? Or is he going to get chain locked by some Ricky Cloud and Pangolier? So I think using this Disruptor to get 1 kill and backing is going to be key here. But
thinking about maybe PP's got some heroes playing over the right side. Dynamo's on the outskirts, but how does the Terrorblade really look to enter? They've lost the Conquer, the boat on his dying breath, but that will do nothing. Everyone else does get away, but still continuing to bleed heroes, and Dire, you know, Pyke once again is nowhere to be seen. Hurricane Pyke not completed, sieging T2 Tower.
I mean, no smokes available. They found the Ricky though. Oh, he has a Yules on Ricky.
Let's get the escape off for the last second, but the damage over time is going to be able to bring him down. Once again, though, with the Static Storm, we're continuing to see Vitali have a difficult time to be able to deal with this Static Storm as a response to him, and Dynamo will also help out with some of the damage in the meta. So not too bad All Stars do a pretty good job to be able to defend their own jungle and also kind of blocking Edge from getting down to bottom to combine with the Drow to put that pressure onto the T2 tower.
I mean, that's the exact play they needed to make, right? They used all their spells in the mid lane. Kunkka died for it, and they have to make a play to kind of defend that. So, really well done in that regard. I mean, the box was there, right? But we kind of see it was a little bit late, and it was never going to save a hero against Leshrac. And I guess we didn't really talk about it too much, but the pure damage of the Edict, right, completely negates the box's magic resistance that it gives you. So even if you go in the box, if you're alone and isolated, this Leshrac will still kill you.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And that's exactly what happened, is Disruptor steals a shield rune.
She gets purged off straight away with the Yules. Atala's going to look to try and move in as well. Go off in for a kill onto the Disruptor. Should be able to do it easily by himself. It's the call now for the boys on Edge. You have Exo up, but we're going to look for Roshan with the kill. Map is in a pretty good position for them as well with the Kree Wave.
Yeah, I think Roche is probably going to be the call. You don't really want to use Exo, but you could use it. I just don't think it's necessary because you do have Pango. The lucky shot will help a lot with this Roshan. Attack speed reduction, quite good, but they want to make sure they just get it. Agnums is online for TP as well, so extra damage.
On mid lane, Yodomi. Trying to make a solo play while the rest of the team is taking Roche. It's not a bad static storm, but the kinetic field was on cooldown, so they couldn't block them in. Now Pike's going to be able to chase them down. Slows were there, helps Michael be able to leap over the top. So Roche clean for free. And... okay. Boy, really far forward. They got any stuns? Yours? Mike was there. Just gets in range to be able to stop the TP. And this will... well, he actually just bought the Radiance at least. So I was going to say we'll continue to slow down the Radiance, but this was purchased Silver Lining.
Okay. I mean, the net worth lead, it's only 6,000. You still have a Terrorblade. That's great. I mean, you're a little bit behind on this mid matchup. That's about it. And by a little bit, it's actually quite a lot, but... it's just a Leshrac, right? Like, he just does damage and needs to stay alive. So, Ghost Scepter it is, you know? And Ghost Scepter actually kind of makes him invulnerable in this game, so...
it's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, Pango's role is physical damage. Drow's all physical. Ricky's doing physical.
Exo too.
Yeah, Exo. So, that item has insane value in this game. It
really
might
cool
get
choice,
to a point... yeah, it might get to a point where Ricky might need to go for a Nullifier instead of this Blink Dagger. Might be something worth considering. Maybe Pango will go for it, but I think a Nullifier on either Pango or Ricky could be really valuable. I mean, we're seeing a lot of like offlaners and mids and supports get Nullifiers now instead of carries because it just doesn't feel good to get a Nullifier on a carry on most heroes, and Drow is no exception. Like, would you rather have a Nullifier or a Butterfly on Drow? It's like a no-brainer.
Yeah. Pike is a little bit split from the team, but are you really wanting to run at the Aegis carrier? They're going to go the other way. It will give time for Edge to be able to set up a formation. And it seems like they're aware this is going on. Now, Vitali is underneath the Observer, but it's pretty difficult. I'll go for it, so. Edge themselves, a counter smoke, BKB timing. Pike's going to get this one delivered just before the level 18. They do have a ward inside the lane as well, so BSK. They're going to know he didn't run back, and he's going to continue to walk straight into Edge. Dynamo's nearby, but what is the Terrorblade really going to be able to do? Absolutely nothing, and maybe that puts himself in the firing line. Vitali's going to be able to catch up to him, tries to get away with the Manta, but the chain control is perfect. Wheel of Wonder stops the Sunder. Now the supports, they're next on the chopping block. A Shadow Realm will only delay the inevitable as Edge... well, their smoke will work. Orsaz tried to make something happen, but not to be. It's a triple for PP.
That was Aegis BKB Drow you're fighting into. And these are not the fights you want to take if you're All-Stars. The ideal fight for you is the ones where they run into you, not you getting caught out in the middle of the lane. I mean, That's cool, I guess. I mean, he used his haste just to style on them, I suppose, for a couple seconds. I don't think he was planning to kill anyone there, but you got to be very careful there, because Ricky, if he did use his Yules, you're just dead on Lush, right? I guess that's the one dispel they do have, is Yulesing him.
Oh, Michael's frozen. Okay, just a Discord bug. I thought we lost him.
It's okay.
Back in a little bit.
He'll be back.
So, I don't know. This game was filmed like, yes, of course, Dyer had the lead for the entire game, but the net worth wasn't growing as much as I was expecting with the lead and the pressure it felt like they were putting on. But all of a sudden, like the last 5 minutes or so, when we saw the ages go down in that fight inside the river, the goal just has grown. Like before that, it was 4,000 lead. Now it's 13,000 just before they took Roshan. So
it's
we've
all
seen
about timings, really.
Yeah.
Like if you look at Drow's items, like she's at her peak. And if you look at Terrorblade's item, who has a lot of farm, but
triple nine.
He's dead.
We force up the high ground. BSK saw what happened to the Disruptor previously and felt like it would be a different story for him. Dark Willow, meanwhile, the wraparound though, Dynamo actually is in with the Terrorblade, but he doesn't have anyone to play with because Pike and the helper Michael are stopping everyone from getting over to offer some assistance. Benjamin will go down. You just have no answer to the Drow. Aegis is not even going to be killed off. Dynamo can't even have a hope of getting the Sunder with a chain control from Vitali. And up the high ground, they're about to go on edge.
999 living up to his name with 9 deaths now. It's a rough one. But as I was saying before that broke out, I guess I don't even have time. Just death after death. I'm not sure what Dark Willow's even trying to achieve 1v5 there, but it's just one of those situations where you just sit in your fountain and just wait for your team, because like, what can you possibly do by yourself? Absolutely nothing. Hopefully they don't continue to go one by one. Just wait 15 seconds. Everyone will be alive, okay? You're gonna lose your barracks. Make the call. It's fine. Barracks is dead. Oh, it's not even dead. Cool. Now you can maybe start throwing some X's and stuff as your team's respawning. Aegis is gone.
Too.
Yeah. But BKB is online though, so some amount of chain stunning has to happen. Doesn't that's that. But anyways, I was thinking about timings. Like if you look at Terrorblade's items, right? He has a lot of farm, but it's really effectively just a Manta and a Dragonlance, which compared to just like a BKB, Butterfly, Ags, Hurricane Pike, it's not much. And TB's net worth sometimes doesn't look great because you always buy the Shard, which adds to net worth, of course. So essentially, he's just not ready. I mean, it's just 10th death on Disruptor.
I thought Dynamo
Nothing
was
to see here.
Yeah, just another sport. You're probably happy with the Dark Willow as well. Your Dome is going to be able to catch him. Nicely done. Tali with the big nuke.
Yeah, those are some good heroes on killing a Dark Willow. A lot of ground targeted stuff on Pangoin, the Ringmaster. You love to see it. Or at least I do.
I'm sure a lot of people have this frustration with Dark Willow as well. It's okay. I think everyone also feels the pain. I feel watching the games as well. I know it's different when you're actually playing and you have this hero just chain controlling, you're solo killing, you're level 6, but up the high ground. Another siege. No ages, but you have Exo. Almost level 3 Exo as well.
Yeah, it's very nice. But what does your chain control look like? You have to start with a torrent? You know how hard that is versus Drow? Because if you don't torrent him into Lesh Stun, BKB is going to get off, right? And then once BKB is off, there's a torrent. And then there's a pullback. Okay. Well, he might have to BKB here soon. Oh, glimpse?
Maybe.
Yeah, there's
He can
BKB.
be off the glimpse and actually going to try and take a fight. So baited Radiant. And as a result, Dynamo, we've seen previously have a bit of a difficult time to be able to activate the Sunder. It might be that case once again.
Yeah.
Blown up, no hope for him. They thought there was an opportunity with the Pike, maybe getting glimpsed back, but PP actually, all right, PP goes down. Leshrac finally showcasing some of the raw damage output that we've seen previously from this year and some other games. It's been a difficult one for him so far, but with the DP, but of course, you know, it's really just consolation. You lose another full set of barracks down bottom. Edge, they're going to back away, look to reclaim the enemy's triangle. Is Drow here? Support's a little bit vulnerable at the moment. Secondary kill. Michael been able to run into BSK inside the river. And Pike wants nothing to do with it.
He wants to
If
give
the
him a blink
supports can make
target.
it up, yeah, maybe we'll be able to find it. Okay.
Oh. Okay. I mean, those are definitely some nice kills for sure. Doesn't solve the underlying issue, right? And that will be solved in time, right? But the real question is, how much time do you have? Because this TB needs to itemize out of his problems right now, and yeah, he queues up a BKB, and doesn't feel good to buy BKB on Terrorblade, but he has no choice. He's just dying to a hero he should be countering in the Death Prophet, but talk about this Pango matchup, right? If you don't have BKB, this Pango's continuously chain controlling you, and if you can't just hold your ground long enough for the roll to expire, or the BKBs to expire, you're not getting your Sunder off. So, problem number one for him right now is to get his Sunder off, and BKB is the only way that he's really going to achieve that. But if you can get up to this BKB, then to a Butterfly, then to a Scotty, you know, then he'll be good to play, right? But bit of a pipe dream there with all those items I just mentioned. And
It's a long game.
999. Yules.
Any cancel? So the TP also, the Dark Willow apparently is caught outside the base as well, so a second support's going to feed their life and maybe offering an opportunity here for Edge to get this final set of barracks.
Like, I don't understand, like, what is the play there? Is he, like, trying to break his smoke? But, like, if you die there, like, you just lose your mid-ranks.
Yeah, you just go high ground anyway.
Yeah,
Arcane
I
or an
mean,
X or...
it's tough, but whatever. Gale Guard on the... A vast Gale Guard on Drow.
Absolutely
BKB.
chilling. No defense by the
Oh, they got
barracks for the
the-
looks of it.
Ricky.
Ricky's gone, but it's Megas. And they didn't take a fight. Meanwhile, Vitali solo kills Hanzama over the other side.
Not yet, they need top barracks.
Oh, there is
Soon.
still one, okay.
It's
Oh,
gone.
bottom though. Static Storm. Right, now we got Megas. And that's going to be time to celebrate with a couple of kills under the heroes as well. Pike activates the BKB. No Sun to target. Looks like TB will able to get some separation, but everyone else will not have the same fight. Edge just absolutely mopped the floor. This was a... Now I'm showcasing the true strength of this team. Debuted here in the qualifiers, and they're looking very good with what is about to be a 2-0 victory.
I mean, you might as well just play it out, right? But inevitably, the comeback will not be real in this one. You're just way too far behind. Hurricane Pike, and that's it. I mean, if you want, you can go back on Edge. It's really dealer's choice here.
Do they go
Poke
back?
as much
Do we
as you want.
stay?
I mean, you just kind of hit, right? Until at least Kunkka's about to respawn. And then when Kunkka's almost up, that's when you maybe consider going back if you can't finish the throne. But EXO is up, so I think they will not have any issues.
Committed now. Yep, no problems
Finishing.
at all. They can fight it, but also the EXO, he's actually taking a lot of damage here on PP. Does get the Spirit Siphon off for the last second. Tries to break it with the Pike.
He's not
He will
dead.
activate the BKB. He's fine for the moment. Vitali's looking for the roll-up. BSK, not kited. Trying to do whatever he can, hoping for the combo onto the Drow Ranger outside the base. Pike is pretty low, but the TB hasn't been able to enter because once again, Vitali is just chain controlling him. It didn't have the highest net worth this game for a long period of it, but Vitali was still able to make so much happen inside these team fights with Rolling Thunder, and Edge will take the 2-0.
Very convincingly as well. It never felt like at any point during these two games did All-Stars have a chance, right? It's just, they delayed the game, which was great, but the end score is 17-49, and they just got a couple kills. And that seems how a lot of these matches are going. When you have like the stronger team playing against the weaker team, it's just these small skirmishes where you're getting kills here and there, but you're bleeding objectives. Like you're losing a barracks to get 1 or 2 kills, or something like that is happening. So every victory you're having, it, like I said, is like 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards. And it's kind of like been quite rough for a lot of these, I'm going to call them tier 2 South American teams here, trying to face off against the big dogs here. But it is definitely a learning lesson for sure. This game, some of the biggest issues were the top lane. That lane should not have went as poorly as it did. It was an absolute disaster. And outside of that, like, it can be hard, right? Like, your mid lane isn't going well, you're dying. And it goes back to as well, like, what if Benjamin killed that Drow, right? He TP top, used all his resources, and he could have got a 4x streak. Instead, the neutrals denies him, and ever since that moment, he just didn't have a game anymore. So, really good deny by Pyke there, but also a little bit of luck has to play involved with that, so I don't know, just all these little small unfortunate things, like top lane going poorly, not getting the kill on the Drow. Yeah, your Terrorblade's farmed, but what can Terrorblade do in this game? He's just a Terrorblade. It's rough.
It's rough. It's rough indeed. We saw him try his best to be able to show up to some fights, but then...
You're so far behind, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're so far behind, and we saw how difficult it was to even fight before BKB. I mean, it was pretty much impossible. As soon as he showed,
like this fight,
they just... Yeah, there's multiple examples we'll probably see in the replay where like he shows up and you're just chain control. We saw one previously with the Wheel of Wonder as well. It's just you don't have any real response to the Pangolier, so he can just play freely without anyone really being there to help the Terrorblade.
And that's just kind of like one of the downsides of TB carry. If you think like Terrorblades and PAs, these heroes just need a lot of time, right? And they are the best carries in the game if they're given that time. But if you aren't given that time, and the other team hits this timing when you're not ready as a Terrorblade, you can't really do anything. Like, you had a good lane, everything was great, but it has to be said, you know, this mid lane is just sitting there. I mean, 8-8's not a bad score, but if you look at the supports, 2-15, 2-12, the offlaner, 2-10, like, the mid and offlane really struggled in this game, and 999 didn't know really what to do other than just be human ward, but on the side of Edge, flawless. Look at Pyke, 19-1, PP, 15-1. And the rest were kind of just like the supporting cast, right? You got Vitaly going for the urn, Michael with the Yules. Lots of cool stuff there. And we're going to give Pyke the standout player again because I talked about it in the pregame. Like, his positioning has to be flawless in this game. His itemization has to be flawless. And I think he won an absolute perfect item build. Positioning was flawless. And more than anything, him and Yadomi, the laning stage was beyond expectation.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, it definitely is unfortunate when you're Conquer starting with Torrent and then you look for a kill inside the lane with X at level 2. And I mean, if that play doesn't work, like, what is your angle back into the lane? And we do also see, we saw what happened. You know, there was no angle back in, and Pyke absolutely took advantage of that. So last game, he had like around 950 GPM. This game he had 870. So he was a monster. The boys on Edge were monsters as well. And this is they're going to move forward and play against OG Lardham now as their next opponent in the upper bracket semis.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a walk in the park. I think the real challenge is going to begin for a lot of these teams. Like, we might have like a clear potential top 4 teams that seem to be a step above the rest here, but a little too early to call that, but that's my feeling, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. So final series of the day coming up. It's going to be a lower bracket series as well. We'll have to say goodbye to our second team, and we'll take a look what the bracket is looking like as well at the moment. So yeah, Team Den versus Team DK in the lower bracket round 1. So one more team that we will say goodbye to, but we're going to have to, we'll take a little bit of a break first and get the plays set up, get the lobby set up, and then when we come back, we will be good to go for that final series. So we'll see you guys shortly after a quick break.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
And we are back for our final series of the night. We're going to be moving down to the lower bracket where we will be saying goodbye to one more team. We've already seen the likes of Veritas Brothers eliminated from the qualifiers, and now it's either going to be Team Den or Team DK. We saw Team Den yesterday fear in their series loss versus Sin Compromiso. We also kind of saw earlier today as well, I suppose, with the rematch, but your critique, I suppose, with some other things, but just in short, was the fact you felt like this team was maybe not gelling as much. We saw the fact that there were some difficulties with them being able to make plays across the map. Their lanes was a big one as well, but it just felt like they weren't really in sync. So we'll see maybe. Obviously, unfortunately, they weren't able to fix some of the issues from yesterday into the early series with the rematch, but maybe after the break, they've been able to relax a little bit, maybe play some pubs, work things out, and we'll see how they can go versus the boys on Team DK.
Yeah, I think they at least have a more manageable opponent this time around. And Team DK, they don't have the big name players like Team Sen kind of has, like Parker, Dark, Mongo, Sacred, Panda. These guys have been around forever, right? And I think it's good for a team that's struggling to get confidence back. And I think going into this one, they should definitely be the favorites. But yeah, there's definitely some clear miscommunication going on this team on how they want to play, specifically at the team fights, right? Like, their laning, everything generally is okay. Like, it could be slightly better, sure, but that's an individual thing you can't really fix overnight. But what you can fix is how you want to take team fights. And communicating, this is how we want things to go. Like, we want Centaur to go in and blink, and then we're going to follow up. And these are all things that you should be talking about in communication and just making sure it happens in game. And they've been really lacking that. But of course, when you are playing against a team that's not making many mistakes, it kind of, and you are making the mistakes, it's very easy to pinpoint. But versus Team DK, this is going to be a much easier opponents to play against, right? We've got some players that I have seen before, like Kara, Feeling, the support players. I don't really know their core players very well here. So more young players trying to get into the scene using the TI qualifiers to get their name out there. I'd love to see an underdog story or a dark horse, but we might only have a couple more chances left for that to happen in this tournament, right? As a lot of the teams that are successful right now are the big names.
Yeah, pretty much everyone you're expecting. Honestly, for me, again, Veritas Brothers, I was expecting to do much better. I don't know what happened as well with the Forfeit. They couldn't get a full roster, but it's a lot of big names there. I was thinking maybe we could have a run through the qualifiers, and potentially we could look at Infamous, as they are, of course, a very well-known organization in South America, not with really the players that we've seen on previous Infamous rosters, but yeah, like you're alluding to, really the top 4 teams like we were expecting to do well or are currently in that upper bracket semi-final. So it might be a very top 4 heavy qualifiers here in SA.
I mean, we'll have to see. There's still some chance. Like, Team Den, they should also be considered an experienced team, right? As I mentioned, like, Frank, Demon, MJZ, these guys are insanely experienced, right? So I wouldn't expect that too. But Team DK, for me, if they can do well in this tournament, would be the biggest dark horse. These are a lot of players that don't have a ton of experience going into this. So, yet again, sure, maybe Team Den got rocked by Team Sen in a very spectacular fashion, but versus Team DK, I do not expect Team Den to have the same issues. If they do, well, that roster might just, like, not mesh, and they might want to try something new, because Team DK should be a team that Team Den should be.
Yep. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, though, for Team Den. Like we were saying, had the struggles versus in Compromiso, and then we saw the boys on Team DK were able to, I mean, they got one map victory versus All Stars, but they weren't able to get the second. Those games, we saw they also really like to prioritize the Queen of Pain on Team DK. So it looks like really the Queen of Pain at the moment so far in South America is something that's heavily prioritized. And again, one of those teams was Den yesterday with James, or Wonder Kid, or Wonder Boy, I believe he's going as now. We also saw the Tiny and the Mars, and also the Ancient Apparition. So the Lion too, apparently. I apologize. There are a lot of heroes that were repeated in their games yesterday versus All Stars.
Yeah, we'll see if Comfort is the way to go. Usually when you are a new team, you kind of do want to pick comfort. I mean, in general, I think picking comfort is good, but there needs to be a balance between playing heroes that you're good at versus being able to exploit the enemy team in draft by having a counter pick, right? So there needs to be a mixture, and typically that's like 1 or 2 players kind of have to be that versatile player, right? Like you can have like one player who's just early pick, he'll just play their comfort every single game, but you need like 1 or 2 core players that can actually utilize that 24 pick. Because if you can't, then you have to have amazing fundamentals and strategy. Like the amount of like times that teams have like a small hero pool, you know what they're going to pick. Like we can look at Falcons when they're dominant, right? You know what they're going to pick every single time, but the level of macro play you have to play to make that stuff work is extraordinary. So I think at this level, that's not really going to be something we're going to see a lot of. So getting the good counter picks when it matters, winning the lanes, snowballing the game that way is going to be very, very important. And I don't really know too much about Team DK, and if they have the potential to do that, of course they are coming from like a losing situation, right? And we just saw how Team All-Stars fared against one of the better teams. They got like rocked. So Team DK did lose to that team. So they probably have a lot of work if they want to start playing these top tier teams. And of course, like it's hard to say right now, right? Is Team Den like really that shaky, or is Team Sen really that good? We'll have to see after this series here if you still look shaky on Team Den or not.
Yeah, this like you're saying, it's really going to be a good test for them and something to potentially be able to give them confidence going into the remainder of the qualifiers. Or unfortunately for them, maybe it's Team TK that's going to get the confidence, and they will match up. Whoever it is, the winner will match up versus Infamous in the second round of the lower bracket. But we've got our draft ready to go. So Team DK going to be on Radiant playing with second pick. We got Team Den on Dire. On Dire with first pick.
All right, we'll see what comes out in the series. Kunkka does get removed with Beast for Team DK.
Radiant team back.
And the Omni Knight does get removed here.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay,
See how that changes.
Have you we're yet to see in Nature's Prophet. Do you feel like this hero is always still first phase ban? Was it avoided last series?
I think Nature's Prophet's overrated, to be honest with you.
Really? Okay, because the games I saw in the open qualifiers, this hero looked insane.
Was that pre or post nerf?
Post
nerf? Okay. Well, I think the hero is overrated in the sense that once you start playing better teams, and once your coordination's a bit better, like you're not giving away the 7-minute wisdom. Like, oh wow, NP can TP at 7 minutes. I should have been there earlier. Like all the little cheesy things this hero can do if you can kind of prepare for it. He loses a lot of value because he does take tons of farm, doesn't have much team fight. You don't get surprised anymore by the teleport TP rotations. You figure out the laning stage as well. If you can kind of react him in those ways, I don't think the hero's over-tuned to a point where he can just be picked every game.
Okay. Well, still similar with the Templar Assassin and the Bristleback banned out. Get rid of the Bat Rider as well. So it's going to leave the Oracle, which we were seeing getting banned, the Darkseer's been getting banned as well. Den will try and they'll try and prove you wrong. They'll try and showcase why this hero is this is not overrated.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. And I think this hero, like I mentioned before, the weaker the team is you're playing against, the stronger this hero gets, just because of all the options you have on the map. So definitely, if you think they're a stronger team, NP is going to look even better. In Shadow Shaman, we've been seeing a lot of this hero across all regions. I thought we'd see a bit more of the massive Serpent Ward since it got buffed a lot, but a lot of players are still opting for the chicken fingers. I think the ward trapping people is something that feels bad to give away,
Yep.
And of course the laning stage is a lot stronger when you just get a free kind of extra attack on them because they're hexed. Makes trading a lot more efficient.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe Western Europe were at least some of the position fours that were prioritizing the Serpent Wards, even the maybe Eastern Europe as well. But
Radiant team
we'll see. I don't know how much that's bleeding into South America if they are playing in Western Europe as well. But
Which
we'll
facet?
see. We'll get the Serpent, the bigger one,
Yeah, okay.
not the chicken fingers one.
Yeah. The mighty serpent ward.
Is it even
Big guy.
called?
10 seconds.
I don't know. Let me see. Shadow Shaman. I can look this up pretty easily. It's called Massive Serpent Ward. There you go.
Okay. All right. That was
Very creative.
yes, indeed, very creative. Right, we're gonna get the Naga and the Lina. So where is? I mean, I guess. Do you want a Naga Nature's Prophet support duo?
You could. Like, it's not unheard of.
remaining.
The thing is, like, I think this Lina Naga lane, it's disgusting,
Seconds
really.
remaining.
It's like, it's so strong. I was actually just spectating a pub right now because I was like bored between the break. I saw Pure playing carry Nature's Prophet
Radiant team
with the soothing
Okay.
sapling. So there's been experimentation all over the place.
DK as well. It's a bit of a experiment. We're not really getting this here at the moment. What do you see the value with the DK getting drafted here for Team DK? Besides the obvious with their name, I suppose, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, didn't even think about that, but that one's a no-brainer.
seconds remaining.
Team DK has to pick DK. That,
Yeah, of course.
of course. No, I think this is a hero that they're afraid of limited options against the mid laner, right? Mid laner is very strong, and the mid laner probably has a select hero pool that can play against the mid laner. It also can be flexed as a carry. I don't really see anything
10 seconds
sticking out
remaining.
where you would really want to carry DK this game. I mean, it's good versus Naga, I suppose, with a splash damage. Not particularly good versus the Lina or the NP. It's kind of whatever. Comfort, I imagine, for either their carry or their mid player. But I'm leaning more
See-
towards like limited hero pool versus Lina mid, because Lina's a pretty suppressive mid laner, right?
Their team banned.
But looks like it'll be carry
Radiant
Lina, and I don't know where this Naga is going, but I'd love to see Naga with Lina, just because the lane is so strong, right? You just deluge them, get 3 right clicks off, and snare them, pull them into Lina, stun them. That's so much control, and Lina can just have free reign and right clicking, which would move NP to position 4.
Which would then probably put a lot of pressure on your offlaner to be some form of
team banned.
catch and initiation. I mean, of course, the Storm Spirit can play that role, but
Yeah, I mean, you could play like these Axe Centaur heroes that you can just leave alone, cut waves with. Warlock's not very good at dealing with that. So there's a lot of options in that regard. And their catch is like,
Dire team
it's
banned.
fine. But yeah, I think NP4 isn't something that, it doesn't provide a lot. It'll give you a little bit sustain, I think, guess with the heal. The sprout spam is great. But you want a hero that allows NP to do what NP does, right? Just TP to other lanes and do stuff. So these strength tanky guys, Centaur goes out,
10 seconds
Tide goes
remaining.
out. I mean, Axe is another hero that
5
fits that bill.
seconds remaining.
Could be any of these really tanky strength guys. Doesn't matter which one too much. You just have to find the one that fits the game the best.
sure.
You gotta pick one of them here. It could be Mars as well. Just the only problem I have with some of these Mars Axe heroes is like you don't have those supports that can follow up, like the Snapfires or Skyras, right? That you really want to typically see with it. But given your draft composition, I mean, you picked Naga, right? With NP. Your other option is make the NP an offlaner, I guess. Then we're looking at like Tusk and stuff like that.
It sounds very unlikely though that we will get the NPs, the offlane. So
Yeah.
see what they decide on Team 10. They're looking to try and ban out some mid laners to protect the Storm Spirit. Definitely the puck is the biggest one. of course, you can still put. Sorry, go.
Oh, sorry. There's a. Oh no, Beast is banned. Sorry. My
Dire
bad.
team pick. Radiant
Fake news.
team pick.
And it'll be a Slardar.
I mean,
Alright.
Troll always comes to mind when you see Slardar, but I don't know how you feel.
don't.
Yeah, I don't like that hero, and I don't know how it looks versus all the other heroes on Team
10
Den.
seconds remaining.
I mean, the DK is fine if you want to put it there. But I don't know if they have a better mid, so let's see. What Slardar we could do. I mean, we could do Terrorblade, we can do
TB band.
Medusa, Gyro.
Phantom must
PA?
now select
Because they
one.
went
Yeah,
PA.
PA is fine. It can jump the back line. I mean, the lane isn't... So the problem with PA is the fact that this hero has been nerfed incredibly much so, where you don't get free evasion anymore. You actually have to level up that ability. You have to put skill points into it. So the lane is just not strong. But you do have PA Warlock, which was, you know, of last patch, just plaguing every single pub and tournament. So that is strong, but they did nerf it. So keep that in mind. Like before, you would get free evasion. You don't get that free evasion anymore. Instead, you get a crappy spell. You get a free E. Well, you can fade out of the world for a little bit.
Yeah, sick. Nice.
Very nice. Much
Yeah,
needed
very
nerf
cool.
though. That hero's strong. So this hero, the reason why it's good for Slardar is because you have evasion, right? But I just don't know if you put a point to it early. I guess you have to. Let me see. What does level 1 do? I think it's 20% at level 1, which it's okay. Yeah, you get
How do
it
you
goes
level
20,
it,
30,
though?
40, 50. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You have to sacrifice something. So you probably go 1-1-1, right?
Okay.
And you just kind of farm. You should be fine, but I could also see this lane going very poorly. Some of the other options I was mentioning are much better in the laning stage when you are playing versus Slardar. Like Medusa would have been a great option. You don't care about the armors. Gyro would have been a great option as well. I don't know if Morph was in the pool, but that hero also does pretty well. Or even just throwing the DK there. So they went for an old counter, but we'll see if that old counter can still be effective.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see for F Young how he's going to be able to perform on the Phantom Assassin, and we'll see what Team Den are how they're going to look as well. You know, two supports with the Nature's Prophet and the Naga Siren. So not offering for that much control between the heroes. I mean, in Snare, I suppose, yes, but you know, we'll see how their team fights are going to come into play as well. We saw yesterday like a really good Naga performance with the Enigma. Felt like it just completely counteracted any play that was being able to be made across the map. You always had that song, you know, defensively, offensively. We'll see if MJZ can have a similar performance here with the Naga Siren in this game.
What I'm most concerned about in a lot of these matchups where you have a team that is like higher MR, I guess that's the way I'll put it. When you have losing lanes versus a team that's like better than you mechanically, that usually isn't great. And I think they might have 3 losing lanes, unfortunately, looking at the draft. And that is something that I'm a little wary about. Because so like mid lane Storm versus DK, it should be fine for the DK, but if you don't know what you're doing, it could be bad. And it could just be free farm for a Storm. But you can also go even. It's a skill-based matchup, I think. The bot lane, honestly, I have no idea how this lane's going to go. I think the old PA would have been completely fine and potentially may have even won this lane quite easily. But the new PA, there's been so many nerfs, man. Like, the big one is, like, you have to put points in evasion now. So they basically just removed that innate, and your new innate just sucks. And outside of that, the Orb Corrosion, right? This is another reason why this hero is so OP. That has been nerfed into oblivion as well. So those two things made PA like super OP in the laning stage, and those are out. So I'm afraid they're going to lose that lane down there. And I think top lane is just, it's done before it even started.
Okay.
Like Shadow Shaman Doom against Naga Lina, like zero chance you win that lane. But yeah, we'll have to see.
I don't know. I don't like I don't like the picture you're painting for me and the viewers feel. I want some hope this game. I'm not getting it.
I don't do happy endings, you know? I'm straight to the point.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not a happy ending here. This is they're gonna have to outplay on Team TK, and let's see if they're gonna be able to do so. Because with an early game that goes the way of Dire, you're potentially securing power runes for a Storm Spirit, then the Nature's Prophet +1. A Slaughter. We'll see what the item build's going to be for Frank. He doesn't. He's got Vanguard queued up at the moment, but we'll have to imagine that there's going to be a Blink in there somewhere. This could be a lineup that with a strong laning phase in the power runes, they can get very active off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a top tier team here, the way you mitigate what's about to happen in this game is you target mid, right? Like this Shadow Shaman just kind of starts griefing the enemy mid laner. Take the 2-minute water rune, take the 4-minute water rune, maybe get a kill. Smoke very early on. Like, just make sure the Storm gets completely griefed, because you're not going to win top anyway. Literally impossible. So, deal with it. And then PA, you just sit back and farm. Should be fine. Your Doom's countered, but at least you're going to win mid lane really hard.
And what about if we look a little bit past that, around the 5:30-minute mark, the 6-minute mark, when you have the Elder Dragon form? Do we feel like Team DK, I know you're mentioning about the Shaman going mid, do you think the Warlock even can consider going mid? Is this a hero that can help assist with the Elder Dragon form and maybe put some pressure on the tower, or they don't, unfortunately don't really have the easiest way?
His Grimoire stacks, right? If he can have Rock at that point, then yeah, he's going to do a lot. But if he's only level 4 or 5 and with no Grimoire, I don't know. Might be difficult, but I think the first couple of rotations are going to be big. And I've been seeing these carries. What's going on? They just buy sentries and de-ward enemy mid laners. Oh, the money went, actually, it was Warlock. Okay. So Warlock made PA de-ward. Sure.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know how much.
Oh, well, I told you that lane was over before it started, but I didn't think it'd be literally before the lane started.
Oh, man. Oh, Zul is just going to tank half his health as well. Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe, like, I don't know how much. It definitely will be the fact that P got solo experience on the D ward, so maybe
yeah,
getting
it's nice.
Yeah,
and I mean it's a good call strategically, but just something I haven't seen a lot of, so it's kind of cool.
Because they need something to go well. Because top didn't start well, and that might continue to be the case with how you're painting it out to be. So, see what Azul is going to be able to do. We'll see what Feeling can do as well. Make at least their side lane somewhat bearable.
Yeah, can't really do too much here other than just kind of like see how things are going to pan out. Mid lane for me is also going to be really important. Like, okay, well, it's Shaman versus Naga, you know, like Shaman does not enjoy playing versus illusion heroes. Lina loves playing with these, anything that can slow or stun a hero for her. And I imagine at level 3, MJC will get the ensnare for now, just going for Deluge and the illusions just to apply to everyone. Definitely makes a lot of sense there. But yeah, this top lane is what I mentioned. It's gonna be completely pointless, and this is what I was afraid about the mid lane. This matchup isn't this bad. Trust me, it's not this bad. This is just a skill diff.
I see, okay. MJZ. I got some kills on the other side as well. F Young's gonna go down. Naga's about to die. Wits will have to be pushed away. He's got a creep wave now to kind of help with some damage. Even Demon's actually going to TP in as well. But the Shackle stops the Sprout, but he will still get it in time. Once with the Quelling Blade, is he going to die to the right click? Has the assistance of the tower.
For the Shaman fighting here. Oh, the Shaman got it, but I think you kind of wanted to die there anyway if you were MJC. He had 0 resources. But what can you do now that the NP... Oh, okay. Doom just gives away a freebie. A little bit of freebie there. But can you punish the Slaughter on Frank? And you have no more resources left. I guess there's one Tango that could be handed over from Demon. But I imagine at level 3, MJC will get the ensnare for now, just going for Deluge and the illusions just to apply to everyone. Definitely makes a lot of sense there. But yeah, this top lane is what I mentioned. It's going to be completely pointless, and this is what I was afraid about the mid lane. This matchup isn't this bad. Trust me, it's not this bad.
Damon wants it. It's not for you, buddy.
He gave it. No, he didn't. He just brought more. Okay. Buy your own.
Along with along with a bracer too. So he's got a bunch of stats. Mid is continuing to be really one-sided for Wonder Kid. He's heavily outplaying this matchup.
Yeah. Okay. He's even gonna. That's just a bad banner. And he just wants to keep him low HP, even if he has to use Glyph to do so. Just making sure he gets a little bit of these denies, and you might want to just secure potentially 2 runes here. I don't know if you do that though.
Shackles from feeling, but MJZ is just going to be able to chase down the Doom. So Wits has done his job with getting a majority of the damage out. Bottom lane, they did make an attempt onto Demon, but F-Young, I mean, what's the play now? You got some 1 charges to try and Phantom Strike over towards the lane, and he'll be able to get out.
I mean, the problem is like you have 0 evasion, by the way, in this lane. Before, you would have had 22 or something % base evasion, as well as your other spells, but he doesn't want to skill it. So this Slardar, he's going to harass you pretty hard, but luckily you do have the Shadow Word to kind of help play with, and then because Demon made all those rotations, they managed to get the Lotus as well. But yeah, this mid lane, it's rough. This top lane, it's rough. Bot lane, luckily it's not rough, but it's also not ideal either here. And this, I don't know.
Oh, he's dead with an MP.
Yeah.
He yoinked it. Oh, Demon.
Killing spree. And with all these kills, oh, stun missed on top lane, but doesn't matter too much. The big problem here is the item discrepancy, right? Like Wits already has the Falcon Blade online with the boots, with the wand, and Doom, he's got a Windlace and a wand and a Dream for boots.
Yeah, I mean, NP's got more net worth.
Uh-oh. The Shaman might be in trouble here.
Shaman will be in trouble by the looks of it. Azula's got to try and run down the Lina.
He has,
and the Shackles is so annoying, but Swarm's even TPing in. So they're going to split their attention. Easy chase down for MJZ onto Feeling. Meanwhile, everyone else will be able to also hunt Azula. 8 kills for Team Den. And, well, the picture you were painting, it's, yeah, it's definitely looking like it's going to play out like that at the moment.
Yeah, but at least they can annoy Slardar. I guess they realized what made the Slardar pick kind of good is they wanted to leave him alone. I was like, oh, hold on. Will they be able to kill him with a rotation here from Feeling?
Big one. I think is okay. Maybe it's something about that. On.
Dead.
Who's going to TP down?
Took 3 heroes to kill him, but I think the idea they had is you're playing versus Warlock and PA, right? If you go for the leg day fast on Slardar, you should always be okay, right? Because you can just kind of get away from any slow they throw you, whether it's upheaval, if you choose to level that. Obviously you're not going to because you're against a Slardar, or it's just the dagger slow. But the way to mitigate that is just bring 3 heroes, but they're going to go for an aggressive play here and try to take the Wisdom Shrine. You need to bring more heroes here, and NP is coming, but this is a 3 versus 2.
Frank?
3-second TP?
Is anyone else? No, they're not going to come, and now it's going to be a double kill back-to-back onto Frank, and Wisdom stolen as well.
Place.
Maybe also Demon. Shackles is back up just on the outskirts of the tier 2 tower. Demon, though,
man.
yeah, it's not. He's got Magic 1 Circlet. It is a pretty tanky Nature's Prophet with all the stats, along with the tier 2 tower extra armor.
So that was a little bit of a blunder, I want to say, from Team Den there to just allow that to happen. Slardar getting 2 back-to-back deaths. Storm just doesn't care at all about anything that's happening here. So at least they traded Wisdom Shrines. So maybe the call should have been to just give it up, right? That was an unnecessary death on the Slardar there. That causes him to not only lose the Wisdom Shrine, but the tower. As Laguna does go out. And yet another kill on this Doom. Continuing to struggle in this top lane. 19
so we do
CS,
see
by the way.
What the trade-off is, though. You get the kill on the Doom, but you don't get the power rune. Karma gets a DD, and Might actually now put some pressure on Team Den to respond to this Elder Dragon form
And Rock, I think.
Tower Siege.
I think he has enough Grimoire for him to get a Rock. I don't really play Warlock, but I think level almost, yeah, he should have enough 3 stacks of this.
Alright, not bad. Things going right for Team DK. You need a couple things to swing your way. That definitely happens down bottom. I mean, the PA neck and neck with the net worth of the Phantom Assassin, and you're going to end up taking this T1 tower mid pretty shortly as well. It's Wrath of Nature already from Demon. Maybe that extra damage is going to assist Karma. He's able to get out.
No, they want him.
All the men is going to be used from Wonder Kid. Phantom Assassin's actually nearby as well, but it's a little bit too early for PA to provide that much damage to turn the tides. And now Feeling's also going to be chased down solo. Frank is nearby. What? PA jumped? What? I guess he didn't really have anywhere else to go, I suppose. So, whatever direction he went for, he was going to be hunted down and killed. And Team Den, well, they'll defend their tower, and they might, in fact, be the ones to get the tier 1 mid first.
I mean, they're both effectively dead towers at this point, and don't know. He just didn't want to skill the Grimoire. He still is holding on to it. I thought he was going to use it there and do some counterplay with the Rock, but didn't see the opening, I suppose. So mid gets denied for the Dire. Radiant will hold on to it for now. But the real problem kind of resides in basically the PA and the Doom. Sure, the PA is doing fine in farm department, but the problem is with the hero is it takes so damn long for this hero to come online, and this Doom is going to make absolutely 0 space in this game. It's just not going to happen. Look at his net worth. Same as NPs. But Shaman making some plays. Oh, they found her. And she gets the song off. Oh, they forced her to.
Okay. Oh, it's a massive Wrath of Nature. Jesus, but the Laguna Blade nuke. Azula's game will continue to go worse and worse. Double for wits. Karma's gone as well.
I mean, it just feels bad. Like, you have to use that Doom on the NP. Or, sorry, on the Naga. And the moment you use the Doom on a position 5, everyone's like, okay, go. Let's turn. We don't care about anything anymore. And in the mid lane, Strange is going to keep going, I suppose. Do we skill off now?
Yeah, maybe not, or no, we're not. Okay.
No, he used it right before he died, so he gave the enemy team more experience.
Sick.
And gold.
That was very kind of him.
Yeah, he's a philanthropist, you know. He cares about people.
Should care about his team. Unfortunately, doesn't get the rock off, and his 5,000 net worth lead now. You got a Spirit Vessel and Demon.
I mean, that was just hesitation. Like, he wasn't sure what he should do, and then at the last second, he decided, and unfortunately, it was right at his death.
Now, Piers, 280 gold away from the cornucopia, which will be the battlefield, but like you're saying, there's going to be quite a road till she's in a position to potentially do Phantom Assassin things like we have seen in the past. It's not going to be easy though. Maybe the play from Team DK, I mean, you're getting close towards the level 6 from Feeling. We could see that in combination with the Elder Dragon form, offering up some, you know, threat onto the tower up top, but you also, this is not an easy lineup. Like, Demon's level 8. This Wrath of Nature is going to be massive. The Vessel versus the DK. You know, the Doom, if he shows up, they're really not survivable. Also, if Slardar's there too with the minus armor. So, you got to be really cautious how much you commit here on Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem with PA is this hero is just straight up garbage right now. Because before, like, I will keep mentioning it, like, you would literally just go 4-4-1, right? And then stats. And you'd actually hit your timing pretty quickly because of stats. And you're going to see Leon's going to the same build. She's going to go 1-4-4 in stats. A lot of good carries right now. Medusa as well. She doesn't get her E. 1 point stats. A lot of good carries go for stats. Same with Morphling. That kind of like a staple right now for being a good carry in the most part is whether or not you can get those early stat points. And PA used to have that, but she just doesn't have that anymore. Like, you can't just go 1 point in your evasion and stats. That doesn't work. And that's just going to mean that it takes longer to come online to say, we'll go on MJC.
Oh my god.
Without the heal?
It should tick out.
Oh, he's good.
Maybe? No, he's actually good.
He's fine. He's good. But will Demon be
sack
good?
Demon. He will not be good. He actually stuck around and kind of didn't get the memo. I don't know. It's a bit of a streak as well.
I mean, that goes back a little bit to the Team Den miscommunication, down by like the 7-minute shrine. Demon staying top when the song was used to disengage. We're still seeing moments. All right, Naga might be in trouble here too.
Why is PA there?
Trying to get a kill. Oh no.
What is PA doing here?
Trying to kill the Naga.
Why is she there though? I'm so good. You have your jungle. Look at all the bottom. No one's farming there.
Trying to be a hero. Just didn't work out.
No.
Unfortunate.
Oh, it's a brown boots blink doom. I mean, I know he can sell his stuff, but
Yeah, he should probably use Doom with that, sell it, and then buy a Midas. But, well, unfortunate. He used it. So, the blink is not going to come into fruition here. I think we're seeing a little bit of an outclass again here. Unfortunately. I don't know, like, these players, you know, they're relatively high MMR players, right? So,
right.
Okay.
Have they got the damage? Maybe. Is anyone going to help him? Brock's going to be dropped down to long zip him. So they get the kill onto Frank. They tried the Laguna Karma, but Karma was fine. Just completely eats the full ultimate. And the wards also blocks off the escape avenue from Demon. So, alright, Team DK get a couple of kills. Karma also almost gets up to Wonder Kid.
So I will say I am glad. Like, it's been quite a few games until I see the carries making the right moves. But PA being there is essential. Like, a lot of other games we see the carry just AFK till 20 minutes. But if PA wasn't there, Team Den could have kept advancing. But because that PA was on top of Belina had to go back. And that actually ended up being a win and a little bit of a gold lead for Team DK. So, sure, maybe we can be a little critical on his death on the top lane trying to kill the Naga, but I think his willingness to be active is much needed in this game where they are losing, as they will bleed another kill here. Another 2 kills potentially, unless there's a Doom available. Will he use it?
Gonna go for it, he will. So he'll get the Doom off, but
it's not
is
very
he gonna have the damage
though.
by himself? Phantom Assassin starting to come on over. Effion is gonna be able to get the vision. He does. Jumps over the top. Karma's gonna be able to hold back the Slaughter as well. Effiong still might be in some danger. Can he get in range for the Phantom Strike? But they're going to be able to close their distance. MJZ was holding the song as well. Now they are both in the waiting arms of Witz's combo. Drops it all into the PA. They're able to get the blink away from DK, trying to get back towards the safety of the T2 tower. Is it even close enough? It's not. Just the overwhelming amount of stuns. One by one they go in, and one by one they'll die. Even Warlock is going to be chased down. Nowhere is safe. Will not even make it up to the high ground. Team Den make a slight slip up previously with giving away a couple of kills, but they will quickly make amends.
This is where we're going to start gaining a little bit of confidence. We're still seeing, like, I'm going to hold them to a standard, right, of playing versus, well, I'm going to call the top 4 teams in the bracket. They're making still some mistakes that should not be happening with the lead that they had, but you can see that Team DK's making more of those mistakes than they are, just by this 1 by 1. I still have to say, though, like, F Young, him showing through these fights is making it feel like, oh, can they win the fight? Maybe this is possible. Because if he didn't show up, all these fights would be Team Den completely one-sided games. Or maybe not one-sided game, I don't want to get ahead of myself. One-sided team fights. Oh, but that one is,
yeah,
I don't know if that's aggressive or just
that's a mistake. There's a couple other things happening as well. Frank, so over to the left side, we didn't actually see the PA just Phantom Strike into the wave where the Lina and the Naga already were. So that's how she died. And a couple other heroes also are going to be killed off afterwards. They're going to farm up the wards, farm up the T2 tower. This net worth lead is rapidly getting out of control.
Yeah, this will spiral real fast. It's really just going to come down to Team Den having to make quite a few mistakes, I have to say, to allow them back into this one, because PA decided to risk it all, right? She said, I'm going to come to every single fight. She hasn't been quietly farming. I think it's been a decent choice, but you have to be really smart on how you're entering these fights, and unfortunately, that last mistake may have tipped the scales just a little bit as far as her progression in this game. Because that BKB, it's looking a little too far away for comfort here.
Yeah, unfortunate. You do. Still no level as well in material. I don't even know when you do this. Flame, what do we got? Doom out. Trying to put himself in the firing line here to give it a couple kills over towards Team DK. Should tick out to the Doom, but everyone else, they're going to be able to clean up the heroes. Karma will not be chased down. One even wanting to try and invade and take away what little space they have remaining here on Team DK. That triangle, it's not your friend. Wonder Kid's going to get another galvanized stack, 7, 1, and 9.
I mean, just as a side note, it doesn't really matter this game because it's completely one-sided. This build cannot be correct on PA. There's absolutely 0% chance that you're playing versus a Storm and a Lina and also a Slardar, and you choose to go 0 evasion. 0% evasion, PA. She's going stats instead of evasion. She thinks 1 point of stats is better than 20% evasion.
Really?
That's 0% chance to correct play here. But once again, I don't know if it matters at all, but I just cannot allow this to go unnoticed. This is illegal.
I'm trying. I don't even know how. Oh, so okay. The blur scale is with the ultimate. I forgot with the innate now.
Yeah.
Azula?
The blur is garbage.
Yeah.
It's always been garbage. And that's how they wanted to nerf this hero.
Yeah, poor PA. Oh, what was that deluge? So much damage.
Level 10, you get 30% more damage on it. I always found it interesting how they name some of these abilities. Why is Deluge 30% more damage instead of just a flat number?
Maybe they flip a coin. let's do percent this time instead of damage. I don't know. Like,
I mean, it has some interesting aspects, right? Because if it's 30% more damage, does that mean if you get Spell Amp, it's more efficient than just adding a flat 30% on the base, you know?
yeah, I guess.
But like, not many other spells, if any other spells, has a percentage base increase like that.
Oh, they do not
Especially on early spells, so.
What are some? I'm not even gonna ask. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's just Dota's such a complicated game nowadays that it's really hard to know everything. Even if you play the game 24/7, you literally just can't know every talent facet.
Oh, get away!
How much evasion?
Wait, Doom died too somewhere.
I mean, I can literally say this is the first time in my entire Dota career I've seen a PA with 0% evasion.
True.
In my life.
True. It's like, this is just not something we've ever seen. Yeah. It's either was the innate where you had it for free or you either leveled it, but no, we are not. We're going 3 stats now. It wasn't like he accidentally slipped up and went 1 stat. No, we went 3. We are like tripling down on stats are better.
Yeah, we sure are, aren't we?
How much do you get from Talisman? It's 20, right? No, it's 15 for 1,300 gold. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point's 20. I could understand even just a value point, but honestly, it scales pretty well. Like 20, 30, 40, 50. That's not bad. And then you get level 15 with the 15% immaterial evasion on top of that. and you're sitting at 65% evasion, seems like a pretty big power spike, honestly, in my opinion, but there's not a lot to really talk about this game. It's just kind of just watching a ship slowly sink as the holes are multiplying.
Yep. They're getting bigger and bigger. New ones are being made. You just got rammed, apparently. Another ship just collides with you. Full barracks gone. I mean, Mod Demon as well is also scouting out F Young down bottom. So, Boots travel in from Wonder Kid. And he's just completed Orchid, I believe. So, yeah, they get him kills across the map. They also got a glimpse of another Karma. What's going on? Wits along with MJZ battling over towards the Shaman. So they're doing their own stuff on the other side. It's the two men across the map. You got
relentless
down
feeding
bottom.
is what this is.
That is also what is going on.
There's 38 kills for the Tiger in 24 minutes. Do you know how absurd that is?
I don't know.
Like
That's
one by
we're gonna
one,
add
they
another.
fall.
What's that, 39? How long? Okay, there we go.
Oh,
I was
there's
gonna
only
say,
so
when are we- so much death that they want to endure.
All right, not the most competitive game we've seen in this qualifier. That's for sure. This is a rough one. I mean, there were some good moments, right? But overall, it was a complete beatdown. It really felt like at some point in this game that Team DK were they stopped using their brains, and they just chickens with their heads cut off. That's what it really felt like towards the end. But in the early mid game, though, they did make some good attempts to try and thwart the aggression coming out from Team Den. And unfortunately, they were a bit too far behind. Top lane went. And these top lanes, man, for Radiant offlaners,
Yeah.
they're not going well today, I'll tell you that much.
They're really not. They're really not going well at all.
This mid lane wasn't great either, but the rotations kind of made it a little bit better, but I think at this point of the game, Team Den decided to TD versus DK at some point. Just the disparity in net worth, and yeah, I'm not sure why EA went in there. She could have definitely jumped to the Warlock and probably lived, but we saw how strong he thought he was in this game, but versus reality, not so strong, and we'll see here yet again. I'm pretty sure this guy is 100% dead to Doom, but he wants to make sure he gets the last hit. Unfortunately, doesn't get it.
Karma got it.
Pays for this
He's like,
life.
why
And
am I here now?
These are all the small moments that kind of made this game a huge stomp, right? You're just kind of going one by one, but yeah, there's definitely a clear separation between Team Den here and Team TK, at least in this game number one. Hopefully in game number two, we see something a little bit more competitive, but look at these highlights, man. It's just one by one. Again, like this fight has been going on for 2 minutes, and as people are respawning, they're still dying one by one. And that was pretty much the story of this game. There really isn't a lot to analyze here. It's just like, these guys just kept going in one by one. We're going to see it again here, too. It's like, okay, you get some good spells off here, but you're only 2 heroes. And you're going to end up dying for this, right? And Doom is used. You manage losing more heroes. And then you think you can fight still. And the bleeding just... I felt like I just watched a game where a team bled for 20 minutes straight.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It was just like a string of every 30 seconds, one hero died after another.
Oh, man.
It's a rough one, but good to see though. Team Den, right? This is a team that should have won this series. They needed to win this series, and they did, and they did it very handedly. Like Wits as well as MJC, this top lane, absolutely diabolical performance from them. Demon, he played absolutely amazing on the NP, making rotations. Frank, he was the sacrifice this game. He did what he had to do. A couple missteps, I think, on the Wisdom Shrine, but you're allowed 1 or 2 mistakes a game. It's fine. And Wonder Kid he just completely destroyed mid lane in a matchup that should be at bare minimum 50-50. So outplays all over the map. And outside of that, just like the team coordination looked a little bit better, still a little bit shaky. We'll give the standout player to Wonder Kid. I think he definitely deserves it, right? Like after that mid lane performance, putting that pressure on the DK in a matchup, you definitely feel it when there's like a mid diff in your game, like on the other lanes, and especially if it's a Storm who's snowballing the game. He's able to buy boots of travel this game to just be everywhere with the NP. So great performance by him.
Yeah, the boots of travel build. I mean, I know we saw it a couple of times at Dream League from Kiyotaka. I've seen some other people experimenting with it as well. So it's very interesting to see. And he was able to make it work, and the boys on Team Den were able to make it work as well. So, there's not really much to say. I guess probably the main thing is like heading into this next game, I would just like to see them. You probably would have said the same if I asked you this question. Let's just draft super strong lanes and make sure we're not losing the game from the lanes. Like if you are already playing with if there is maybe a little bit more of a skill advantage on Team Den, like we saw in particular, you were highlighting, that mid matchup, DK versus Storm Spirit. We saw how much he was able to outclass it just because of the raw skills. So let's just try and put full priority on the lanes, and then let's try and solve the riddle after the lanes and make sure we actually can compete. But they'll get a little bit of time to work things out. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that much time, so they're going to need to come up with a response. They're going to have to do it quickly, but we've got a break. When we come back, we got game 2. We'll see you guys soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are back with our second game here for the final series of the night, Elimination series as well. Team DK backs against the wall. We're going to have to see something different from them. A 24-minute loss and a very, very, it was a rough loss. So we'll see what the changes are going to be, the adaptations heading into this upcoming game as well. I'm not even sure what the priority is too, which maybe will help out. I know like it's a new patch and everything, but still looking at like first pick or second pick, is there one that's a little bit better if you're looking to prioritize your lanes?
If you want to prioritize lanes, well, typically, if you know the flex picks is the patch, second pick could be better for that, because then you can just, flex, but you have to have versatility, right? So, but first pick has 18 pick, which can guarantee one lane win in your safe lane or potentially your mid, right? So I would say first pick is easier.
Okay.
Whereas second pick, if you know what you're doing, you can exploit it a bit. But you also have to have a massive hero pool for second pick. Like you have to have one player who can play like just about anything in their role to really exploit it, like the Huskars of the world and stuff, right? On that last pick. And then you need a flex pick in the early stage, where first pick is really just kind of pretty simple. You take a strong hero and you just counter pick two lanes as you see them.
Sure. And you would probably imagine, I mean, again, these players are, there's more experience on Team Den, but Team DK in particular, you have lesser known people, probably haven't been able to play as many official games, as many pub games as well. So the hero pool may be a little bit lacking, maybe a little bit limited, and that could make it a bit more difficult if you have this second pick and you're going for the wide hero pool, the cheese, or if you're not even just cheese, but getting a really good matchup that they were not expecting. But with the priority, Team DK, they're going to be on Radiant playing with first pick. Team Den, they are on Dire with second pick.
All right, we'll see if they make any adjustments going into the banning stage, because I don't know, I think their draft was playable, to be honest with you. Like, mid was a 50-50 lane. Top lane, like, you weren't going to win it, but I don't think I know any lanes that really beat Lina Naga. It's just a super strong lane. It's all about, like, minimizing the damage that happens on top lane, but obviously getting first blooded at level 1 is not great, and that's kind of what happened there. So I think just banning out the Naga will at least ensure that you don't have, like, that devastation lane, which... well, it'll help for now, but we'll see what direction they decide to go.
I know this is like hindsight, but is there any world where, because you had there was a Shadow Shaman who's not good at pulling at all, is there a world where Doom has to go like boots and just drag waves and just not play the lane?
I mean, you could do that. I mean, that's definitely a possibility, but I think you could also do that on Shadow Shaman too. Like, if he wants to go boots, he could just pull the wave too. I think someone definitely should have just done that for sure. So things went wrong very quickly in this matchup. And yeah, it's just they had a different read on how the lane was going to go, and it got exploited. So, like, their heroes are fine. They could have just pulled waves, as you said. Mid could have done better. Bot lane, it was fine. It was a strong lane. So I can't even say they need to draft stronger lanes, because their lanes were good. The problem just kind of resided in the fact they got outplayed on these lanes, right? Team Jin outplayed them there. And then after that, they just kind of got murdered throughout the map. There's no other way of really putting it.
Well, they're going to go back. At least yesterday, they first picked the Ancient Apparition in both Game 2 and Game 3 versus All Stars. Both games they didn't win, but a strong support at the moment. We're seeing... this hero is able to do a lot. I mean, is there anything, like, when you look at this and everything else that's available, of course, it would be team dependent as well and matchup dependent, but are you fine with, like, an AA first pick compared to some of the other options that were maybe there from Team DK?
I mean, you're always okay with AA, I think. I'm not sure what the exact best position 5s are right now that you just kind of have to have. I mean, I've really been liking Naga. I've been liking Undying too quite a lot. So those are some heroes that are pretty good, but those are both banned, right? So if you have a early phase ban where Oracle, Naga, Shaman, Undying, NP, they're all banned, right? So you kind of have to go more for some of the older picks. So seeing that those other heroes are banned, I don't mind this very much. And we're seeing this again, like, A lot of teams are banning this Ricky when AA is picked. I'm not sure what the logic is. I mean, sure, Darkseer Ricky's a classic, right?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Darkseer Ricky, Darkseer,
5
Bounty
seconds
Hunters
remaining.
do the IQ test on people.
Dire team
See,
pick.
you notice you're dying.
Test, Jesus. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if the IQ test will come into play. We're going to get some Invis hero for Team 10. Yeah, what are
Maybe.
some other options as well? We want no. Your Tusk was banned, so there's another one of the strong melee fours at the moment. We've been seeing if it's like a ranged support. We've been seeing the your favorite, the Dark Willow.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
importantly though,
Big fan.
Ursa's big fan. Importantly, Ursa's banned. So of course we've also seen first phase where it's just been the Darkseer into the response of the Ursa, so they'll not give that comfort matchup, and they're going to go for the CK. So another hero that is on the rise in the support role, and someone that will play with Iron Shell.
So I have a question, right? When
10
Is PL
seconds remaining.
gonna become a
Radiant
support
team
hero?
pick.
Fair enough.
'Cause-
Well, what do they need to do? Because like right now, his toolkit is not. Unless I just cannot theory craft well enough, but I can't see how his toolkit would work as a support. So something needs
Yeah.
to be changed. But I feel
mean,
like
10 seconds.
Look at the Lucian heroes in the pool, right? Like there's 4 Lucian heroes in Dota. One is CK support, one is Naga support. TB, he's played as support. It's only PL, man. Like he's the only Lucian hero that isn't a support hero now.
But
So,
what do all
yeah.
those other heroes do that PL doesn't? Like Naga has a stun.
They're useful.
Yeah, they're useful. Like Naga has a stun plus like team fight contribute, and Deluge like is just absolutely ridiculous. Terrorblade has reflection, which is insane. I know it was nerfed. You have Sunder as well.
So what
I
I'm
think
hearing
all their
is they
illusions are. Yeah, go.
They need to remake PL so he's an actual supporter, because clearly Valve hates illusion heroes to be cores. I'm gathering that much, right? They
guess
don't want
so.
illusion heroes to be core, so we need to remake PL to be a support.
Yeah, some buff like Spirit Land. So I don't know. Does you also slow plus disarm, and I don't know, and you also bounces off at level 1? Like sure, and then maybe we can talk.
Yeah, well, I'll be waiting. I want PL to come back in the meta, and I'm at this point I'm more hopeful for PL to be a support than him being a core.
What did you pay PL support? Is this
I
what
mean,
you're
does
waiting
that,
for?
does this surprise you anymore? Like heroes like Slark, all these bad carries are now just supports, you know? It just takes the right facet. But anyway, back to this game. It looks like, speaking of heroes that sometimes are support, it's a Terrorblade. This hero's like the last illusion hero that's also played as a core.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
it'll probably be core this game. Because I believe we've got our position 4 already in the Chaos Knight, because, yeah. TB carry much better than CK carry.
Yeah,
For sure.
yes, without a doubt. So what's the 5 that we want with the Terrorblade? You're going to be leaning to potentially Phoenix Conquer. What does TB need to assist in this lane?
Jakiro? Maybe? I mean, Jakiro sounds pretty cool. You got Darkseer, you got the double hit for the egg, you got the attack speed slow for the Kunkka. I'm not a 5 player, but
Sure.
if I were to suggest one, I think Jakiro looks nice, but that here's been nerfed a lot.
Ooh.
Cool.
Okay.
Guess I am a 5 player. Time to roll swap.
Guess you are now. Oh, dude, everyone's changing. Dude, 5 and 3. That's that's the role that there's not many people on right now. You want to come back? You want to make a resurgence, hit the scene again, change your
I
name,
mean,
go 5?
5 seconds.
There's a reason 5 and 3 are the most boring roles in Dota,
Yeah, they are. That's true.
in my humble opinion.
Radiant team
I would also agree.
face the light.
All right, get the Dawnbreaker. So some flex. I think maybe we actually saw. I believe we did see the Dawn carry in SA. But of course,
Yeah.
can it be played as an offlane as well? I'm not quite sure. We'll see.
I mean, a lot of people like it for Terrorblade because Dawnbreaker is a very cheesy offlaner. She's very strong though, cheesy but strong. Like her toolkit is very much so just jump on you and kill you. She has high base stats, high damage, good magic damage over time. So when TB goes in meta, even Dawnbreaker can fight her, right? So this is a matchup where typically you want to be able to cancel the Starbreaker with a stun. But between Jakiro and TB, that stun doesn't really exist because Ice Path has too long of a cast point. So Dawn can just kind of bully the Terrorblade. It's always been kind of like a lane counter. And then later on in the game, having the ulti is quite nice. You have no healing reduction so far to kind of deal with it. So, and the CK might have to think about buying a Vessel this game, even though he doesn't want to. He wants to go for Aether Lens and really just play off the stun and the Reality Rift. So, this pick is pretty cool. I like it.
For Radiant, what do we see the options in regards to the carry? Are there some that are viable, or do you put the Conqueror as the carry and just go for a mid-hero loss?
Carry options? I think the best option is Doom, personally, versus the Darkseer. Doom, the TB, magic damage. Gives you a lot of tools to play with. Outside of that, you can kind of look at some more basic options, but they're not really good versus Terrorblade. You can go for your Gyrocopter, you can go for your Sven, you can go for your Ursa's bands, never mind. Sometimes I just speak without looking at the bands.
It's okay.
But those are just off the top of my head, the heroes that I think are good.
Okay. Well, they're feeling like at least Conqueror Dawn's going to go carry and still looking for a mid laner here for Team DK. So maybe a little bit of extra control overall, like for the Ancient Apparition combo to potentially protect the Phoenix Egg. Okay.
Faceless Void's good here. I mean, the only problem with Faceless Void is this hero is insanely slow. Like, insanely slow. And I don't know if slow is what you're looking for. But, yeah, I mean, the heroes I just mentioned, like Doom, Faceless Void, Sven. Do we want more than that? I suppose there's... I mean, Pudge carry's not a thing in, but that's been good. Weaver, Gyro. Clinks.
So they have options.
That's all.
Options in carry, they'll go with Sven.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted a stun, right? I mean, if they wanted a win condition, they would want Faceless Void or Doom. I mean, like I said, I think Doom was by far the best pick here on carry, but not everyone's a carry Doom player, right? And I respect that. Because that hero just shuts down Terrorblade incredibly hard. He just gets doomed and life's very sad. Lots of magic damage too, and you build very tanky. But Sven, he kind of like doesn't like playing versus Terrorblade just because of how high of an army hero he is, right? But it's fine. He can jump and initiate, and Dawnbreaker can maybe just back him up, and maybe with double BKB. Or perhaps just the shard on Dawn. Does Dawn shard still make you magic?
Actually, I don't remember.
I mean, I don't really play this hero too much, and
No, I don't.
heroes get changed so quickly. Let's see. Yeah, you still get debuff immunity, so maybe if they get that on top of that, it could be pretty strong here. And now we're gonna see the punish here, mid bat versus Konka.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
I was looking like some Void Spirit. I felt like, I mean, you just absolutely murdered the supports this game. It seemed like a very good Void Spirit game. The Conquer.
Just the lane though.
Yes, that was my concern. I'm not entirely sure how the lane goes with the Conquer into the Void. I mean, the Simulate could be nice as the game goes on, but this Batrider probably does a very similar thing to be able to deal with the supports. And I've been wanting to see a mid bat as well, so this is very cool.
I mean, bat also gives you that BKB control, right? That Sven hates playing against, which they didn't have. So that lasso will be there. Lasso into TB. It's very scary. Luckily, you do have some tools to kind of keep the Sven alive this game. Donald is going to be pretty good. But it's a little weird, right? Because you can Dawn ult, but I think you need Ags this game. Because if you Dawn ult immediately, Bat's just going to pull him out of the AoE, right? Of the heal. So you have to wait until the lasso's at end of the duration. Hopefully it's enough to keep him alive. You also have the heal coming out from the Phoenix to keep you alive. And you also have the damage reduction from the Kunkka. So if you bait your Sven properly, there is a chance they can turn these fights. However, if Sven is out of position and gets lassoed into a Terrorblade, he could just die, and Dawn could just die directly after too, especially with the vacuum combination. So there's tools for Team DK, but I'm gonna say their draft is yet again not easy to pull off.
I guess one thing also to mention about the lasso play is like you're speaking about the Solar Guardian. I mean, you've got the X too for Team DK if you can use that defensively to counteract if you're quick enough. Maybe it's going to be a little bit hard.
True.
I mean, as a mid bat rider, I'm probably not expecting a force staff, but maybe you can like surge the bat rider before he blinks in, so he has a little bit more movement speed. But maybe you still have enough time to play around with the X to kind of counteract the lasso if the Solar Guardian isn't enough. So that's something, maybe a little mechanic we're going to have to see as this game continues on. But we'll see. Team Den absolutely, obliterated them game one. Yeah, so it was an absolute beatdown. We'll see if it's going to be a bit of a different story here heading into our second game.
Right, well, if we look at the lanes as a whole, though, I mean, mid is won by Team Den. I think that's a matchup you can't truly win. Bot lane, I'm not sure how this lane goes. Like, CK's power level is a little foreign to me. I mean, any Darkseer lane is very volatile, to be honest. So it could either just trade or do really well. Oh, the instant D-ward here from the AA, very good. And top lane, I will say though, this top lane is favored for
30 seconds to battle.
not the side of Den though. Like, I think Team DK, they've got a good lane here. I mean, Phoenix, a lot of magic damage, a lot of mischance. Dawnbreaker, lots of damage. I think this TB is not going to feel super happy in this lane. He likes to play versus high physical damage lanes that he can turn on very easily. And Dawn is a hero that is very hard. They're getting 2 wards?
Yeah.
All right.
2 wards, how many bounties?
The battle begins.
It's like a 2
Could be
for
3.
2. Good bit of a fight down bottom. Nothing crazy. They don't want to D-ward just yet. I don't know if they saw it.
Oh, A skilled cold feet level 1. Ugh. That was in hopes of getting the rune.
They didn't
But that
stun,
is-
I think, on F Young. I don't know what happened though.
I mean, he
Maybe
got stunned.
by the CK.
Yeah,
I
CK
think-
stunned.
Okay, that just probably works. That's probably why. I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, why didn't he stun? I wonder.
Yeah.
So you're mentioning about the side lanes, but you did also then say mid is like very good for Wonder Kid. My concern is how good it is, because
It's always the question.
you're like this Bat Rider. I know we haven't seen it for a very long time as a core, but this hero could just completely take over games. I don't know how really it works with the arsonist, like on your power spikes, but I'm just concerned, like, he's going to free farm mid by the looks of it, and then what can he do on the side lanes as a result of that?
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. It really depends, like, on the Bat and Kunkka player, respectively. Like, every single Bat matchup is pretty much determined on whether he can get a kill or not in the lane. And if you can't get one of those 1 or 2 cheeky kills, that's when the lane starts to feel incredibly hard to play. But if he can't, then maybe Kunkka can survive and just get some CS. Bat isn't very strong at the first early levels, so he should be fine in that regard. It's just really a little bit later, as the lane starts progressing, it'll start feeling a little more difficult to play. And speaking of a little bit earlier, he's already starting mid lane. Like, lots of damage being done.
Whoa, okay.
And of course, they
Not
just
enough.
to mess with us, right? Like,
Yeah.
you just have to 8 stacks is now the old 4 stacks.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like this, but okay.
Yeah, so you kind of have to reprogram your brain a little bit when playing against this.
Because you saw
But
4
yeah.
stacks, you're spooked. What do I do now? I can't do anything.
You just have to reprogram your brain, like I said, like divide it by 2. start doing some math.
Actually, Kama is playing very scared at the moment. 9 and 10 for Wonder Kid, a bunch of denies.
Yeah,
I forgot
mean,
that was universal too. Okay, cool.
I mean, they did nerf Universal, how it functions a bit, luckily. otherwise. Old patch would have been insane. Yeah, mid lane's done, unfortunately. He has the wave where he wants it. Bot lane, this was supposed to be your good lane. Well, top lane's supposed to be your good lane, but this is supposed to be a lane where you're supposed to be doing better. And I think giving up kills is definitely hurts. Like, we expected bottom lane to be, you know, somewhat even. Sven should get free farm, but Sven's being pressured a little bit in this lane, unfortunately. But the one lane they really need to win is top lane, and as of now, they're doing okay. It's fine.
So maybe it's... I mean, where did the Lotus go? It's probably a big thing. It looks like Wits has it. So you got 60 seconds where you're probably a little bit safe here up top, or at least should be able to have a more of an advantage with the meta on cooldown. MJZ doesn't have the greatest resources as well at the moment. It doesn't have any mana for Dual Breath for quite some time. But Azul also needs some sustain. So we'll bring out a Selv. 19 last hits compared to the 22. They get a nice pull at the hard camp, so we'll help with the creepy equilibrium. Bring it back towards their tower. Makes it a little bit easier for them to play.
Alright. CK versus AA. Man fight in the jungle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Not much is going to happen from that. Man, I love watching Batrider gameplay. It's like... You have to just play so perfect as both players for nothing to happen in the lane. One player just like makes a mistake, it's so disastrous.
Yeah.
And I'm always just sitting there waiting to see who messes up first. That's my form of entertainment. But good rotation, like healing here, but might still just lose to Sven.
Yeah, they do, unfortunately. It's going to be a double, though. Not bad. I mean, really nice hero to get experience on. You know, yeah, kind of crap AA soaks a little bit of it, but it's an earn already fulfilling. So yeah, we'll look to see how big that earn's going to come into play. It does mean Azula is left solo up top, so already MJZ with the help of the reflection is going to start to zone the Dawnbreaker out.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, if you look at the CS now, like, I think you have to make that rotation. They did not get enough work done in that top lane. I think the Lotus was also kind of like a big factor. You see the Bracer went onto the Terrorblade too, so he knew it was coming this lane and kind of itemized for it. And unfortunately, Kunkka, he thought he could be a little bit cheeky there, but kind of just set up his own death there, unfortunately.
A feeling? He's dead too.
Yeah. He used dive to try and help him, but just kind of died himself by doing it. And this is a catapult wave, by the way. That's why you see MJZ make a bit of a rotation. Not only secure the room, it's like a double play here. And the catapult's still alive, and Kunkka, he's going to TP back into this, but Phoenix, he does dive up, right? 5 seconds?
Yeah, a couple seconds. Okay, maybe. Ancient Apparition's a little bit low. Wonder Kid doesn't have the greatest resources either. Torrent sidesteps it, but will tick out. Nice. So it was looking a little bit dicey for a moment, but with the assistance of the AA to buff up some of the magic damage. Demon's also going to be dragged back with the X. There's some big kills. Nice use of the Reality Rift and actually gets away. Very cute. Now, if they got that kill, gets Karma maybe closer to level 6, and the next dive from the Batrider under the tower, we could have seen a turnaround with the X-Boat combo, but he's not going to have 6 yet. Probably will still get it, though, with the next creep wave before he is under threat. We'll see, though. Maybe they go straight back for him, and apparently they will. Lasso down for 10. The support's in a beeline back towards Karma because he needs help. Ice Path from MJZ. But they won't continue for more. Got to keep that lasso timer in the heads. It's going to be back up here pretty shortly. Wonder Kid, is he going to find an opportunity to use it? No, he won't. We'll just watch MJZ tick out.
Yeah, I mean, Team Den were so desperate of like making sure this Kunkka had the worst game of his life that they're actually getting outplayed by the supports making rotations here. And this is giving Sven space against the Darkseer. He's pretty happy with this. Dawn was just cutting the top wave there. I mean, she was already having a bad laning stage, so all things considered, this is a pretty good result. But MJC has decided, okay, we're going to stop this Dawn from cutting the waves here. Not level 6 quite yet here. but he will get it off of that. Will he skill it and try to get out? No, doesn't happen. Not going to happen versus the Ice Path.
Mid lane, Bat Rider? Alright.
These supports are relentless on making sure those Bat... I mean, it's really easy. That's what I mean for Bat Riders to make mistakes. Unfortunately, Sven goes down as well, but Bat Rider and Huskar players are very similar, right? Like, you want to continuously keep dominating your lane, so they'll oftentimes just be out of position and too aggressive because they feel like they should be destroying the lane because of how the first, 6 minutes went. And they get a little bit out of position there, and you can get some freebie kills, and that's exactly what happened there. Slightly out of position, both supports are just camping mid, and honestly, it's kind of paying off for them.
And they're also really high level as well. Inch Apparition, 5 1/3. Phoenix is 5 1/2 as well. Yeah, without a doubt. So we're going to see them look to try and... they're actually going deep into Dire's territory. Instead of trying to play the lane, they're feeling quite strong. Up. They don't have Woe, so they've got the Solia though. Alright, so that's the ultimate that they feel like is the big X factor here without the bow. They'll be able to use a secondary one instead to help get the kill. And Bat Rider's got 3 deaths.
Yeah, they're tilting him. For sure. I think it's working.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't mean it literally.
I certainly think the tilt is working.
Yep. Yeah, the side lanes are very happy. TB top net worth, Darksy's super close behind. But the lane that we were like, side lane should go pretty well for Team DK. Mid lane, it's a bit of a yikers. Demon, nice dodge. Now, have they committed a bit too far? Frank, can he time this onto Feelings Dive? Look at the stun to chase him down. Radiant kind of standing nearby. It's going to be a difficult fight with everything laid onto the ground, though. Karma's pretty survivable with the run buff. It's about to expire. Wits is apparently here as well with the Terrorblade, wanting to try and get active with the meta. Show up and maybe find an objective too along with it.
Yeah, there was no Solar Guardian, right? So you can make these plays. Maybe we can get even more here.
The Sven's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Lasso is still there, dragged back, and we're probably gonna have to cancel the TP. Feeling? Oh, he's stuck as well. I feel like this is reminiscent of what we saw last game. One person goes in, then we TP in and dies. Well, he will not fall, but you're going to take a tier 1 tower, and now Team Den, 2,000 net worth lead. This mid lane, it's been very chaotic. You're favoring Dire, then favoring Radiant, now favoring back towards Team Den.
Yeah. There's a lot going on here for sure. But the important thing is they aren't really dying in the same fashion as last game. Like Sven, yeah, sure he died, that sucked, but he did finish the CK, and he forced the lasso. So that does mean they could make a play right now, which they're going to try and do. So Solar Guardian available. No lasso, no meta. Good read here, no wall either. Just pretty much nothing. Everything was used there. Let's see what they can catch here. And what they want is Terrorblade. That is the goal. And there's a chance TB does walk back here. We'll see if the patience for Team DK is here. As here he comes. But unfortunately,
but he's got the high ground.
That's the wrong hero.
Well, it doesn't work. They drop a ward. Also combined with F Young, God Strength up in a couple of seconds. Let's see if Dire want to try and defend this. It's maybe a bit difficult with already Radiant set up in the TP location spot, so they will give this up. Demon's getting a little bit of farm, getting close towards the vessel. Pipe isn't yet done for Frank, and a Wonder Kid as well. We're gonna get a blink blink out of the Bat Rider. All right, one defender.
CK's spotted right now. Oh no.
Feeling? Wow, this is not looking good for Dire. What an ice blast! They trade some teamfight ultimate, but that is the combo that we'd expect out of the boys on Team Den, but it doesn't work. Radiant, they've got their own combo as well. Triple kill for Karma. Well, that's a wipe.
Yeah, I was talking about the tilts. That felt really tilty from the Bat Rider. Diving so deep. And he has no items, right? He's switched up to Blink Dagger first item. Maybe if you have a Blink, this works, but You're running into a supernova. You're running into a solar garden, and you're gonna see through the replay here how badly he wants us, right? So you just ran into an egg, a supernova, a boat, an ice blast, and you're dead.
What?
Nobody
What
can survive
happened?
that.
Who did
They
he lasso?
overtook.
But he lassoed the Phoenix, and how did he get egg off?
Oh, is that what happened? I
Yeah.
mean, there's probably
I don't know if it changes the
a bug.
fight, but
I mean, does it change the fight? Probably not. I think you're just dead anyway. But you'll die a little bit slower, I guess. But I didn't know you could disjoint lasso with egg. There's probably like a 0.001% or 0.01 second in which that's actually possible. So pretty unlucky.
oh, we got a game fear. This is not
We
a
do,
repeat
yeah.
of game one. We got a lead for Team DK, 12 kills to 10. F Young's going blink and getting towards some items as well. I mean, it's going to be the scepter actually for Karma, so no radiance. Okay. I have no idea how good the scepter is. I have no idea.
It's pretty good.
okay.
I mean, there's like 2 builds you can do on Kunkka. It's either Scepter or Radiance. Radiance is the superior build currently. But what the Scepter does for you is it gives you more teamfight presence. So like having the 2 boats, right? Instead of the 1, you can have more lockdown. Adds a little bit more. So he's just going more of a utility based. Because I think if you do commit for the Radiance build, like you're going to be like more of a carry, right? You're going for the AC, the Satanics. You want to right click in the fights. He says, okay, I'm going to step back. I have a Dawnbreaker. I'm going to go more for like the Shivas with the Aghanims build. And there's going to be more slow.
Well, he dodged the gank with the scan, but
not
they
having a
still
good
hunted
game,
him
guys.
down to the wisdom. He is not having a game at all. I want to respond though. They see how deep Team DK are, and they got great locations to TP2 as well. So they're going to surround Azula. Lead Mel will make it a little bit frustrating, but not really. At this stage, the quick and easy kill, but Radiant they're able to get out. So continuing to make the Batriders game completely miserable. This is 5 deaths now.
Yeah, this is where you just mute your mic and just play the game.
5 out.
Right? God's right?
Also jumped as well. And JZ is going to be clipped over to the right side. Team TK.
This game is looking very hard. Like the overwhelming team fight that they keep continuously running into, it's a lot. And I think this Batrider is like a liability at this point, right? Maybe he has a Blink Dagger now, but he's a support, essentially. He's just a support. So he has to get a lasso off, but like there's such good answers to lasso right now. It's just, we got the X-Mark, we got the Solar Guardian. They're all great tools to kind of deal with this. Sven's getting closer to his BKB. Phoenix has a Vessel, getting more levels, and if we're talking about people that can kill the egg in this game, there's not many. Like, egg is a big problem. Boat's gonna be a bigger problem, because you're gonna have a bag in some way.
Rain, Azula.
Okay.
Blink with the amp damage. Witz was nearby. They're actually tipping a lot of heroes into top. All 4, in fact. So what are they trying to do across the map? They had an observer that maybe scouted out. Wonderkid that's just apparently ruining his game. I think the scan did go red, maybe for a second. So blinked away, continued to play defensively.
You don't want to see this, you know? You don't want it to be another one of those games where you're just overreacting, you get ratted on the map, you have a good couple team fights. But this is oftentimes how it goes. Sometimes when a team gets a little too excited that they win a couple team fights, that they start overreacting to everything. And the other team buckles down, which is happening a little bit here. You'll get another support, so the train's going to continue a little bit, which is nice, but this is the correct play, right? You just let him die. You don't go and feed more kills. You don't start bleeding on the map. You start pushing him top.
Witz. Subservoid Witz is getting surrounded. He's got Demon nearby. Solar Guardian's going to be baited out into a support. Witz is also only getting controlled by Karma at the moment. Nice torrent. Karma Gonna be able to find the combination. They hold him in place here. Still got the threat of the Sunder. Supernova's going to be a big problem. Witz is able to turn. Bonus health is back for him. Efjan looking to jump over the top as well, but the spell casting this fight wasn't the greatest for Team DK,
Well, they got Sven.
which could give an opportunity for Dire. They're holding down in the moment. Wonder Kid's going to be able to fly in range with the lasso drag back, so Sven's gone, and Radiant just have to sacrifice the carry without any spells left available. They're going to cut their losses, but it's a big loss for them.
And that's not the end of it here either. He's getting fogged out of his mind here on the CK. I mean, it's frustrating to play CK, man. Like, the cast point on that is really huge. You just... It has, like, an obnoxious animation, too. To make it, like, very clear that you're getting outplayed. I mean, you're not technically outplayed, but it feels like you're getting outplayed.
Really? You got back? Oh, wait, what? It didn't...
No, they got the A, though.
What? What? Okay,
Huh?
they got AA too.
Oh?
I don't know why it didn't dive.
This happens, man.
I guess watching someone, watching somewhere else and right-clicking creeps and farming.
I know.
A-clicking, so. All right, well, this is much needed minute for Team 10. I mean, there was some concerns with what we were seeing out of Radiant potentially being able to run over, or at least put themselves in a commanding position, especially with how their team fights were looking. But first real fight for them, where we see the spellcasting was a little bit lackluster.
They got too excited. That's all there is. Like, things are going well for them. They wanted it to continue to go well. They're forcing these plays around the map. They TP4 top. They go bottom. This Kunkka completely overextends, by the way, onto this Terrorblade. His team was not nearly close enough, so that made it so the Sunder was able to get off, right? And then now Sven is in. He gets stunned by CK. I've been there. It happens. Sometimes you think things are going well, that they're going to continue to go well, but you lose sight of why they were going well. And then they go bad.
Maybe that will continue to go bad. Karma.
Okay, Roche is going to throw with
just
them.
gets away.
Okay, see ya.
Oh, there's one thrown away. Is that down to half? Are we forcing the issue? You don't have vision up on the high ground. Wonder Kid gets the lasso back. It's a good supernova. Controlling the choke point. Demon's getting chased down. It'll be a 1-for-1 to start. Can they separate the fight now? Witz stop in the front. I'm hearing a stun over towards the river. Efjan will be slowed down for the moment. The ice path giving Frank valuable seconds to be able to get away. And the ambitious TP. Efjan never going to make it out. He is completely, no one else is nearby. Radiant once again just going to sack him to the wolves. Wonder Kid will not have a way to be able to stop the teleport out from feeling, but Team Den, another fight that just goes their way.
Do we have a replay of that? If so, I'd like to see what happened there if there's time. But that seems like they're gonna kill. I mean, they're just gonna kill. Well, someone's gonna die here. I don't know who. It looks like it's gonna be a demon. And then Roche is gonna happen. But I feel like the Solar Guardian, like, they maybe Lasso pulled him out of it. Because I didn't see any healing there. Or maybe it was just the power of the Vessel. The CK actually did opt for Vessel. Well, we're gonna need a replay here, and we see the lasso. Where's the Solar Guardian at? Oh, he didn't even use it. He used it on the illusions. Oh no. He must have clicked on the mini-map. But yeah, he used the Solar Guardian on the illusions and not the Kunkka there. So he ended up in like no man's land. Not what you want to see.
Like, we are getting some problems with the Supernova. I know this is something you were mentioning, but again, it's another fight where they're literally not being able to deal with the egg. When Sheev is on feeling the buff up his damage, is it a problem? Like, yes, you have to ignore it, but can it ever be a team fight where you win on Radiant as a result of this? Because you do have pretty decent stuns to stop them from getting away.
I think it is an issue if the initiation is on Radiant's side, right? I mean, he Hurricane Piked him for, I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, but...
He was trying to push him closer to MJZ, but MJZ, like, I mean, you had to get, like, in front. He went a weird direction.
I mean, no, there's a new mechanic in Dota. If you push him into the wall, it stuns him. It'd be pretty cool.
It's... Alright. So you were speaking about the Supernova as well? With the fights?
Yeah, so basically, if you lasso and kill a key target like Sven, you don't really care about the Supernova anymore. You're just gonna burst them, and then you just walk away. But if Sven initiates, and then you supernova, and you have a choice whether to hit Sven or the supernova, that's when you're in trouble.
There's the initiation. Sven's able to blow up one. Solar Guardian this time to help protect the lasso, but as soon as the drop down, they're into the Ice Path and the Macropire. The egg over the right side's not the greatest as well. First team fight, we're going to see them be able to successfully kill the egg. And the fight's getting split apart. Sven trying to re-enter, but he's having a bit of a difficult time though. The blink continuing to be cancelled. He'll jump at the last second with the cleave, but now his BKB is not really going to help mitigate against the right-click damage at all. Wits gets a triple, a buyback for nothing for the Phoenix.
We actually just saw a Jakiro solo kill an egg. You know, I always kind of mention Jakiro against Phoenix whenever I see it as like a meme, but I never see the Jakiro kill anything more than a level 1 egg. But he actually just killed that level 2 egg. I feel like that fight would have been so much better if he didn't dive before using the egg, right? If he just would have spammed it on the spot. Because he dove right into the Jakiro, who's actually the best egg hitter in the game right now, for at least Dire, because he has the double attack, which counts for 2 egg hits every attack he does. And yeah, he just killed it. So, expensive fight there. Team Den, well, they're officially back in this game. Aegis online, team fight 1. Sven's starting to feel very uncomfortable in how he wants to take these fights.
Yeah, how do you respond to Lasso? I know we're seeing Solid Guardian, but the ways they counter this, and you said in the draft, like Ice Path to Macropire into the Darkseer combo as well, it's just really not easy.
Yeah, I think they just need to find a target first. Either Kunkka or Sven has to initiate, and then you just all in, right? Like you see this TB, for example. You just go in and egg on his face. And what that's going to do is give TB a choice. Am I going to hit this egg? And if he chooses to hit the egg, well, Sven's going to come in and stun, right? And then he has like, okay, do I have to hit the egg or do I hit the Sven? And then now that just creates a problem where does he have enough damage for both before he dies? But that's not really happening in these fights, right? The egg is super far away from the Sven. And there isn't any critical thinking really needed for Team Den here. It's just like, okay, Sven's in front of me, I can kill him. I don't have to choose between hitting an egg or a hero. Because like, what could end up happening is like the egg could die, but if the egg dies, that bought enough space for Sven to be uncontested, right? And now he can get a couple of kills. So they, at this point in the game, just need to cast their spells in unison. It's not as easy as early game now, right? Because you have 4 staffs you're playing against. You have like Manta Pike to play against. I mean, honestly, it's still not even that hard. There's no BKBs or duels, so Kunkka can actually just initiate all these fights. But you just gotta commit on top of it. But they don't really want to do that into Aegis, but luckily Aegis is going down in 25 seconds. And that's where openings will... I honestly think like these team fights should be very simple. Like, Kunkka just has to go. And then Phoenix goes. And then everyone else can follow up. And then if they go on Kunkka, well, you have a Solar Guardian, right? If they go on Sven, you have Solar Guardian. But like, once all these spells hit at once, you should win the team fight. You have overwhelming team fight. It's much better than Dire's.
At the moment we are fortunately seeing some of the difficulty with them being able to execute this team fight. Maybe this smoke from them could be a different story. They're smoking before the BKB on Karma. We'll have to get the D-Ward before he joins in the smoke with the rest of the team. Demon as a smoke block as well.
I hope Sven changes his itemization here. I want to see a Revenant's Brooch on him instead of a Daedalus. You need the magic damage to burst through the TB in this matchup.
It did change, so we go. Roach queued up.
Lovely.
Level 20 for this Sven.
That would have been a rookie mistake.
It is completed. Getting delivered on the Corey for Efyong. But high ground is getting pinged out at the moment. Then looking maybe for a ward into a lasso play, and there's your opportunity. Zula puts it on the silver platter with a freshly completed scepter as well. They will get rid of Zula with ease.
The debate? He has buyback.
Gotta try and force the fight to utilize the buyback. The only one's coming back. They need the conquer as well. But the buildings are falling fast.
Nothing.
He's gone. F Young. I think the observer ward that they didn't get rid of.
Could still go here.
Dragged outside the base. Oh, it's a lot of damage. F Young finds a good opportunity, but the turret is the nuke enough. Witch tries. Can he find a Sunder target? He does. MJZ keeps him a fresh reset with the health. But there's still they've got concerns on what they're going to be able to do afterwards. They blew their load and they got nothing left. The spells, it had to be perfect, and it was, and it's an ultra for Wits. And all thanks to MJZ, giving him that second life to work with. They'll give him the rampage as well. And Wonder Kids just happen to be here. G's are going to be caught, and they are out of the qualifiers. Team Den will find a much-needed 2-0, building that confidence up and starting their lower bracket run.
I mean, unfortunate there. The CK, I guess it's a little hard. You have BKB on Kunkka, just didn't press it, got stunned. Couldn't get off the chain stuns there. It looks so close, but yeah, Wits getting that Sunder onto MJC, absolutely clutch. He was going to die 100% if he didn't get that off there, so I feel debated after watching that game. You know what I mean? I felt like we were about to see something really good from Team DK, but unfortunately in the end, you know, this was the beginning of what we thought was going to be absolutely amazing. 4K lead, and then the Wombo combo. It gives you so much hope and be like, okay, this might be a competitive series after all. But at the end of the day, what I'm still observing here is the fact that, yes, you won 2-0 on Team Den. That is good. Congratulations for that. But these performances are still not good enough to beat the top dogs in the region. Like, it is way too sloppy. And for Team DK, they got some experience in a TI qualifier, which is nice. Maybe we'll see them next year, but there's still lots of work for these players to do if they want to go to the international. And I think this is where it starts. So you get your reps in every year on the region, and then eventually you got that experience, and then maybe you'll end up at a TI one day. But the other side, Team Den, these are all players that have either been to a TI or have been close to going to TI. I don't know exactly for all of them in their track record, but I know a lot of them have been to a TI before. They've got to step up a bit if they want to go to another TI, because the other teams in the region, they are looking a little more crisp.
I believe it's just Frank and MJZ who have been to a TI, so everyone else on Team Den looking for their first. And
all right, yeah.
It's gonna be a really tough road. I mean, this is, like you were saying, it was a little bit sloppy this game, but you're able to make it work in the end. You get the rampage, you close it out, 28 minutes. You look like 28-minute victory. Like, yo, sloppy. What? They won pretty convincingly, but no, they really had to work for it. I mean, Wit's 14-1-7. Really solid performance from him. There's still a lot to be desired from the mid bat rider, so we'll see if that gets kind of tucked away for another opportunity for them to pull it out. But the off lane went very well for them. I know Frank's KDA doesn't really showcase it, but I was impressed on how they were able to perform with the Darkseer CK early.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had a great laning stage. Mid lane went well as usual. Top lane went great. I think this team as a whole, like, their laning is pretty good. Like, they have very high MMR players, very high skilled players. They're all really good in the role that they play, and it definitely reflects in their gameplay. And Wits, like, you have to give him MVP. Like, he had a hard lane matchup, managed to pull out, continued to farm, only had one death in this game, considering on how many kills were happening, and kept his composure, and really helped his team pull out a win here.
Big victory for them. It was looking a little dicey, but going to be able to get over the finish line with a 2-0. And we should be able to take a look as well at the bracket, I think, pretty surely. We'll take a look at the results first, and then we'll showcase the bracket of the day. So we had some interesting stuff happen. We had a rematch with Sin Compromiso versus Team Den. And, of course, we see the result there. They were still able to get that map victory. Then we had a forfeit, Instancia. We were able to get, of course, a victory over Verbrow. And then it's just a bunch of 2-0s after that. So, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. A lot of ones we were expecting with Heroic and Edge too.
Yeah, I mean, everything except for the Def loss we kind of expected, right? Like Heroic, they're the favorites to win the entire thing. Edge looking really good. And yeah, Team Den definitely just have the caliber of players to just take it over Team DK.
Yes, indeed. So here's the bracket to close out the second day. We've had to say goodbye again to Veritas Brothers and our Team DK. And we will see the teams remaining 8 teams so far. And we'll have a schedule coming up pretty shortly to showcase how the games are going to look tomorrow. I believe we are starting in the lower bracket, and yes, that's going to be the case again, same time. So we've got All Stars versus Instancia, then Infamous versus Team Den, and then we're going to move to the upper bracket, Sin Compromiso versus Heroic, and then OG Lardent versus Edge as well. Very excited for the upper bracket games. We've been, kind of mentioning that maybe South America is looking a little bit top heavy with that, top 4 here, and this will really now prove to be the case. Like, where do the teams sit? Heroic, definitely the favorites, but there are some teams coming in maybe just under that. How are they going to be able to compete? It's going to be very exciting. Parker, against Heroic again, being back in the region. That's also another cool storyline.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not the same Heroic that he had beef with. Him, Devi Lama's not there anymore, but still, nonetheless, that was his ex-team that he was on for a little bit. I'm very curious to see how good Team Sin is, right? Because I know the other 4 teams, they're pretty established, right? And Team Sin is like just that one team. We're not entirely sure how good they truly are, but they got the names to really prove it. So excited to see how they're going to do against the big boys tomorrow.
Yes, it'll be a good test. Will be a good test indeed. But for us, we are done for our second day of the qualifiers here for South America. Make sure you guys tune back in same time tomorrow for more best of 3s, and 2 more teams will be eliminated as well for the hunt to the road to the International 14. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your day and come back for some more action. We'll see you then.